point, but none are seen, so that's, we'll take that as read. We've got a number of matters to deal with today, so we'll need to continue to make good progress, but we're confident that we can complete the business in the time available. So just a word, firstly, on the timetable today. As scheduled, we would start with Councillor McGillivray, who's been patiently waiting for his moment to speak at the inquiry. Then we'd hear from Mrs. Duhigg on behalf of Coul. After that, Mr. Mackay for Scotways and also Ramblers. And after Mr. Mackay, if required, Mr. Haspel's available to give further evidence on the issue, any issues raised by Mr. Mackay. And obviously at that point, Mr. Mackay would have the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Haspel if anything was raised that he wanted to take issue with. So we're working on the assumption that we're going to be able to complete those items this morning, in which case in the afternoon, which is the only time that Mr. Westbrook is available today, we'll complete his evidence, which is on the socio-economic impact of the proposals, before the final session of the inquiry, which we expect to be a relatively short one, which will be a round-table discussion of the parties chaired by ourselves, dealing with the conditions that would be imposed in the event that planning permission is granted. So for those who are not familiar with the process, this is a standard procedure at inquiries. It doesn't, you can't infer from that either it's going to be approved or it won't be approved. It's a standard process that we have to go through to make sure that any conditions that might be attached to a consent are clear and robust and meet the tests that they require to meet. So that will be the purpose of that session. Is there anything in the list of things to do which I haven't covered? Okay, a couple of updates then. Firstly, we now have an updated schedule of the conditions, which has been helpfully supplied by Ms. Lyon, and particularly helpfully supplied at A3 so that all of us can read the table. So that will form the basis of the discussion at the condition session this afternoon. We're not intending to plough through the detailed terms of each of these conditions. We'll only be seeking to highlight any areas that we don't understand or where we don't understand the difference between the parties, as it were. Now, we also have just received hard copies of the email exchange that I alluded to yesterday between SEPA and SNH, which I think was probably initiated by SNH, but Mr. Ferguson, can you help us with that, please?
Yes, good morning, sirs. The background to this is there was some uncertainty during evidence regarding the relationship between SNH and SEPA, in particular the extent to which SEPA would have an involvement in regulating the quality of the irrigation water through the car licence process. Dr. Bowie's position was that the car licence would address these matters. SNH didn't believe that was the case and has made inquiries via SEPA, and that results in the correspondence which you now have. So SEPA's position is that this correspondence should be accepted as an additional document, and it will inform our discussions this afternoon on the conditions.
Okay, on that basis, it might be a useful contribution to the discussion this afternoon, as characterised by Mr. Ferguson. Any thoughts from your side, Ms. Wilson?
Well, sir, I hadn't appreciated that it was to be tendered as a document for lodging at this point. We only received it overnight. and we haven't had a chance to discuss it. I have looked at it briefly together with Mr. Thompson, and our preliminary view is that it doesn't provide a complete explanation. I don't entirely agree with Mr. Ferguson's explanation of Dr. Bowie's evidence. From our checking of the notes, it was his evidence that there would be a combination of regulation through the car licence and through monitoring management systems put in place through a plan under planning conditions. I can therefore understand, sir, why it is you think it would be useful as we move into the discussion of the conditions and see how the two might lie together. But my preference would be that it's not formally lodged as a document until we have the opportunity to seek clarification with SEPA, particularly on the point raised in paragraph number 2 of SEPA's response, which it doesn't appear to either Mr. Thompson or myself that it fully reflects the position. And I would suggest that an incomplete response isn't that helpful to you. So provided we have the opportunity to liaise with SEPA and indeed SNH and get to an agreed position, which I think would be more helpful for you, I would suggest that we all have it available and are aware of the content, but that it's not formally lodged at this stage.
Right, I'm perhaps struggling a bit with the distinction here, because if it's on the table and we're referring to it this afternoon in the discussion, what is the distinction you're trying to draw there? It would already effectively be taken into account at the inquiry.
Well, the other way to look at it, sir, is that it could be substituted for agreed statement or an additional document lodged in response if there can't be an agreed statement. The distinction I'm drawing is that I would not want it to be left by itself as an explanation of SEPA's position, because it doesn't seem to me to be a full explanation.
I'm not in agreement that the document should not be lodged. It was not Coul at a very early stage of these proceedings that requested the attendance of SEPA at this inquiry. And that was met with SEPA declining so to do. But clearly the controversial paragraph in SEPA's response is number 2. And as my learned friend says, it doesn't quite accord with what Dr. Bowie's evidence was. Of course, NOCO is not in a position really to influence the outcome of this. It must be a discussion between the applicant and the regulator. But I would ask that NOCO be kept informed as that discussion progresses, and in the event that it generates a final agreed position, I would like to know what that position is in due course. So to that extent, I'm in agreement with my learned friend.
Okay, is everyone happy then that we can refer to it today, but on the basis that it may become superseded by any position that is agreed between the applicant and the two regulators? But we'll have to make that, we'll have to have some time limit for that so that it doesn't, that we don't receive something significant late in the report process. So we'd have to have some notion of how long you would need to secure that sort of agreement.
So maybe by the end of today I'll have an idea as to how long that will take, but it's not been possible to speak to Dr. Bowie.
Okay, that's understood. Thank you. Anything else to discuss at this stage? Okay. Right, when you're ready, Councillor McGilvray, would you like to give us your evidence?
Now, my evidence is actually quite lengthy, beyond the 2,000 words, so I'll do my best in the interests of expediency to abridge what I've said. So if I can pick up my bits and pieces. The first section I deal with is a quick overview of the village of Embo by my best estimates as the nearest settlement to Coul links. And counting round one evening, I reckon 156 houses, 34 of which have no permanent residents for one reason or another, and there are around 20 holiday homes being part of that total. The population, by my best estimate, is around 246, 33% or so being pensioners, rather top-heavy, 48% adults in employment, full-time, part-time, self-employed, or even underemployed. I reckon 7% unemployed by my best estimates, and 12.5% under the age of 18. The most significant figure I came up with is that there are only around 10 individuals in the 19 to 30 age range permanently resident in the village. And as I've noted in my precognition, this could be the first year in 40 that the village will not be able to field a team in the Southern Amateur League. I played my last game at the age of 51, and at my senior years I have no intention of making a comeback. So after generations of voluntary or enforced emigration, a top-heavy demographic structure is quite inevitable. In the next section, 2.0, I've given a background of the work of the Embo Trust from 2007. This was the post-millennium boom in property values, and we sought to intervene and provide some substance and encouragement for young local people. And our early directors were members of the village football team, actually anxious to participate in their own future. So I've listed there the different, year by year, what we have been involved in, and if there are any questions arising from those, I'll take them. The only interesting one I point out is that 2014, the village shop gave up, and we took over as a voluntary shop, and we're now in our 5th year of operation. Manned by pensioners, and we work them hard. 3.0, I've moved on to Dornoch, and the situation, as I think Duncan Allen mentioned last week, and I will perhaps repeat this week, it's lost its position as a local government centre, with council offices now centralised at Dewey. Forestry Commission offices, Tree Nursery, Embo Street, have gone. The one industrial unit of any size, the abattoir and meat processing factory, was closed, with the loss of around 40 to, I reckon, 50 well-paid jobs, permanent positions, pensionable positions. If I can just put an addendum to that, a few years back I was fortunate to receive €200,000 of vacant derelict land fund money to clear the site, and it's now subject to further development. The Sheriff Court operation was terminated by the Scottish Court Services in around 2012-13, and I remember my final email correspondence, very confrontational email correspondence with Eric McQueen, the Director of the Scottish Court Services, in which I asked him to pull the building down when they left, because it was just become derelict, as so many other court buildings have become. The police station, once the main centre for the county policing, with an inspector, a number of sergeants and 12 to 16 officers, is now empty and is subject to a community asset transfer bid. And local authority employment in these times of austerity has reduced significantly, and the effects are being felt. The economy in 3.2 has been sustained in recent years by 4 factors: the elite Carnegie Club operation at Skibo, next door to us here, the world-class ranking of the Royal Dornoch Golf Course, which we must cherish, and the major investments at Links House and Dornoch Courthouse by Mr Warnock. And also I would commend the energy and commitment of the Dornoch Area Community Interest Company, which is pronounced as an acronym as either DACIC or DACIC on your preference. And my conclusion in 3.3 is that the economic future of Dornoch area now depends almost entirely on tourism. 4.0, I've outlined the Dornoch Area Community Interest Company, which the works. You may mention on Tuesday, Carol Mackay speaking about DADCA, who look after the social part of Dornoch activity in at IV25 area, and Jacek seek to work to the economic side of things. And the base of their work was the 2013 HIE Dornoch Master Plan, which I've listed as an accompanying document, should any wish to look at it. 4.2 just mentions some of the activities of the board, back down to the board. Work to date is projects around the town centre. And at 4.4, spearheaded initiatives, Visit Dornoch as a key delivery partner for the Dornoch Master Plan. We have, well, not me, it says the directors of DACIC have received funding from coastal communities, Visit Scotland's Growth Fund, Common Good Fund, HIE, and a number of other smaller sources to deliver parts of the HIE Master Plan, including Dornoch as a branded destination, pedestrian signage throughout the borough, major A9 signage, which took 7 years of my life to try to get, and DACIC achieved it in a year, mobile app and business training. 4.5 describes some of the business participation in DACIC, and I don't think there's much else there. Right, 4.6, key achievements the last 5 years. Raising £20,000 from community funding in a little over a week, I believe, matched by Mr Warnock to deliver the visitor centre in the Carnegie Courthouse, and providing staff to deliver visitor information there and to keep the service point alive, as Carol Mackay referred to. Creating successful and visible events to increase off-season tourism, and I think this is one of the most significant off-season events to boost our local tourism in recent years. Signage in place on the A9 within Dornoch, branding and strapline Dornoch, you can do it all from here. Increased bed nights, especially not only in the main season but into the shoulder months. Dornoch becoming a world host destination, and also putting out into the community during the season ambassadors to assist tourists. National High Streets Awards finalist in 2016, and in the final bullet point there, the current activity will be after the rubric at the beginning. Current projects involve asset transfer to the police station. That's currently at Land Fund Stage 2. Purchase of the remainder of the Dornoch Abattoir site to allow construction of a curling rink and community hub. That's at Land Fund Stage 1. And my own comment is the latter project even more pressing since Big Lottery rejected in recent years, as Carol Mackay referred to, the DADCA funding bid for a new community centre, much needed community centre, whilst the Highland Council administration reneged on the commitment to build a much needed sports centre in January of 2017. That was actually quite shocking. It was at the point of signature that the administration pulled the plug on the whole project. The establishment of a world-class links golf course at Coul is critical to maintaining this community confidence and momentum, and I think you'll remember that Jimmy Yule last week referred to the necessity for community confidence and momentum. 5.0, I think, is mainly rubric about the Dornoch Area Master Plan, and I draw attention to PP6 and PP8, which are work in progress, really revolving around the possible Coul Links golf course. I made a comment in 5.2 about some of the statistics in there. Again, a top-heavy demographic profile of the IV25 area. I think perhaps a point of interest I might highlight is, although statistics provided show Dornoch has a lower percentage of population receiving benefits than either the regional or national figures, it's a very bland perspective which doesn't take into account the ongoing emigration, which has been a factor of life for generations now, and that year on year decreases the working age population. 6.0, I draw attention to the follow-on from the master plan, which is 2016 revised version, again, which features the comment upon the importance that a possible course at Coul Links could actually bring to the local economy. In 6.0, 7.0, 8.0, 9.0, I look at the current round of locality plans, which have been encouraged by Scottish Government and which are the responsibility of the Southern Community Partnership to develop. And although some of the statistics are SMD primarily are of interest, and you can argue glass half full or glass half empty, Golspie South SIMD at 3835 out of a Golspie South, 2938 out of a range up to nearly 7,000 may not be as concern for some people, but as a councillor for the ward, I find it deeply concerning. And I think that throughout these paragraphs or sections, the topics of employment opportunity, transport and housing keep recurring time and time again. And 6.2, if I could, just to show the effect that the withdrawal of council support has in the area. I call it a traumatic liquidation. I went through it. It was traumatic. Of the green recycling operation in 2013, Highland Council withdrew its SLA, service level agreement, and there went 20 full-time pensionable jobs, 2 part-time and 4 trainee posts. And the negative repercussions of this still resound around that village and others close by. I think, again, in all of these villages, the SIMD statistics are of a comparable nature, and I think the demographic profiles are also of a similar shape, and also, I think, provide points for concern. For the benefit of people who may not be aware, 9.0 locality plan for Creek, and the terms locality plan and community plan have become almost interchangeable. I'm not sure where one stops and one starts. Creek is actually the Bonner Bridge area. It's the Kyler Sutherland area. 10.0, we actually ran a snap poll, effectively. Dacic ran a snap poll on the Friends, called the Friends of Coul Link Support Charter, in 6 weeks before it, and that is presented as a support document, LACG, whatever, LACG 08. In my conclusions, what I seek to do in 11.1 I mentioned is attempt to demonstrate the significant socio-economic difficulties faced by East Southern communities, with particular reference to very limited employment opportunities and the serious imbalance of demographic profile. It's an area in need of a great need of substantial inward investment to turn the tide of generations of neglect and emigration. 11.2 portrays some of the very commendable socio-economic initiatives. Carol Mackay has given full description of what DADCA do, and I think I've given a very brief summary of what the Dacic as a community body has achieved looking at the economic possibilities. Now, the problem with locality plans and community plans and lots of other similar plans is that there is no public funding to go along with them. They are there as evidence, and it's evidence I'm gathering to use, and as I've mentioned already, to present to the Chief Executive of the Council to ask for some action to look at what I believe is not just a dire economy, but a rapidly fading economy. Coul Links, if it goes ahead, will provide a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and substantial private investment. I'm aware of some of the figures. Architect evaluations identify 2.6 million to convert the existing Coul Steading, in which I worked for a season, shifting bales in the early 70s, into a clubhouse, and the necessary overall accompanying infrastructure amounted to a notional figure of some 10 million. An operation, I've been led to believe the target is for 20 to 25 full-time staff, 15 seasonal employees, and up to 75 caddies. We'll see what happens. I think from the point of view of the Embo Trust, who have been a long-term supporter of this development, we believe that with suitable conditions imposed, and I see a very imposing list of conditions already presented to the meeting, a world-class links golf course at Coul can complement sympathetically and sensitively an area of international ecological importance to the benefit of both economy and environment. So, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McGilvray. Mr. Campbell, have you got questions for the Councillor?
Yes, sir, we do. Mr. Crabb will ask the questions of Councillor.
Good morning, Mr. McGilvray.
Good morning, Mr. Crabb. Could I initially commend you for your very forensic examination of Professor Bell last week. It's very impressive, and it's good to see a young local man pursuing his chosen career, chosen profession with such vigour, and I look forward to following your career with great interest.
Well, may I thank you for that. I suppose in some part you should take credit for that as a former teacher at Tane Royal Academy where I've studied.
I never held you back.
As we're exchanging compliments, it's really all to you that I'm here, so thank you.
You turn the table on me.
Excuse me if I just leave the room.
Councillor McGilvray, within your recognition, you state that the area has significant socio-economic difficulties. Is that correct?
That's my belief. That's my observation. That's my subjective observation, having been resident here, having come back home in 1979, and having been permanently resident here throughout that time. That's the way I see things.
And I think at paragraph 3.1 of your recognition, you talk about Dornoch having endured significant economic attack. Is that correct?
That is my observable feeling, and is covered also by Duncan Allen in his precognition last week.
Yep. And you give some examples within that paragraph. The first one that you talk about is the local government offices in Dornoch being closed. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. There were offices at the Meadows Park and offices in Gosby, and these were coalesced into a single major office at Drumuri. Now, it has perhaps no major initial effect on employment figures or employment opportunity, but with the withdrawal of council services, council funding, then I think in recent years certainly we are seeing a very noticeable effect. But
just so that the reporters are clear, those offices were closed and they were moved to just outside Gosby. Is that correct?
They were sold on, and in the case of Dornoch, the actual Meadows offices went for $213,000, which was due to be retained for use in the local community, but absorbed into a central council pot.
Okay. And you also talked about the closure of the Sheriff Court building. Is that correct? Yes. And you remember the evidence that was given the other day by Carol Mackay, who told us that there's now 4 successful businesses there that employ 33 people.
Yes, indeed. And I think, looking back to the works of the old court service, I believe there's one occasional Sheriff Clerk who had a light on now and again in the course of a week. And there were occasional visitors for obvious reasons, and I will not dwell on the story of what we call a Bora gentleman in a suit in Dornoch, because that time has gone.
Well, there might be many other visitors who now go and visit the 4 successful businesses that are at the buildings.
That's the observable feeling at the moment, yes.
And you also talk about the empty police station, and I think that you referred that there's a bid going on for the local community to take that over.
The opportunity to turn it into a business centre.
And that's likely to be successful, isn't it, given the track record of local businesses?
We live in hope. We move forward in hope and sometimes trepidation.
Well, perhaps there might be a bit more hope than trepidation if we take into account what you mentioned in paragraph 4.6 of your recognition. I think you gave it in evidence today that the local community raised £20,000 within a week. Is that right?
Yes, I think a week to 10 days, a fortnight.
A week to 10 days. You mentioned the Dornoch Whisky Festival. These are part and parcel of it, yes. Yep. You mentioned increased bed nights, increased number of visitors out of the summer, new businesses and new jobs.
Yeah. That's been the direction of travel.
That's the direction of travel. And you also talk about Dornoch becoming a world host destination.
Yes, that was one of the Darchic projects. It was something that was put in front of us at an early stage, and I had my doubts at first, but we went with it, and I think it's proved to be very valuable, which just shows I'm not always right.
Now, if we look at paragraph 5, you make reference to the HIE master plan.
Yep.
Now, I don't think we need to see that, but would I be correct?
I was hoping you'd see that.
Well, that's good. It is Friday after all.
Yeah,
so,
it is Friday.
Yes. So, but I think you state that many of the projects that have been set out and that many of the targets have already been met. Is that correct?
Yes. Sometimes these are not major projects, not major. They are steps along a way.
Mm-hmm. But if we're to think about Dornoch being under economic attack, it might be useful to bear in mind some of these examples that we've just looked at there.
but that has been due to that has not been due to any great extent, apart from HI investment in putting the master plan together. In any major investment, or any investment of any observable kind, is due to community effort.
Now, I think in paragraph 6 you talk about, I think this is an updated master plan. Is that correct?
That is just it was a time to stop and take check and update and redirect if need be.
Okay, now, it might be useful if you could have this before you. I'll just see if we can get you... Have you got it in your papers? If not, we can perhaps get you an electronic copy. It's... this is...
Having spent my life...
03.
I'm glad to revert to paper. Sorry, will you give me a minute, please? I just...
It's... your reference, LACG 03.
06, yeah.
03, I think.
Have it here, produced by a group called Upper Quartile.
Yes.
What do you want me to refer to?
Well, first of all, you've mentioned it in your precognition, so you're familiar with this report.
Familiar is another word. I don't tend to use it. I spend my life scanning stuff rather than reading it, I must admit.
Okay, well, we'll do our best to scan it today. We might have to read a bit of it, so my apologies about that if we do. If we can look at, if we can look on page 2, please. I think we can see the date of the publication.
Yes, indeed.
Is
1st
that
September 2016.
Yes. So that's about 2.5 years ago by my calculations.
It is indeed.
Yes. And I think within this document they described the proposed golf course at Coul Links as transformational. Is that right?
That's a phrase they use. It's a phrase as part of the evidence that's presented to them. It may not happen. We have to look ahead and see just what may be. But that was the opinion that was presented at the time.
But when we should understand, when they gave that opinion, that was 2.5 years ago.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So the information that they had at that time would be quite different to what we have now.
That is a reasonable statement.
Thank you. Now, this document, I think, sets out an action plan for the future development and priorities of the area. Is that correct?
It's reviewing the initial master plan and redirecting it, so yes, that would be a reasonable statement to make. Yes, indeed.
And I think scanning through it, if we go to page 10,
certainly, there.
I think at part of the methodology they talk about consultations. I think that's at stage 5.
Yes, stage 5 during consultations,
right?
yeah.
And then if we go on to page 23, I think we'll see a list of the Dornoch stakeholders that were consulted.
Indeed.
And we see in that list, we see that you were consulted. Is that correct?
I am involved, yes, because I'm a director of DACIC.
And we see...
I'm a director of DACIC as well as a director of the Emblem Trust. And I also took on a role as director of DACA after the major disappointment in the loss of lottery funding for the community centre that was planned.
Now, in that list, we also see Carol Mackay, you gave evidence the other day.
Yes.
And we see Michael Hanretti, is that correct?
Carnegie Courthouse Whisky Shop, Whisky Centre, yeah.
Yes. Now, who owns Carnegie Court?
It's in, I believe, Mr. Warnock's ownership. There was an initial, at the beginning, when it was put on the market by the Scottish Court Service, I think they were looking for a certain price for it. It was agreed, the sale was agreed in principle with another local businessman, and at that point they had made a mistake in some title deeds rather, and it went back to the local businessman. I think he got it for a lower price at the end of the day. I think Mr. Warnock came along, and as far as I can remember, he took title to the building.
And of course, we should understand Mr. Warnock is the applicant in this case.
He is indeed.
So when you read or when you scanned through this document, were you surprised to read that 2 representatives of Carnegie Courthouse would see this golf course as transformational?
Not at all. It's a small community and a small number of energetic people who are trying to drive things forward positively for the community, or general community benefit, and for common good.
And if we can move over the page onto Annex 2, I think that's called Draft Dornoch Vision and Aim.
Yeah.
Is that right? And then if we look at, as part of that vision, if we look at the paragraph second from the bottom, would I be right?
Yeah.
It reads, however, for the Dornoch area to achieve a high quality of life to match its superb environment, economic process must be complemented by recognition of key rules of culture, community and natural heritage. These must be preserved, sustained, developed and used in a way which does not compromise our unique assets. Do you see that?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. I think you can put that document down.
I can see the line of your argument, and I think I would also add to it, I remember Professor Angus's statement at the very early stages of the inquiry, in which he conceded the economic benefits which would accrue to a golf course at Coul, but on his balance, he, with his environmental background, was inclined to reject it. You will appreciate that other people with other perspectives will take a balanced viewpoint which will go on the other side. So we are looking at trying to seek balance.
Yes. Well, I think what you said there is that there's a balance to be done, so there might be people on both sides of that balance.
There's
Would you accept that?
people on both sides, and I recognise and commend both sides. It's very healthy exercise, this, almost cathartic, to get things out into the public domain and let people have their say. So whatever happens, we move on.
Well, I think that's a very fair comment, if I may say. We might come back to that a bit later on. Now, I think we can move on from that document, if that's okay.
Yes, whatever you say yourself, Mr. Cobb.
And if we can have before us another document that you referred to, and that is LACG number 8. I think that's the Coul Links Support Charter. I think you mentioned that being a snap poll in your evidence that you just gave.
Oh, yes. It's keep going, I'll try to find it. I'm not even sure if I have it here. Hold on. Get my document sorted out.
I'm sure you can't find it.
Should have a list of the actual text.
Well, both.
Hold on, I got it here. You're looking at number 8, which will come after the Creek or Boner Bridge. Sorry for keeping waiting. I will endeavour to find the offending document. It's a very brief. I'll get more organised than I am. Yes, apologies for the faint print. Right, Mr. Cobb, go for it.
And if we can have a look at paragraph 7.
Yep. Got it?
Yes. And am I right in saying it says international golf tourism is key to improving and sustaining our area's tourist economy? International golf tourists generally bring much higher than average levels of spending. This helps improve the quality of job opportunities for local people and flows widely into many other segments of the local economy. Do you see that?
Yes, indeed.
And you see the reference there to quality of jobs.
Sorry?
Do you see the reference there to improving the quality of jobs?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, we heard evidence from Professor Bell last week. I think he said that the majority or the direct effects of the jobs here would be skilled and semi-skilled manual jobs. Do you remember that?
Yes, indeed.
Now, you appear to say the opposite there. Do you disagree with Professor Bell?
I've never really, I wouldn't dare to disagree with Professor Bell. even in times when we went to school together many years ago. It depends what you mean by quality of job opportunities. Where there are no jobs, any job opportunity has quality. And that is the situation I think we're in. We have emigration over generations, in fact, because there were simply no jobs. So any job has opportunity attached to it. In terms of, if we take that on into housing and the level of the current housing market, then it takes 2 jobs to fund a mortgage. And that is just the way things are at the moment, though we seek to improve upon them. Can you develop your point, please, just so I see where you're going with this?
No, well, I was just wanted to compare that because if you remember last week I had a discussion with Professor Bell on that point. Yes. So just it was important for me to see what your position was.
And I think, again, it's a matter of balance on what an individual perceives. We all live in our own social bubbles of observation. And it's just what you take on board from your own perspectives. As a councillor, I've been, for better or for worse, imbued upon me to provide some leadership. And leadership involves mainly looking behind you regularly to see there's somebody still following you, amongst other things. And you've always got to take on board people's views and build them into your own general world perspective. And it's a matter of continuous correction there as well. And listening to Professor Bell, I will correct my views if need be as I proceed.
Thank you for that. Now, I think your recognition, you say that this document reflects the range and the depth of local support of the development.
Yes, bearing in mind it is a kind of a 10-day snapshot.
Yes, because I think there's about 23 signatures on that document.
Offhand, I'd have to check through just what I've actually said here. There are 23. These are actual businesses or operations of some kind or another, and there are 93 local residents, I believe, who actually put their names to that they would actually positively support and add support, add substance to the development should it go ahead.
And it might be useful to look at that number in context of the total number of local businesses that are within the Dornoch area community interest
point,
group.
and I think you've got to look at people prepared to step forward into a fairly distinctly controversial application, and have the courage to put their names to supporting the application.
But you'd accept that there's 99 members of the...
It is a snapshot, and I accept your point.
Okay, thank you for that. And can I just confirm that there's 99 businesses who are signed up to, who are members of the Dornoch Area Community Interest Company?
You are better briefed than I am at the moment. I would take your word for that. I'm quite happy to accept what you say.
I think it's contained within your precognition, yes, but if I'm wrong about that, then
No, I accept it. I just can't be bothered looking back to see. But and it's obviously your point will be that there's not 100% return. I accept that.
And I think we can put that document aside just now. If that's okay. Now, within your precognition, you state that the economic future of Dornoch depends entirely on tourism.
That is my perception in the basis of my experience, yes.
So, would it be fair to say that you want to see more tourism in Dornoch?
I think it would be important to have that, yes.
And of course, more tourism would mean more pressure on infrastructure, housing, public services.
It is indeed, and I think it's then up to elected representatives like myself to pursue with our local authority some provision for housing. And I think already we have another further, well, currently looking at the housing provision, which Duncan Allen alluded to last week, we have 110 planned for Dornoch West, Patland Rose, and we have 50 odd. He's building and selling as he goes, and there are around 50 plots left to develop. Dornoch North, we're working around an overall total of 220, I believe, which Springfield are working with, and the first dozen are now up in operation. And already we're starting to see a trickle of re-entrant exiles who are working away, having to live elsewhere, coming back into these properties. Up at Bishopfield, there are 40 properties which have been developed, a mixture of mid-market rental, Highland Small Communities Housing Trust, and burdened sites for young local people to build their own. And hopefully as part of that, though the Strategic Committee for EID has screwed up the plan briefly, there are around 8 sites which will be gifted to the community body for development, burdened development, so that there's no quick profit. There are properties up there around 30 years ago, which the sites were made available and were not burdened. So there's an immediate cash-in of buy the site cheap, 10 grand, build the property, sell it on. And in that experience, then we have to be keenly aware that any public initiative in this state, in this condition, the sites must be burdened accordingly. And the Highland Small Communities Housing Trust are the group which are leading on that element.
In respect to tourism, would you accept that the NC 500 has been a big success?
The NC 500 has been a noticeable initiative. There's a comment now going round which says the East Coast is what they drive through and the West Coast is what they drive around. So it is, I think it has yet to prove itself. There always has been those in Dornoch, those who see Dornoch as a destination keep coming back, those who have been 30 to 40 years on the Dornoch caravan site and indeed the Embo caravan site. And the NC 500 may or may not be a permanent part of a tourism initiative. It brings its own problems, and these must be addressed as we see how it goes. I don't know, there's something else in there that you wanted to bring out, and I don't think I've answered your question properly.
Well, what was that in respect of?
I think you're looking at. I think we're trying to develop the concept of the NC 500 and its effect specifically on Dornoch. NC 500 is an A9 by definition route, and I think I couldn't honestly say at this point what effect it's had on Dornoch tourism. I think some further work would have to be done on that.
But would you agree, as far as tourism in the Highlands goes, wilderness and landscape are an important factor?
Oh, without a doubt, yes.
For example, many people who come to visit Embo will perhaps go for a walk in the beach at Coul Links.
They walk along the beach. They walk along the railway path, and I think I'd refer to Strew and Robertson's evidence last Friday as to the density of walker on these areas. And as you've walked around it yourself, probably you'll find that most of Coul Links, which once was a wintering for 100 cattle, is perhaps tending a bit. I think did Dr. McMullen use the term rank, and it really in parts impossible, and that may or not be a good thing. For example, if we take the Embo caravan site, there will be height of the season. There'll be 2,500 people on that site. I don't think it's in the interest of Coul Links to have 2,500 tourists tramping over it every summer. I think that would be politically negative.
So just to pick up on that point, given those concerns, are you saying that Coul Links is not a suitable walking environment?
At the present, there are routes up the beach, and there are routes along the railway line. In fact, not until quite recently, it's one of my favourite, I wouldn't say runs, it's more or less an extended stagger. It's about 4.5 miles round from Embo up the railway line to the bottom of the Fortney Brae and back down the circuit back into Embo. In my 20s, I could do it in 20 minutes. But now, I'm afraid it takes much longer. But it's not, in all my experience, it is not a frequented walking route. And unlike as Stuart Robertson has observed, the RDGC course at Dornoch, where there are walkways up both sides of the course and many transepts across which people are used without impedance.
Now, if we can move on and look at another matter. I noticed in your evidence you don't consider perhaps other options such as jobs in renewable energy, for example.
I think the jury is out in jobs in renewable energy. I think there are a number of wind farms round about to the west of Creek at Ahani, which my father managed for 30 years. And it was, I think, what we might call wildland. And what, as I mentioned earlier, Frank Fraser Darling, the original ecologist, referred to as cold, wet desert. It's very hard to make a living in these parts. And wind farms have generated income for local communities in terms of a cut-off, £5,000 per megawatt. The same could apply to Kilbrower and Gordon Bush, and indeed to Strathy, where the wind farm there has made a significant proved a significant benefit to the community there. But in terms of jobs, the jury is very much out. Unlike Openreach, the Openreach expansion, where there are increasing employment opportunities.
And I noticed as well you don't consider options such as remote working or digital infrastructure.
I think that has, in recent times, we have the fibre optic opportunities which are coming along to the advantages of the internet in that respect. It's not something with which I'm familiar. It's a closet, perhaps a closet operation is perhaps not the best way to describe it. It's an operation which is not patently observable in a high street circumstance. And also there is a bit of employment coming from Cameron Warren's initiative in taking wireless broadband to where the cable is not yet reaching. And I believe he's across by Rosehall and heading into Assynt at this point and up into Brora.
Now, I think I understood you correctly saying that you weren't very familiar with these matters, but we should perhaps remember that you're a retired computing teacher with a BSc in computing.
It's a very good point, Mr. Crabb, and it's something with which I have a passing interest. In most of my life revolves around email, and I think I'm reckoning about 8, 9, 10,000 emails in a year to get through as part of my duties, and I don't have much time to actually keep abreast of the technology. It moves so quickly, and I readily concede your point, I doubt.
And I'm sure your considerable experience as a councillor and given your professional background, that's something that you could consider, couldn't you?
Indeed, it's something perhaps I should look at more closely, but I would remember that my first experience of computing was in the days of ones and zeros, and sometimes we only had zeros. So it was a long time ago in the early stages of the technology. And time moves on very quickly, and the technology has advanced substantially.
Now, I think one of the main parts of your inquiry report, you say that you take the view that people are the economy, and you make that analogy when you talk about local people.
Yeah.
Now, you'll understand that not every local person agrees with this development.
Oh, I could readily concede that. That's a human predicament. Not everybody will agree with everything. It would be very strange if they did.
Yes, and of course you referred to a snap poll that relates to Friends of Coul Wings. Yes, that's right. The local group that I represent, they carried out a snap poll as well. It's not an online petition. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Yes, well, it's...
I'm not familiar with it. I'm aware rather than familiar.
Well, you're aware.
I'm not a Facebook person. I don't have time to go near that kind of stuff.
Well, if I were to tell you that snap poll was signed up by 90,000 people, would you...
I've heard that figure.
Yes.
Yes. And the counterpoint I would make is, are they a resident in IB25 and have they more than a passing interest in an eco-click on a Facebook page? That's a counterpoint. But It's a vast number, and that cannot be denied.
Well, if we take that...
If you actually look at a population, a UK population of 66 million, we're looking at a 0.0 something percentage of the overall population. So you can argue statistics any way at all, but it's a significant number.
Firstly, thank you for the calculations there. I was quite impressed with them, given that you just told us that when you started competing it was binary 1 and 0. You seem to do that very quickly, so thank you for that.
I'm better at sums than I am at words.
Well, if we can look at that in stages, well, first of all, I think you accepted that 90,000 people is a considerable amount across the UK. So that might be 90,000 people. If they did come to visit Coul Links, they might not be very happy to see a golf course there. You'd accept that?
I'd be happy if they actually all gave £1.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer there. Would you accept that if they came...
contributed £1 to the local economy?
Yeah, well, the question I asked you was if they came to visit Coul Links and they saw golf development, would they be happy?
It's quite a hypothetical question, but I think it's something that we would have to deal with should it ever arrive, which depends hypothetically on should the permission actually be given. There's two hypotheticals in there, and my life is too short to do more than perhaps one at a push.
Okay, well, given that all our lives might be short and time is short today, perhaps we won't dwell on that anymore. But I think you've got my point, and the report.
It's only common sense to notice and acknowledge that there is this counter argument to it. Yeah.
Now, if I were to suggest to you that within that 90,000 number, there's 2,000 people within the Highland Council area who also signed the petition, what would you say about that?
I would take your word for it, because you're better informed than I am on that score.
Okay.
But again, as Dr. Dargy has observed, I believe in his evidence, the Not Coul group, an unconstituted committee, comprise 8 individuals in this area. And we have to look at we cannot look at all parts of the picture, because that's impossible. We have to look at just as much of it as we can, as we take a stance on this issue.
No, of course, we have to look at it all. So that's exactly in that context I'm suggesting to you when you say the economy is about people and the economy is about local people. I'm suggesting to you that within that 90,000 number, there's at least 2,000 people within the Highland Council area.
Well, if you say that, I can acknowledge it. The economy is also about money. Money is the compost upon which an economy can grow or even subsist. And it is the money aspect which we're lacking at the moment. And I think I've seen some preconditions which refer to national investment and local authority investment. These just aren't going to happen. So we have to look at the private sector. In my belief, in my observation, in my experience, we have to look at the private sector to see what we can get income to support our local population, which will decrease by projection over the next two decades by 12%. Caithness goes down by 20%, Eastern Ross goes down by 20%, and the County of Southern, from its 13,500, goes down by 12%. These are projections rather than facts. But unless projections are noticed and dealt with, they do become facts. So we have to be look at as many aspects of the picture as we can.
No, I entirely agree with that, but I just take back to your point is that that the economy is about people and about the local people, and I'm giving you the figure of 2,000 people within the Highland Council who signed the online petition don't agree with it.
Yes,
so
that's
they would be part of the economy as well.
2,000 out of 225,000. 225,000 residents are approximately, it goes up, it goes down by the day, obviously, in the Highland Council area. And I've made the point before now that Southern's share of 13,500 of there is 6%, and it's been one of my campaigns in recent years that Southern should be allocated 6% of council funding, both certainly in the capital vein, because it never receives that.
And given the numbers I've quoted to you of people in the Highland Council area who don't support this development, and given your role as a councillor, how do you How do you respect the views of local people here who don't support the development?
I have to look at the bubble in which I live, and I am continuously approached by people in the local area who say they totally support this. And the number I have supporting it outweigh those who have come with a counterpoint. Now, I've always deemed myself to be fairly approachable, but perhaps in my teacher days I maybe have a certain intimidation, which is quite a false perspective, actually. So it's again, it's balanced. And you'll notice the Glen Etive issue, which has been recently dealt with by the Highland Council, where I received a significant number of emails, but because it was Wednesday and I was here, I could not attend. But the Council actually went in favour of the Glen Etive hydro schemes, despite the opposition. And that is just life, and it doesn't work out the way you want it sometimes, but you just have to make the best judgment you can at the time, looking at all the aspects. And again, what is good for it's an old argument of economy versus environment. What is good for the economy may not be good for the environment. What is good for the environment may not be good for the economy. And as always, it is the predicament of the human species to try and find a balance. And I notice Dr. McMullen's comment about Anthropocene. We are in the Anthropocene era. And stop me if I rant. But Anthropocene era, and I look at certain things where humans inexorably, with the best will in the world, cannot not interfere with nature. And I take a couple of instances which cross my mind regularly. If you look along Scalbo Street, now that used to be Crofting Township of the traditional mould, and it's now a fairly densely, not densely populated, but it is at its limit of housing in that area. And perhaps one of the most densely concentrated sections of septic tanks in the county of Sutherland. And there we have, with the best one in the world, we have this actual outflow of not human waste, because it's treated, but we have an effect of humanity on the area, which actually extends down into the Lochfleet Nature Reserve, where, in years past, we used to have significant runs of Atlantic salmon. Because it's a nature reserve, we now have 200 or so seals, and the Atlantic salmon may or may not have been wiped out in the consequence. So humans affect nature is my general rule of thumb, and we try not to affect it if we can, but sometimes it's unavoidable, and sometimes, again, a balance may or may not be possible. It is just one of the predicaments of the human species. Sorry, I'm ranting. I'll try to stop.
So you've talked to us there about the effects of humans on the environment and the impact that has. Would I be correct to understand that's inevitable, is what you're saying?
You look around, and I think inevitable is it's an interesting. It's a word which we can debate. And I think Dr. McMullen's point of view about the Anthropocene era means that the debate is in full progress. Even that is not an accepted era in human development, but it's something that we have to be aware of. But having worked in Coul myself briefly in the youth, and I remember the days when there was 100 cattle wintered over there before we ran them up onto the high chaparral at Torbal and Strathcarnig, then it was a working farm. And there were tractors rolling around and people rolling around. It has supported, at Coul, it supported three workers. Scalbo was 3, Cambasavi 2. There was a manager, and amongst all these working men, there was even 2 gamekeepers. So it's Low Cambasavi Estate was a major employer and a major impact on the local environment. Less now than it's ever been.
Do you accept or do you agree with Dr. McMullen's theory?
I think it's an interesting theory which I heard for the first time, and it's something I will read about. Just as I'm reading about Professor Bell's work on unemployment, youth unemployment, underemployment, self-employment, and so on. He's got some very good articles on the internet.
Well, if we stay on the subject of conservation, do Do you think the development of a golf course that involves potentially moving up to 6 hectares of sand dune is the only way to conserve cool links?
That's an interesting point. What I believe is that the evidence I have looked at, and I have not looked at it all, it can be achieved, and I think a balance can be sought between environment and economy. And again, Dr. McMullen's point of view reflects really local residents that it is a rank area. And picking up on a certain point, which I was talking to the gentleman who did it recently, there was some debate about the Fonseca seed fly, and it's if it was disappointed the name. If it was really a local thing, it should be the Embo seed fly or Dorna seed fly. So, but never mind. If we pick up the Fonseca seed fly, and there's a debate about its lifestyle and what it feeds on, and there's some suspicion that the ragwort plant. Now, in my regular jogs when I was training for the football team a few years back, Coul was fairly bright yellow with ragwort. And one of the reasons, as you may notice, that we put down a community right to buy on Coul as part of the Embo Trust, and we only released it in 2012 out of fairness because the place had been improved, and also because we had our targets. But it was distinctly noticeable that the ragwort suddenly disappeared, that the yellow fluorescence, which was there, was no more on the farmland and on the links.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Councillor. I think possibly because the questions are very broadly couched in very broad terms, your answers are also very broad. I wonder if you could focus the questions more tightly, perhaps, Mr. Crabb, and then we could get answers that are more directly geared to Councillor McGillivray's evidence.
I just found it quite interesting that suddenly the ragwort disappeared.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGilvray. I've no further questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Crabb. It's been a very good discussion, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So, yes, and I wish you every fortune in your chosen career.
Yes, well, the same to you, and I look forward to you hearing more about the Embo fly.
There's only pain and poverty in front of me, Mr. Crabb, I'm afraid. Any further questions?
No, I think all our points have already been dealt with, thank you. So thank you very much, Councillor McGilvray. Thank you. So when you're ready, Mr. Campbell, would you like to present your next witness? Switch the mic on.
I'm happy to present next the next witness for the Coul Group, Mrs. Genevieve Duhigg. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have in front of you a precognition and also your inquiry
I do.
report? If I could just ask you to read from the top, please, on your precognition only.
Okay. My name is Genevieve Duhigg. I'm a local business owner of 2 shops and a rental property in the area, which my husband and I have owned since spring 2017. Using my professional name of Genevieve Shaw, I am currently a non-executive director on a number of UK company boards. Prior to my current career, I spent over 20 years working in media and publishing businesses, latterly as the Chief Information and Product Officer for Pearson plc. During my career, I've had the opportunity to participate in many acquisitions and investments, giving me a significant depth of experience with which to review business cases, investment papers, economic forecasts, and leadership teams. Working with a diverse range of senior executives, private equity funds, corporate bankers, and entrepreneurs has taught me not only to apply a healthy skepticism to most financial proposals, but also to interrogate the longer-term and often unintended consequences that many investments create. I became involved in what is known as Coul in the summer of 2016 during the initial public meetings and discussions with the developers. During the setup and since the opening of the family's business in 2017 and our retail stores, I've had little day-to-day involvement with the campaign and only unsolicited communications from the developer. I welcome this opportunity that the inquiry brings to question the short and long-term efficacy of the business case, and think it is important enough to do so despite the personal and business risk this may pose for me. Given the importance the developer is placing upon the business case to override national and international environmental protections, it seems vital that the figures used are accurate and realistic. The claim that a brand new course built in the North East Highlands will, in just a decade, grow by 30% the existing number of jobs supported by golf in Scotland from 2,100 to over 2,700 seems to fit neither category. While it is well understood that flexible working, including part-time roles, are useful to many individuals and households, it is normal practice to count the impact of an investment or project in FTE numbers. This not only provides consistency throughout models, but most importantly, in a highly sensitive local economy, this would create some credence to the indirect and induced estimates. Without this accurate measure, including assumed annualised salaries and benefits, it would surely be hard to estimate the local impact.
Can I just ask you to pause there for a second? In that paragraph 8, in the second sentence, the second full sentence,
Yep.
you say this not only provides consistency throughout models, but in a highly sensitive local economy, this would add some credence to the indirect and induced estimates. Now, is the proposition only true for a highly sensitive local economy, or is it true whatever?
I think it's true whatever. In a smaller economy, the impact is greater if you get the numbers wrong.
What should we understand you mean by the words highly sensitive?
I mean, it's small, and a small number of jobs does make a big difference, but a small number of full-time jobs makes a bigger difference.
That's helpful, thank you. Paragraph 9, please.
Full-time jobs are vitally important in any economy. As well as the obvious impact on income, part-time and highly seasonal roles often leave workers involuntarily underemployed and without the opportunity to learn new skills, develop strong experience, or advance in their careers. In the worst cases, these roles also come with insecurity, a lack of formal benefits, or full legal protection. While a move to part-time jobs and the so-called gig economy may be an unstoppable UK trend, it is important to think about how another large self-declared seasonal operation might affect a small, highly sensitive economy, which is already skewed to the summer months. For the owners of such businesses, this seasonality may be manageable, as although cash flow will warrant close attention, it is predictable. For employees, this can be much harder. Long hours with a reliance on tips or gratuities in the summer and then a drawdown on savings or a dependence on benefits in the winter places huge pressure on families. In their April 2018 report, Tourism in Scotland, the Economic Contribution of the Sector, the Scottish Government highlights that although tourism is a significant and growing employer, part-time jobs make up 47% of all posts, 20% higher than overall for Scotland. 40% of which are, in their words, elementary occupations, 29% higher than overall for Scotland, and with just 40% attracting the living wage compared to 82% across Scotland's economy. Well, it's their word, but it generally means low and manual labour, low skill and manual labour, non-managerial jobs.
So it's not a derogatory term.
Absolutely
it's simply a descriptive term.
It's a descriptive term used by the Scottish Government.
Thank you very much. Go on, please.
Compared to the overall Scottish workforce, there are far fewer high-skill or professional roles in this sector. Again, I've put those in inverted commas because they're direct words from the report. And this also results in a very high proportion of underutilised and overqualified staff. In the report referenced above, it is important to note not only the impact that tourism has on part-time and lower-paid work, but also that while the sector contributes 8% of total employment in Scotland in 2017, it already represents 30% more than that in the Highlands economy. In their 1920 budget, Highlands and Islands Enterprise highlight that while the region continues to experience positive population, employment and productivity growth, there are also undeniable challenges. They say, and I've inverted commas again for the benefit of those in the room, an ageing demographic, lower average wage levels, seasonality of employment, a narrow business base and infrastructural constraints are combined with rising house prices, lack of long-term rental accommodation, the loss of banking facilities and talent retention. If the Coul Link's economic forecasts are to be believed, might we find ourselves creating a medium to long-term problem by adding further weight to a dependence on seasonal and short-term employment? The goal is surely to create quality, sustainable and fair employment, not any job at any price. To aim for a more balanced and fairer economy that can create skilled and higher paid employment opportunities must surely be supported by the Scottish Government.
Thank you very much. Sir, just for your notes, in paragraph 12, the document is NC 31.
That's okay. A recent article in the Times in January 2019 named Dornoch in its top 10 places to live by the sea. Despite highlighting our golf, wonderful beaches, great hotels and restaurants, it also reminded readers you may need a wee dram when you see the prices, £225,000 for a small cottage. In fact, the average house price for 2018 was £231,000. The UK HPI House Price Index showed the average house price in the Highlands for 2018 was £166,000 and less than £154,000 for Scotland as a whole. In the last 5 years, house prices in Dornoch and Embo have increased by over 19%, versus a national average of less than 4%, that's Scotland's national average, not the UK, and less than 6% in the Highlands. Using Zoopla's analytics tool for reference, in the last 12 months alone, there were 44 house sales in Dornoch, in a region in which purchases fell by over 6%. In comparison, data published by HM Revenue and Customs shows that on a non-seasonal basis, volume transactions across Scotland decreased by 10.6% in the same year. There is no doubt that people want to live here, at least some of the time. On Airbnb in January this year, there were over 80 rental properties listed between Dornoch and Skelbo. And as I mentioned, I'm the owner of one such property. During the research and phase and in discussion with many lettings agents across the region, I was told again and again 12 to 20 weeks is what could be expected for rental income. Of course, these properties provide valuable revenue locally, boost the economy and support a huge and wide range of businesses with visitors and their spending, but it must be acknowledged that this is a highly seasonal business. We may also be at the start of a shift here that must be taken seriously and planned for carefully. Many other coastal towns across Britain have already seen the impact that the perfect storm of growth, desirability and seasonal employment can have. There are multiple local and national government reports and media investigations that highlight these challenges, and indeed some local councils have taken the drastic step of restricting how and to whom house sales can be made, most famously in St Ives, Cornwall. You are not allowed to buy new homes unless you are going to be resident for 12 months a year.
I don't think there's any suggestion that Highland Council is thinking that way.
No, not at all, but I think it was one of the pieces that was investigated in the Coastal Communities report, which was submitted to the inquiry, because the impact of having very low long-term rental accommodation is impacting communities, particularly in coastal areas and highly desirable tourist areas.
And in short, this is about houses lying empty for a substantial
houses lying empty for large portions of the year, or busy with holiday makers.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. 22, please.
A report in 2018 by Green MSP Andy Whiteman identified that there are almost 100,000 underutilised or empty homes in Scotland. The report identifies some towns, including Earlsferry, where 45% of all housing stock are not lived in year-round. It also identifies the Highlands as the region with the second highest concentration of second properties after Edinburgh, with almost 4,000 in total. The growth of second homes, B&Bs and homestay businesses also reduces council tax income, and in a region that is already struggling to make much needed investments in housing, education and infrastructure, it is surely important we take a planned long-term view. Across Scotland, we could learn from councils such as Fife, who have particularly struggled with East Neuk constituency near St Andrews. In our own region, we understand the well-publicised issues on the Isle of Skye. As with employment, this should be carefully considered and balanced. Welcoming our important visitors, building upon our vibrant and international season and economy must be countered against the danger of a town that empties out in winter, struggles to support basic public services, or cannot provide housing for its residents. The high density of holiday rentals not only contributes to the growth in house prices and decline of council revenues, but also reduces the stock of affordable long-term rentals, vital in an economy with seasonal and part-term workers, especially those who may not be local or long-term residents. On the 2nd of February, the front page of the Press and Journal outlined the impact this is having across the Highlands. There seems to be little doubt, given the low national, regional and local unemployment rates, that if the level of new jobs claimed in the developer's submission is realised, then at least at peak times, we will need to find ways to grow the available workforce. The January HIE Unemployment Digest shows unemployment in the region at 2.3%, continuing to run behind both Scotland and the UK, and this has been a long-term trend since 2014. Indeed, as a local business owner, I can attest to the strong competition businesses face to attract and retain full-time and seasonal staff locally.
Please. In the day-to-day operation of a business, and you have two retail businesses in Dornoch High Street, how does that manifest itself in practical terms?
So we've got 2 open vacancies at the moment and have had since just before Christmas last year. It's very difficult to find full-time workers.
Yeah. And these are people to work in shops?
Yes, to work in the shops.
Are they jobs that require a lot of training?
A lot of
training?
No.
Some training, presumably.
We normally have 2 days of training, and then we can expect people to perform all but the most complicated computer skills.
Okay, good. Thank you. 28, please.
In their written evidence to the Scottish Affairs Committee inquiry in 2018, which was named Immigration and Scotland, Highlands and Island Enterprise highlighted the importance to the region of non-permanent and migratory workers, especially for the tourism sector. In fact, they highlight the importance of overseas and especially EU workers to not only Scottish but Highlands and Islands tourism. They call out that 46% of all tourism business in the Highlands employ EU staff, highlighting, again inverted commas, the sparse population, low unemployment rate and relatively high level of economic activity means there is a limited pool of local labour to draw on. Clearly, the current uncertainty around Brexit and especially free movement is beyond the scope of this inquiry, but if the developers' estimates are accepted, then how the community absorbs the extra workers required, where they live, what services they will need, and the impact a non-resident seasonal workforce may have not only on wages, but also the net economics needs to be explored. The report concludes...
Sorry, can I ask you pause again? Do you consider it's been explored at all in what you read about the development proposals?
I haven't seen anything in the Bigger or Aventia reports, no.
Thank you.
The report concludes making the point that although there is growth and the region is an attractive place for EU and EEA workers, which is the wider economic unit, there is also churn, as workers come and go, especially in highly seasonal industries and areas. It is therefore vital to take the ongoing effort to attract new peripatetic workers and manage the resulting infrastructure, housing, education and healthcare provision into any business case, as this will inevitably require significant capital and investment from both the Highland Council and the Scottish Government. I do hope these ideas and comments will be useful to the reporters, if only to ensure that all stakeholders are able to have a rounded debate that acknowledges there is more at stake here than might first appear. It is surely vital that all stakeholders plan for the longer term and are not distracted by the lure of short-term promises which may prove unsustainable or even detrimental.
Thank you, Mrs. Duhigg. I have one or two supplementary questions, if I may. I don't think you're saying that these uncertainties are a reason for refusal of planning permission.
No.
I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No.
Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Could I ask you some questions, please, about paragraph 28 of your precognition, where you reference written evidence to the Scottish Affairs Committee inquiry in 2018 on immigration. And what you note is that the report, that the evidence highlights the importance to the region, which I take to be the Highlands,
yes,
of non-permanent and migratory workers. Now, the point, there was some discussion with Mr. Blackett on this point. What's your experience in terms of the sort of wages that you might expect to pay to what we call, what we are labeling here as migrant workers, perhaps as opposed to locally recruited workers?
Yeah, so I mean, there's been a lot of work done on this over the past few years, and some of it was in that paper, some of it's in other papers. But generally, it is understood that EU workers will work for the minimum wage and will often work on 0 hours contracts, i.e. without a secure guaranteed set of hours a week.
So that becomes then an employer's decision about whether those are terms on which he or she or they are prepared to recruit people.
Yeah.
What do you do as a matter of interest?
We have full-time contracts, and we employ people on 35 hours a week on the real living wage, which is above the national living wage.
When you read of the developers' aspirations to employ people at or in connection with Coul Links, with the Coul Links project, what is your understanding about the type of people that they're looking to attract? Local or migrant, or is it just anyone who'll take the jobs?
Well, I would imagine that they would very much like to employ local people first. The difficulty may well be that once you've employed the available local workforce, that if these numbers are correct, I think the numbers were in the bigger report were 120 people rising to 250. Mr. McGilvery referenced 25 full-time employees and 50 seasonal this morning. So somewhere between those numbers, again, I think economic forecasts are not precise. With the 2.3% unemployment, that's going to be very difficult, because they're either going to take from other businesses who then have to re-employ people and find available workers, or they'll have to look outside the area.
Evidence is that it's difficult to find available workers locally.
It is. There is a large, 2.3% unemployment means there is not a huge amount of available workers. And so a lot of businesses in Dornoch have open, I don't know what you call them, open places, I suppose, or open job requisitions.
Yeah. And is that true of elementary occupations just as it is of semi-skilled or skilled occupations?
Absolutely.
I'd like to ask you some questions about measures of productivity, please.
Yeah.
Broadly, what is put to the inquiry, I think, is that investment will bring economic benefit as a simple proposition. Of course, it's more sophisticated than that. But we know that the golf course will have a cost, the development of the buildings will have a cost, the development of infrastructure will have a cost, and we might call all that investment, never mind where it comes from.
Yeah.
Is it a necessary corollary of investment that there is, in inverted commas, economic benefit flowing into the community?
Well, there's two questions there, I think. One is productivity and one is investment. So if you invest in a community, there will undoubtedly be economic benefit. And I think that was well described. I watched a little bit of Mr. Westbrook yesterday evening, and that seemed to be quite well described. The difficulty comes is if you start saying productivity, or you start claiming high quality jobs, or you start claiming that people are going to be earning higher wages in tourism. And that's when I start to feel a little uncomfortable around some of those suppositions. So just to be clear around productivity, productivity is normally measured in two ways. One, the income of a business divided by the number of employees, i.e. the benefit of
including the owner?
Depends if the owner pays themselves a wage or not, or takes a dividend from the business. But normally that would be the income divided by the number of employees, and that's used to measure the productivity of an employee, i.e. how much money does an employee generate for a business. It is not used to measure how much does the employee earn. And in fact, you know, without going down too much of a rabbit hole, you could argue it's a slightly pernicious measure because it encourages employers overall, I'm not saying any local employers, but overall in the developed Western world, to push down the salaries of their employees because it pushes up their productivity. And that's where you've seen resistance to rising minimum wage, 0 hours contracts, part-time work. So I personally find productivity quite a pernicious measure. In hospitality industry, it's often used slightly differently in that it measures the amount of spending that happens, slightly different from income, but the amount of spending, and then that is divided by the number of employees. Again, it does not measure the wealth of an employee, but it does measure that it's a success measure by which to measure a business, and therefore, whoever owns the business, the benefit to them.
So we can call it a measure of the net income for a business.
The first one,
the
yes.
First one.
The first one, yes. It doesn't measure how much money flows to employees.
Right. Well, it's important to understand that. And of course, it's then for the business owner to decide what he or she does with that money that flows to the business.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's some very significant national cases, but they're probably not relevant here, but of large listed companies like Home Bargains, for instance, not paying their employees and being fined £700,000 for actually paying their employees below the minimum wage.
That's a recent news item, I think.
Yeah.
You told us in opening your statement that you were put on the alert or attracted by the claims for the large number of jobs locally across Highland and across Scotland.
Yes.
Now, what is it about those numbers that you read which was like a traffic light for you, which gave you a sense of warning?
So I think I attended the consultations in 2016, and I made the point of directly going and speaking to Bigger, who had a stand there, I suppose you could describe it. And they were starting to talk about the number of employees being in the high 80s at the time and rising. And I felt that it just set off alarm bells for me, because we know, and how many people Royal Dornoch Golf Club employ, and that's come out in evidence over the last couple of weeks as well, but I knew at the time. I'm an active member of DACHIC, I'm active in the community, so we all talk to each other and we do all know how many people we employ, and we also talk quite regularly about the difficulties of employing people and finding and recruiting people who want to do full-time jobs and who particularly want to work seasonal hours. So it felt high, just from a pure sort of number, and actually those numbers have only increased since then.
But as a simplistic measure, knowing what you know about Royal Dornoch's, of course it's a long-established golf club.
Yes.
But knowing what you know about their employee levels, you're saying this feels too high to you.
Yes, and I think that came out. I think Carol's excellent paper and presentation, had a lot of numbers in there.
Yes.
And you'll see, those are very successful businesses, and although they employ the big employers in the town and in the region, they're nowhere near approaching these numbers. So it's just very hard to sort of correlate those two. It's not that there won't be benefit. Of course there will be benefit. And of course, if you don't have a job, then any job is a good job. But there aren't very many people who don't have jobs. So which is it? Are we growing the numbers by a huge amount, or are we finding new jobs? I mean, it just feels very difficult to understand.
Can I just ask just a question of clarification? Are we talking about jobs directly, people directly employed at the golf course itself? Is that what that last question and the answer was about?
So I can't speak for Mr.
Yeah,
Campbell.
well, it was what, however clumsy my question, it was what is intended to be.
Well, okay. Well, let me rephrase it. When answering the question, there, are you talking about overall the amount of jobs that are forecast, direct and indirect, or are you talking about the numbers that you understand are to be employed at the golf course itself?
Well, some of the numbers have come out over the last couple of weeks, and particularly the last couple of days, and I've been trying to keep track of them, but it is quite hard because they are slightly changing. So my understanding currently is that the bigger report says that there will be 120 jobs in the local area, rising to 250 from the whole impact of the investment. Not just on course, but from the whole impact. I believe the numbers quoted this morning actually were 25 full-time employees on the course and 50 seasonal. So that's 70, but that slightly doesn't correlate with Bigger's insistence that the numbers are FTE equivalent. So I'm afraid on the fly I can't start adding those numbers up. But again, I sort of slightly wish Bigger had been more precise in the first place.
Okay, no, that's fine, thank you.
DACHIC or DACIC, the Dornoch Area Community Investment Company, is it right to understand that it contributes to the cost of running the information centre in the courthouse?
Yes, all the businesses pay a subscription or a fee or a membership fee every year, and part of that goes towards running the services in the courthouse, part of it goes towards marketing and supporting the website for the town, part of it goes towards supporting the mobile application, and then there are individual costs that go on top of that every year for additional marketing efforts, for participating in the Whisky Festival, for taking stands at events. So it's a significant cost that every business bears, and if you're a small business, it can be, I think we contributed almost £600 last year, which for a small retail business is quite a significant amount. Well, there are 99 businesses. Sorry,
let me finish the question here.
Sorry.
Just as you've contributed, so also presumably does the Courthouse Cafe, the Links House Hotel, Royal Dornoch Golf Club, and so on.
Yes, there are 99 businesses, and there's, I think the committee have done a good job of trying to be fair with varying levels of contribution depending on the size of your business. So if you're a very small bed and breakfast, you contribute one amount, and if you're a very large internationally recognised golf club, then you contribute another amount, and everything on the scale in between. But everybody contributes to the benefit of the whole.
And the information centre just happens to operate from the courthouse?
Yes, as it always has.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Let's have a 10-minute break now, shall we? And resume about 5 to 11.
No, it's fine.
Ms. Wilson, can we have your questions for the witness, please?
Good morning, Mrs. Dewick.
Morning.
In your precognition and inquiry statement, you tell the inquiry that you moved to Embo in 2014, is that right?
Skelbo.
Sorry?
Skelbo. I moved to Skelbo. Actually, I moved to Dornoch first. I rented a cottage in Dornoch and then moved to Skelbo.
So, I think we know that you've had a, as you described, long-held dream of moving here since family visits. Was it your family or your husband's family who lived in this area?
My husband's family moved to the area in the 90s.
And after that, you visited and decided to move here?
That's right.
And from your background, it looks as though you were prepared to take a major change in your career in order to make that move. Is it a permanent move, so far as you're concerned?
Yes.
And has living in the Dornoch area fulfilled your lifetime expectation?
Yes.
And so far as your business interests are concerned, you have two local businesses. I think they're the two stores on the high street.
Yes, it's one business, but yes, two
different stores. You mentioned that you have two vacant positions. How many people in total do you employ?
In the last financial year, we employed 9 people, 7 full-time, 2 part-time.
And at the moment then you're employing, is it the part-time or the full-time positions you can't fill?
They're full-time.
And what's your role in the business?
I'm a director of the business and I work in the business, so depends how much detail you want.
Well, what kind of responsibilities do you have as a director in the business?
To run the financial affairs of the business. I also do all the weekly ordering for the food shop, and I work in the shop twice a week on the weeks that I'm here.
And do you also have a property that is in the rental market, is that correct?
It's currently in the rental market. We have a family looking to move here. Not my family, a family, so it's in the middle of a sale process.
And why is it you're selling your self-catering property?
Why am I selling?
Is it because it's seasonal?
No, I just want to sell the property.
So are you no longer going to do business in that sector of the market?
We're currently building 3 apartments, 3 flats in the town, and we haven't decided yet whether we'll sell them, rent them long-term or seasonally. Now,
you've given us your background in business. What academic qualifications do you have?
I have a BA Joint Honours degree in Sports Science and English Literature.
So on that basis, you don't have a relevant qualification in terms of economic impact?
No, but I do think 25 years working and running businesses and business units gives me some view.
It might give you a view, but have you ever carried out an economic impact assessment?
I've never done an economic impact assessment.
And from your background in business, you don't have experience in tourism?
Apart from running 2 businesses in a tourist town, no.
Sorry, somebody moved their chair. I missed the end of that answer.
Apart from running 2 businesses in a tourist town, no.
You mean since you've been in Dornoch?
Yes. Sorry.
But as you know, the tourism sector is very specialist, even amongst qualified economists.
I'm not here as an economist.
But you're very critical, though, of the figures used by Mr. Blackett in his report. You're very sceptical, I think, as you refer to it.
That's the word I would. Sorry, do you like carry on?
Very sceptical as to the conclusions he reaches from carrying out his economic impact assessment.
What I said was that when I first met Bigger, and then when I read the reports, the numbers felt very high compared to other local knowledge that I had, and that when I've looked at them more closely, there was the one particular instance in Mr. Blackett's report around the impact on the Scottish economy as a whole, which feels very difficult.
Could you have his updated report, please, in front of you? Do you have them? APP 6.1. APP 6.1.
Yes, fine. Yeah.
Have you read through the
Sorry,
update?
I'm just going to the right number. It's a long report. 6.1 you said, didn't you?
That's the document number.
Oh, I do apologise. I thought you meant the paragraph.
No, that's the document number. Have you read this report?
I have read this report.
And the references that you make to his evidence in your inquiry report and in your evidence today, was that based upon his updated report or related to his original report that was in the environmental statement?
I imagine, I can't remember the exact one, but I know he submitted a report after I'd submitted my report, and his precognition refers to my precognition, so I assume that was submitted afterwards.
Now, the procedural sequence was that all witnesses who wanted to produce an inquiry report, or some referred to them as topic papers, had to produce them with the documents and with any supporting documents. And 2 weeks later, parties submitted precognitions which took account of, or could take account of, anything that they wanted to rebut. That was the process. Your precognition followed upon your own inquiry report. But in your precognition, you have added some additional evidence, but you don't seem to have taken account of either the updated report produced by of either the precognition produced by Mr. Blackett and also the report and precognition produced by Aventia Consulting.
I think in my inquiry statement I say quite clearly that I felt Mr. Westbrook had addressed many of the detailed elements of the bigger report, and therefore, and as a qualified economist, he was better placed to do so.
Is that not somewhat selective, though? You decided that Mr. Westbrook, being an economist, was somebody's evidence that you would adopt, but you don't really give in your evidence good reason for leaving out of account the applicant's economic impact evidence, social and economic evidence, do you?
I'm not sure what your question is.
Go to page 4 of your report.
Of my inquiry report or my precognition?
No, your inquiry report.
Thank you.
And at the bottom of that page, you say the report from this economist is detailed in its rebuttal and therefore doesn't warrant repetition from me. And then you make your own points in relation to aspects of socio-economic impact assessment. What I'm putting to you is that you're very willing to accept Mr. Westbrook's conclusions, but you don't... Sorry.
So can you give us page number again? We're looking at NC142, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And page number that you're referring to?
It's page number 4 and it's the last paragraph.
Page 4, thank you.
So if we just go back to what you say under the heading of Coul links economics, you've explained why it is you decided to rely upon Mr. Westbrook's competing report, and you also explained that you expressed your concerns to Bigger and the development team at the public meeting. Do we have in writing the concerns that you had at that time, or should we assume that they cover the points that you raised in the rest of your report?
I did send Mr. Warnock an email back in 2016 and Mr. McGilvray. Some of the points were raised then, some of the information has changed since 2016.
So are those points separate to the points you state in your evidence here? Or different?
Know. It's 3 years ago. It was an email that I sent 3 years ago.
So you can't recall what your concerns were in 2016?
I can recall that I spoke to Bigger, and at the time there was a discussion around traffic, and I said, are you going to do a traffic survey? They said they were. And I raised some issues around, they hadn't written, I don't think in 2016 they'd written their full report, had they?
The environmental statement wasn't complete then?
No, the economic report.
Well, that was part of the environmental statement. Right. The first economic report was produced.
So I couldn't have commented on it then?
Well, it wasn't published at that point.
Right, so I couldn't have commented on it then?
I think you're misunderstanding the point,
okay,
Mrs. Duke. What I'm putting to you and what I'm trying to ascertain is whether or not the issues that you raise in your evidence to this inquiry are new issues. They weren't the concerns that you had in 2016, but they're new issues.
Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. It would be very difficult for me to comment in 2016 on a report that wasn't written. So by definition, if I'm going to comment on a report that was written after 2016, they would be different.
Well, let's take housing, for instance.
Yeah.
That's not dealt with in the Bigger report. So if you had a concern about housing, the concerns that you express in your inquiry report, pages 10 onwards, that's a view that you could have formed at that time. If you were genuinely concerned about there not being enough houses to house the staff that would be attracted into the area.
But in 2016, we didn't have the numbers of potential employees that Bigger think are coming to the area. So how could I have commented on it?
Okay, well, let's just return to the original point that was being made, which is that you were very willing to accept Stephen Westbrook's analysis and conclusions, but you seem to have just set aside the Bigger report and the Eventia report.
I don't think I have set it aside, no.
Well, the only questioning, so far as you're concerned, of the Bigger report is in relation to the numbers of full-time equivalent jobs.
I think, as I said, I'm not an economist, so I tried to not pretend to be an economist, but to talk about issues which I felt I knew a bit more about, which were more local issues.
Am I correct that the only issue that you discuss in your evidence is primarily how many jobs will be created by this development?
No.
Well, just look at your inquiry report. Can you point...
Sorry, let me just repeat the question back to you. Is the only issue I raise in my inquiry report about full-time jobs?
I don't think you're listening. So far as the bigger report is concerned.
Oh, right, sorry, the bigger report.
Yes. Am I correct that the only issue that you raise that's directly relevant to the bigger report in the economic impact assessment is questioning the number of full-time jobs?
Yes.
Thank you. So, on that basis, as that's the only issue that you challenge, why is it that your evidence doesn't consider the potential positives that are brought out in both the bigger report and also the Eventia report?
I think I say on a number of occasions that if the numbers of jobs are correct, let's assume that they are, and it says that throughout there, if we assume the numbers are correct, if we believe the numbers, then I was trying to concern myself with the unintended consequences that weren't addressed in the bigger or Eventia reports that might cause concern in the local economy.
Unintended consequences, to use your headings, relate to seasonal work, i.e. the nature of the jobs, sustainability, and housing.
Yeah.
And what you say are negative effects of migration.
No, I don't say migration is negative at all. Migration is a very important part of the economy.
Right. So is your only concern that there may not be the services to support that migration?
That is what has been found in other constituencies in both Scotland and in the wider UK.
Did you hear Mr. Good's evidence yesterday when he made the point that there's a big difference between a large-scale development such as the construction of a nuclear power station in what is a rural area not used to large numbers of people, and this type of development where numbers will be slowly absorbed into the surrounding settlements, not just Dornoch?
No.
You didn't hear that evidence?
No.
Did you hear the evidence of Mr. Blackett to the inquiry?
I've heard some of Mr. Blackett's. Unfortunately, I've been working, so I haven't had time to attend all these sessions or watch it.
Is the reality of the situation that you set aside the applicant's economic and social impact evidence because you're first and foremost an objector to the development?
No, as I think I said earlier today, there is no doubt that there will be some economic benefit to the area by the investment. Any investment in an area will bring economic benefit. So I have absolutely not set aside the full economic benefit. There will be some. My statement to the inquiry says I cast some doubt over some of the numbers, but there are better qualified people than I to do so, so I will let those economists have that conversation among themselves. If the numbers are to be believed, I have some concerns over how the impact of those jobs on the local economy, what the impact of those jobs on the local economy is in an area where we have very low unemployment, very high seasonal employment, very low availability of long-term rental accommodation.
I'll come back to that, but if we can just focus on your background and what may be driving those concerns. Mr. Campbell this morning asked you whether or not you were suggesting that your evidence was being put forward to invite the reporters to recommend refusal of planning permission. And you said, no, definitely not. That wasn't how your evidence should be taken. So is it fair to characterise this evidence as just a statement of your concerns, but not an argument or a presentation of evidence that's intended to result in refusal of planning permission?
I think what I said is that given that the applicant seems to be relying on the socio-economic impact as a reason to override environmental concerns, then it is important that the economic case is given as much weight as the environmental case.
But you don't think that your evidence forms a basis for refusal of permission?
I think it would be...
Don't answer the question, please. The witness is not a planner. She's answered that question now twice, to me and once to you, to my own friend, and is not, on any view, qualified to give an answer about whether or not this application should have planning permission. So it's just not a fair question.
So I'm just trying to get clarity. I want to be sure that I understand Mrs. Dewig's position, because there is, on the face of it, something of a conflict that she's bringing forward evidence to be weighed in the balance, and has told the inquiry that it's not her position that her evidence, I just find exactly what she said. The question that was put to her was, you're not saying that these are reasons for refusal of planning permission? And the answer that I noted was no. So, on that basis, I'm asking Mrs. Dewey what weight should be given to this if they're not reasons for refusal. If it's not a basis for a reason for refusal. Is it just a noting of concerns?
I can understand the question, but going back to Mrs. Dewig's recognition, I think her conclusion is that she hopes the ideas and comments will be useful to the inquiry, if only to ensure that all stakeholders are able to have a rounded debate, and acknowledges there's more at stake here than might first appear. So I thought we'd got clarity on that matter, but not sure if there's anything else to be drawn.
By stakeholders, Mrs. Dewig, do you include not Coul?
All stakeholders.
Sorry?
All stakeholders.
So you do include not Coul?
I think we accept they're a stakeholder.
And you were one of the founding members of not Coul?
As I said in my statement, yes.
And Dr. Dargy told us yesterday, I think he took over from your husband as chairman.
That's right.
This morning, during the cross-examination on behalf of not Coul of Councillor McGilvray, much was made of the 90,000 objections that not Coul elicited and rely upon. Were you involved in forming or producing the video that was on the website, Net Coul website, that invited comments to be made?
No.
Could you have in front of you, please, the extract from APP 1.28, which is that film? Sorry?
You want the volume on as well so that you can play the video?
No, sorry, there's the extract document. It's not necessary to play the video. We've got another copy if you need it.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just to clarify where you're heading on this, Ms. Wilson, if Mrs. Dewey wasn't involved in the video, why are we going through the terms of the video?
We're not going through the terms of the video, so it's just the last part. There's a series of stills taken from the video, and on the front sheet, under reference to the photos, there's a description of what is shown in those stills.
Page
Or
one.
Sorry?
Page 1.
On page 1.
Thank you.
These are extracts from the narrative.
Yep.
And if you turn to page 2, do you see under photo 7, submitting comment doesn't mean you object to the idea of a golf course here.
Sorry, I don't know. Page, photograph 2, page 2, page 7.
Second page.
Sorry, the
There's a
question's
heading.
not clear. Can I take the video away? You don't want
Yes.
it, don't you? We're on the second page of this transcript, are we?
Yes.
Yep.
Photo
I have
7.
it, yeah.
Submitting comment doesn't mean you object to the idea of a golf course here.
Yep.
And what was said on the video is reproduced below. This is the transcript from the video. We're still on page 2 at the moment.
Okay.
Doing so does not mean you object to the idea of a golf course around here, just that you think the developers should reconsider their plans and site it away from the sensitive sand dunes. Objections have already been raised by Scottish Natural Heritage, the National Trust for Scotland, the Scottish Wildlife Trust and the IUCN Well Commission on Protected Areas. Please join them in helping to prevent the destruction of cool links. Comments must be submitted by 22nd of December 2017. And then if you look at photo 7, which is the last page of the document, and you can see that there's a picture of cool links, an aerial photograph. You can submit a comment via the Highland Council website at, and then the link is given. Doing so doesn't mean you object to the idea of a golf course around here. So it's a specific Not Cool website, isn't it? From the link.
Right.
So that's set up by Not Cool
Yep.
to direct the comments or to collect the comments. Do you accept that it's quite possible from that page, if you were to be reading that page as a member of the public and not involved, that you would not think that any comment you made onto that website would be treated as an objection?
I'm not quite sure why you think I would know the answer to that.
Well, there's only 8 of you within Not Cool. I presume you
I think
discussed
as
strategies.
sorry.
I presume you discussed strategies.
I think as I very clearly said from the beginning of 2017, I was not involved in the day-to-day running of Not Cool.
Well, I didn't say the day-to-day running. I'm talking about this strategy.
Okay,
You must
let
have
me
all
be
di-
clearer. I did not discuss the strategy of what happened with this video. And I must be clear on this because the accusation that I made this video or that my husband made this video has been made in a number of times in public forums and also in writing to me and to a number of other people in the community. And it is absolutely incorrect.
I'm not asking. The last question I
I'm
put.
simply stating that as you're bringing this up and you directly asked me the question if I had made this video, I must object because I have told the developer and other people involved with this development that I had nothing to do with the making of this video, and nor did my husband, and I absolutely need to make that clear here in public.
Well, you've done that, and I
Thank
wasn't.
you.
If you could let me finish. And I wasn't in that last question challenging your previous answer to me that you hadn't been involved in it. What I was asking you to do was to look at this photograph as though you were a member of the public not involved at all with this development. And would you not take from the wording on that photograph that by clicking on that website you were doing no more than recording any comment that you had to make?
If that is what then happened when you completed that user journey, then that is what then happened.
Thank you. Did you attend the inquiry sessions where the witnesses for the local area community group gave evidence? Last Friday and again on Tuesday, I think it was, this Tuesday.
I came here on Wednesday afternoon.
So you know that, well, you may not know this, but if you've reviewed the inquiry papers, you know that there were 9 witnesses from different parts of the community with different contributions to the community.
That's right.
And not only is the community council in support, the 2 local councillors, well, the actual local councillor, Councillor McGilvery, and the councillor for the adjacent ward, Councillor Monroe, Provost Ross, the Dornoch Area Community Interest Company, the Dornoch District Community Association are all supporters of the proposal, along with Embo Trust, aren't they?
Yes.
Together with other additional supporters, such as 4 existing local golf clubs and the University of Highlands and Islands, based in Dornoch.
Yes.
Do you participate in the Embo Trust?
No.
Are you aware that the Embo Trust have a mechanism through which they can participate in the golf course and benefit from the development of the golf course and running of the golf course?
I've seen that publicised, yes.
And the University of Highlands and Islands was represented here by Alan Fleming, who discussed his degree courses. You've been very dismissive of the nature of the jobs that could be generated through this development. But did you?
I have not.
Well, forgive me, but it seems to me when I read your evidence on seasonal work, you emphasise that essentially they're not good quality jobs.
No, I do not.
Well, have a look at page 7 of your inquiry report. In the middle paragraph, which you were asked about in your evidence in chief, you were asked whether or not you were being pejorative in referring to elementary occupations.
Yep.
And you explained that you weren't being pejorative, but you were describing the nature of those occupations. But to put it in context, what you are saying in your evidence is that that's how you view the jobs that would be generated through this proposed development.
No,
essentially elementary occupations.
No, what I actually said, and I was very clear about that this morning, is that the term elementary occupations is deliberately in quotation marks because it is lifted directly from Tourism in Scotland, the economic contribution of the sector, and it is how the Scottish Government refers to those jobs. It is not how I refer to those jobs.
I understood that, but what you're saying in your evidence under the heading of seasonal work is that the type of jobs that would be generated fall within that description. The wording doesn't matter. I'm not taking issue at all with your use of that
Well,
phrase.
you are, because you said that I was being
If I could
dismissive
finish,
about the types of work.
If I could finish, Mrs. Dewick.
Fair enough.
You use this word. You think it's relevant to your evidence.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to
Which
interrupt again. If you just don't answer the question, please, for a second. In evidence in chief, the witness was asked about this expression, and she told us that she had put it in quote marks because it is lifted from a Scottish Government paper. I expressly asked her, and I have the notes, whether she was using it as a pejorative term, and she said no. Now, it's not she used this word. That is not fair. She has lifted somebody else's language to describe a category of occupations.
I think it's perfectly clear, sir, that I've recognised that she gave the explanation that she gave, but my questions are specific about what is the relevance of it, and she wouldn't have cited that passage unless it has some relevance, and I'm trying to establish whether or not what she's saying is that the jobs that she describes under seasonal work, the seasonal work heading, she considers fall within that definition. That's not saying that it's her definition?
That isn't the question you asked.
Well,
You put these words into the witness's mouth and then accused her of using them in a not insulting way, but in a pejorative fashion. And that is all I'm objecting to.
Well, let's move forward with the question as now framed then. Thank you.
now, the question that I asked you was whether or not the jobs that you describe under the heading seasonal work, first couple of paragraphs, you consider fall within that definition.
Let me take a step back because I'm not quite sure what you're asking. The point I'm making around seasonal work is that largely in an economy which is very seasonally driven, because it is a tourist destination, i.e. the busiest time in the town is May to October. And there are many jobs that come to the season. So between May and October, there are more jobs than there are between November and April. That is in the town. By adding another large seasonal business, there will be inevitably more seasonal jobs. And indeed, in the evidence this morning, I think the numbers given were 25 full-time employees and 50 seasonal employees. There is nothing wrong with seasonal work. I'm not being dismissive about seasonal work. I'm saying if an economy is over-reliant on seasonal work, it makes it very hard for families and for people who don't have full-time work. That's all I'm saying. It's harder to have a part-time job and support a family than it is to have a full-time job and support a family.
So what should the inquiry take from your reference to the April 2018 report and what you say about the percentages of different part-time jobs?
I think what the inquiry should take is that by adding another large seasonal business to the town, there is the potential for unintended consequences, such as more underutilisation, more part-time work, more overqualified staff being underemployed, i.e. not unemployed but underemployed, i.e. in part-time or seasonal work. And the implications of that are more requirement on long-term rental accommodation, of which there is already a dearth. So it's very difficult to just take one aspect of this and drill into it. I understand why you might want to do so, but what I'm trying to say is that by adding another large seasonal business to the town, which is already seasonally driven, do we exacerbate some of the problems that we already see, i.e. part-time work, unavailability of affordable rental accommodation, and an impact on local services through a changing and churning workforce?
How many full-time equivalent jobs do you understand there would be directly employed by the golf club? Because there was some confusion in your evidence in chief as to whether the numbers that you were quoting under reference to the bigger report was or was not direct employment by the golf club.
I don't think there was any confusion on my evidence. I simply said that my understanding was that in the local area, the bigger numbers were between 120 rising to 250, but that Mr. Gilvery this morning had referenced 25 full-time employees. I'm sure Mr. McGilvery is not, as he's not part of the development team, that is just a number that came up this morning.
Well, when you said the numbers keep changing, do you accept that so far as Mr. Blackett's evidence is concerned, his numbers haven't changed since he wrote his first report?
His definitions have changed. So originally, in his original report, he referred to jobs, and then he has clarified in his evidence, I'm understanding, and it was referenced again this morning, that he referred to full-time employees. So that I don't know if there was confusion about the numbers, I will let the economists battle that out, but there was definitely a change between jobs and FTEs.
Well, he confirmed in his evidence that the numbers hadn't changed between his updated report and his initial report.
But he did confirm that he meant to refer to FTEs in his original report, and he now confirms that he meant FTEs.
Yes, that was a point of clarification because it was in direct response to Mr. Westbrook's report.
Well, it's a very important point, isn't it? The difference between a job and a full-time job is important, particularly if you're the
Well, I
owner
think
of
everybody
that job.
knows that, Mrs. Dewey. The point is that there has been clarification provided as to what he was referring to in his report.
Well, that's good.
But his numbers remain the same. And if you could look, please, at his report. APP 6.1. And as I think you'll be aware, he refers to these jobs in the first year and also in the fifth year of operation, and then finally in the 10th year. And that's the basis upon which the numbers change, depending upon whether one is looking at year 1, year 5, or year 10. Is that what you understand?
Which page are you looking at?
Page 6 and 7, where he summarises the key findings of the 2016 bigger analysis.
Yep.
And is that what you understand, that that's the reason that he has 3 different numbers?
Those are the numbers that I've quoted on a number of occasions this morning, 120 rising to 250. I've not queried those numbers. I've quoted them myself a number of times this morning.
But in your evidence, you believe that that is unbelievable because it amounts to 30% of the employment figure used in the KPMG report.
You're looking at 2 different numbers.
Sorry?
I think you're comparing 2 different numbers. So in the report that you're looking at now, pages 6 and 7, we're referring to 120 additional jobs in the local area in year 1. This is in the bigger report. Rising to 250 additional jobs by year 10. That's pages 6 and 7 in the report you asked me to look at.
Mm-hmm.
In my precognition and statement, I make a comment and I say, in the first category is the fundamental claim that a brand new course built in the North East Highlands will in just a decade grow the existing numbers of jobs supported by golf in Scotland from 2010 in the KPMG report 2011 to over 2,700. The 2,700 jobs is the 2,100 plus the 680 additional jobs across Scotland that is referenced in 3.8 of the bigger report. So if you add 680 to 211, I apologise, I've rounded up by 20 to 2,700. I believe those 2 are the comparable numbers.
Well, if you look at page 5 of your inquiry report or your precognition, in your inquiry report at page 5, you give a reference from that figure of 2,100, which is the KPMG report of 2011.
Yes.
Could you have that in front of you, please? It's NC 36. NC 36. No, it's the KPMG report.
I'm sorry, you have to look.
No, that's all right.
this is a summary of the key indicators. Do you have that in front of you?
Page 28.
Yeah. And the figure that you quote in your evidence of 2,100, you see that the total employment figure for golf tourism, which is one part of the golf economy, golf industry economy. Do you see that?
On page 28.
Yes, there's a table. It should be a table headed summary of key indicators.
Page 28, is that page 27? Oh, there we are, sorry. The page numbers are at the top, not the bottom. That one.
No, the numbers are at the bottom right of the page.
No, they're at the top. That's what confused me. They're there. I thought. Yes.
Right. So there are a number of categories within this summary of key indicators.
Yeah.
And your figure of 2,100 that you've taken from this report is the employment for golf tourism.
Yeah.
And as you know, Mr. Blackett addresses this in his precognition and explains why he doesn't consider that figure to be the correct comparator, but rather, if you look at the bottom total for golf, the golf economy, do you see that?
Yes.
The total employment figure is 20,000.
Yes.
And that, in fact, is 3%, a 3% increase in growth from this development.
I think there was some confusion over the word support.
Sorry?
I think there was some confusion over the word support.
Support.
Supported by. So it depends whether you look at the numbers where they're directly employed by golf or the induced and indirect numbers. And I looked at the 2,100 jobs supported by golf, and then the wider number in the Highlands area that was in the bigger case, which says there will be jobs as an indirect impact, so not directly employed by Coul links and not directly in the economy, but in the wider Scottish economy.
Well, Mr. Blackett, in his professional opinion, considers the 20,000 figure to be the better comparator because it's his assessment that much of the economic benefit and spend will be off-site.
Well, as I said earlier today, I will let the economists battle that out among themselves.
So you accept then that if you took Mr. Blackett's figure of 3%, that is in fact a realistic growth impact compared to your 30% growth impact.
Yes, I mean, if that's what his evidence was, then that's what his evidence was. I haven't seen his evidence, I'm sorry. I've been at work, so I haven't seen his evidence.
Did you read his precognition?
I've read his precognition, yes.
And he explains it in there. He addresses your point on page 5 of your inquiry report in his precognition.
Does he? Could I look at that?
Just before we do go to that,
all right.
It's your own evidence, the inquiry I'm interested in.
Okay.
The paragraph that I took you to, you say, it is purported by the development and their economists that Coul links on its own will have a 30% growth impact on golf-related jobs in Scotland. There are many more fantastical numbers contained in the developer's submission, but this alone should cause any reader to draw breath, pause, and imagine what other exaggerations and faulty premises are included therein.
Yeah.
So it's a fairly colourfully expressed opinion as to what you take from that 30% growth impact figure. But if in fact the correct figure is 3%, then you would have to withdraw that last paragraph, wouldn't you? 3% is not a fantastical number.
3% is not a fantastical number. I can be less colourful if you'd like me to be. And
3% is not an exaggerated number.
I'm afraid on the fly I'm not able to just look at a different set of tables and go back. But I accept Mr. Blackett's. If Mr. Blackett has given evidence saying that the numbers compared are incorrect, then I'm happy to accept that.
And did you also note from his report that based upon further work that had been done by Mr. Good in understanding what the spin-off benefits of a Kaiser Coul Crenshaw course may be at this location, that he thinks that the assumptions he uses in his report are conservative?
I'm sorry.
He's reviewed his report.
Yes.
Based upon the updated information available from Mr. Good's investigation of the project known as the Kaiser Coul Crenshaw golf course. And his conclusion, as a consequence, is that the assumptions that he's used in his report are conservative.
I have no view whether Coul Crenshaw Kaiser combination adds economic impact or not.
In terms of your opinion as to whether or not the type of seasonal jobs that may be generated by this development are not jobs that are necessarily to be welcomed into this area, do you know how many full-time members of staff would be involved?
I'm really
I'm not
sorry,
sure.
but that was not
Forgive
my
me, Mrs.
evidence.
Duke.
Sorry.
I'm not sure that that's a fair quote from earlier evidence from this witness. Jobs that are not welcomed into this area.
Seasonal jobs. I have asked about seasonal jobs.
Those were not welcome.
Right. Mrs. Duig, what is your position about seasonal work? Because it seems to me when I read this section of your precognition and your inquiry report that you're very much saying this is an area and a town where we are already dependent on seasonal economic activity, and that there are negative implications about another development that will involve seasonal employment. Is that your position?
No, what I actually said was we already have a large number of seasonal jobs in this area because we're a tourist destination. So we already have a large number of seasonal jobs in this area. If we are to add more seasonal jobs, if we think that the only type of economy that we can grow is a tourist-related economy with more seasonal jobs, then we should look at the unintended consequences that that might bring. If you have a part-time job or a seasonal job, as evidenced in the Scottish Government report and in HIE's own statements, then you earn less than if you have a full-time job. And as evidenced in the Scottish Government, only 40% of jobs in the tourist economy in the Highlands and Islands earn a living wage. So by definition, they are already counted as a lower income job. Therefore, if we add more lower income jobs to the town, there will be other consequences. We will need more rental accommodation because it will be harder to get a mortgage. We will need to grow the workforce in the seasonal time period. Again, we'll need more short-term rental accommodation. And if we grow the seasonal workforce in a short period of the year, then there are peaks and troughs for local services which are very difficult for a local council to accommodate. And we've seen that in other Scottish coastal constituencies, and I submitted some of that in my report.
So these unintended consequences that are of concern to you must depend upon whether your assumption as to the employment conditions for seasonal workers would be the same for the golf course proposed at Coul Links as have been recorded in reports and that are of general application.
No, not entirely, because Coul Links is not the only employer that's gathered in these numbers. As we discussed earlier, the numbers are 120 rising to 200 in the local town. They're not all employed by Coul Links.
So far as Coul Links is concerned and that development and the employment associated with that development, there's no reason to suppose that it couldn't provide a high-quality job, such that would attract perhaps younger people back into the area.
What do you mean by a high-quality job?
Greenkeepers.
I'm looking at, so a greenkeeper is a very high-quality job, and we have greenkeepers in the town. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of jobs are seasonal. I don't know whether greenkeepers are seasonal or not. Maybe I'd imagine they're full-time, as the course needs to be maintained full-time.
They're full-time jobs.
Yeah. So there are seasonal jobs that, whether they're directly employed by Coul Links or in the town, the increase in the bigger report says there will be an increase of jobs in the town, and not all employed by Coul Links. Golf is a seasonal business, and the numbers spike in the summer, and therefore more seasonal jobs are created. It's very difficult for most businesses to employ people full-time if they're not open full-time.
Well, do I take it from that you're not challenging the nature of the jobs that could be provided through the development of Coul Links' proposed golf course? It's the spin-off employment within the town you're questioning.
I have no idea how Coul Links intend to employ people or otherwise.
We heard from Alan Fleming that there are 2 different degree courses at the branch of the University of Highlands and Islands in Dornoch. And I don't know if you've read his precognition.
I did.
And he explains the interrelationship between the university and the applicants already in terms of engaging the students in the course and giving them insight as to what's involved in the construction of a new golf course.
I think he did an excellent job of explaining workplace and work-based education, yes, and obviously UHI is probably one of the best universities in the country of doing that and providing work-based education, which I'm a huge supporter of and spent quite a lot of time at my Pearson role working in that sector.
So you would agree that this development represents a good opportunity for young people who are going to university, pursuing that career, and potentially able to move on to work at a golf course that is at a stage of development that they'll learn much from?
As indeed the students already do, working at the local courses. I believe they've been very involved in the reconstruction of one of the holes at Royal Dornoch as well.
We've heard about that hole already. And there would also be managers and assistant managers involved in running the business, wouldn't there? The admin staff.
As I said, I'm not party to Coul Links' business plan.
But it would be wrong to think that there aren't managerial opportunities, that there aren't career opportunities associated with this proposed development.
As I've said a number of times, any economic investment brings economic benefit, and I'm sure there will be high quality jobs there, to use your words. I'm sure there will also be seasonal jobs there.
An example of seasonal jobs that has been discussed by the witnesses from Dornoch Golf Club are the way in which caddies come to Royal Dornoch. They're seasonal employees, but as one of the witnesses explained, very often they then go abroad and continue working as caddies for the rest of the year where the weather's a bit nicer than it is in the north of Scotland in the winter, or warmer anyway. So seasonality is not an issue necessarily for a caddy. It shouldn't be assumed that because somebody is working on a seasonal basis, that they're not otherwise provided for during the rest of the year, should it?
As I said in my statement, part-time and seasonal work has benefits for many families.
So far as you raise the question of housing, again, Mr. Crabb, on behalf of Not Coul, cross-examined Professor Bell on this issue as to how somebody on a lower wage would manage to buy accommodation, which comes from your evidence. So I took it as a line of question that comes from your own evidence. Professor Bell's response was that there were many options open. For a start, in that situation, he would envisage that people employed at either in Dornoch or at the golf club would look to other settlements to live and travel to work. That's not something that you consider in your evidence. You assume, when you discuss this issue, that all those who have an employment opportunity as a consequence of the golf course would be seeking to find a home in Dornoch, but there are other options open to employees.
I don't think I do make that assumption, no.
Well, we don't find in your evidence any discussion of where employees might find housing accommodation. We just find a discussion of the limited opportunities in Dornoch. I think that's a fair summary.
It's a fair summary. Dornoch and the Embo area I looked at, yes.
But there are other settlements nearby where, both small settlements and towns nearby, where people might find accommodation.
Indeed.
And they're not affected by the Dornoch distortion of house prices.
I haven't done an analysis of the whole Highlands area, no.
It's fair to say that the particular issues that you address, such as housing and migration, and the predominance of seasonal work in this part of the Highlands, is generally a problem that has to be addressed, and that Highland Council and other public sector agencies are seeking to address.
Yes.
Yes. Would you agree that the solution, for the purposes of increasing productivity in the tourism sector, is to attract high-quality investment?
I think it's very important that the area attracts high-quality investment. I think I answered a question earlier about productivity. I think it's important not to conflate the two. But I do think investment in this area is absolutely vital. I would like to think that I've made some myself. I will have invested by the end of this year £2 million in the Dornoch economy. So I do believe, I understand that high quality investment is needed in this area. I like to think that I'm contributing to some of that myself.
And do you understand that it's government policy in relation to the tourism market and growing the tourism market for Scotland that there's particular policy support for attracting high-spending tourists, or high-value tourists as they've been referred to?
I don't have that in my evidence, but if that's the case, then I accept that. I would think that that was a very sensible strategy.
Thank you, Mrs. Dewig.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That concludes cross-examination.
We have no questions. Mr. Campbell, your further questions.
Thank you very much. Just a few matters, Mrs. Dewig, if I may. My learned friend started off by questioning your economic pedigree, if I can put it that way. I don't wish to intrude, but what did you do at Pearson's and for how long?
I worked at Pearson for 12 years. For the last 4 years of my career, I was the Chief Information Officer and Product Officer, and I ran digital strategy for the company. I had 5,000 people working for me and a budget of $1 billion.
And what is Pearson's, for those who don't know?
Pearson is a listed company on the FTSE 100. It's a global education business. It also owns the Financial Times and Penguin Books.
Thank you. As well as being a director of two small businesses in Dornoch, do you sit on a number of boards?
I do.
Is one of them a bank?
Yes, I sit on the board of Santander UK.
And is one of them a large international engineering consultancy?
I sit on the board of Ove Arup Limited, which is a international engineering and consultancy company.
With what sort of turnover?
It's almost 2 billion.
Thank you. Looking at this and stepping back from it a little bit, do you consider qualified to comment on the projections which we have in front of us for this golf course proposal?
I have, over the years, reviewed a large number of business cases ranging from a few £100,000 to a few £1 billion, and I was very closely involved. I sat on the management board.
Just speak slowly, will you, please?
I sat on the management board at Pearson PLC. In my final year there, I reviewed over 40 business cases. We made over 20 acquisitions.
Could you take up again the transcript of the video which you were shown? Do I take it back from you, or do you have it there?
I think I have it.
Yeah. Turn to the last page, which is, I think, a photograph of the end of the video.
Yes.
You've already told us that you had nothing to do with the making of this video. Is there anything in that last page which suggests that if you click on the URL which is given there, that you will be objecting?
No.
Thank you. What are the words that appear across the middle of the page?
You can submit a comment via the Highland Council website.
And what are the words that appear at the foot of the page?
Doing so doesn't mean you object to the idea of a golf course around here.
And did you have anything to do with writing the text,
No.
Which we see in this document?
No.
Thank you very much. Now, you've been asked a number of questions about different types of job, full-time equivalents, and so on. The clear thrust of some of the questioning was that you were dismissive of low-quality employment. Is that the case?
No. I'm very proud that we employ a number of people in the local community. We employ full-time staff and part-time staff. I also have worked in, myself, prior to executive career, bar jobs, waitressing jobs, worked on a boat. I was even a bouncer for a while, which is a long time ago now. And my brother has only ever worked in part-time accommodation and employment, and my sister was summarily unemployed most of her life.
Okay. And you're quite clear that the term elementary occupations is not yours?
I'm absolutely clear it's not mine. Some of the jobs that we do for very little pay are very difficult jobs.
You talked a little bit about what I might paraphrase in this way as the unintended consequences of adding another seasonal business to the current mix in Dornoch.
Yeah.
And you have necessarily the workforce will grow to service that business. Those consequences, as you see them, and please tell me if I summarize this fairly, is that there will be an additional need for more rental accommodation because in your view the elementary occupations will not command high enough wages to pay down a mortgage.
That's right. A living wage, i.e. if you're lucky enough to earn £9 an hour and you work 35 hours a week, a living wage is around £16,750.
Right.
Obviously, the more hours you work, the more you earn.
Yeah.
But obviously, not everybody can work more hours, and 5 days a week, 7 hours a day is a significant work day, and so that's the average salary if you're earning the living wage.
And you have no idea, I think, about the proposals for Coul links as between seasonal employments, that's to say people who are laid off at the end of the season, and or full-time employment?
No, I have nothing to do with the Coul Links business case, but that is quite a, that is what happens in some businesses around the town.
Yeah. What actually happens then in Dornoch now when seasonal businesses have to face up to the reality of the end of the season? And it starts to get colder and wetter and darker, as happens in the north of Scotland. What happens to those people?
Well, I can't speak for every business, but what happens generally in the businesses that I do speak to, there are a number of different ways in which people work with that. One is that they lay people off and they have to reapply for their jobs the following year. So that happens in a couple of large employers in the town. The other one is that people are employed full-time, but they spread the wages, maybe 9 months' wages over 12 months, but they are employed for that period of time. And the other one is that people try very hard to retain full-time employees through the cold winter months, but they obviously can't employ seasonal employees at that time, so they scale up, scale down. But there are fantastic employers in our local area that work really hard to retain full-time staff all the way through the winter, but it's very, very difficult in the quiet months.
If you paid for 12 months, sorry, just explain this to me. You're paid for 12 months over 9 months.
Yes.
Is that the way it works?
That's sometimes the way it works. Some people do that,
Right.
yeah.
So are people then paid more per month, per working month?
Paid less.
Paid less per working month
Yes.
than they otherwise would be.
Yes.
Yeah. And that may have an effect, of course, on ability to pay rent or pay mortgages.
Yes. Well, it affects the overall annualised income, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, and thank you, Mrs. Dewey.
Thank you very much.
I've got one question, please.
Yes, by all means, yes.
Just a general point
okay.
only. And Mrs. Dewey, in her evidence, recognises very correctly the need for significant external investment in this area. I think it's the last paragraph of your precognition. Would Mrs. Dewey agree with my assessment of the situation that investment coming from national or local government sources is very, very unlikely?
I do accept that. I think that is absolutely the case, and one of the issues that I think this causes, that if the local or national governments have to improve infrastructure or deal with a seasonal peak, that will be very difficult, as you've eloquently explained, for the local council, the Highland Council, or indeed the Scottish Government to absorb while we continue in this horrible austerity.
Any question in response, Mr. Campbell? Okay. Well, thank you again, Mrs. Dewey. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I've had a message, thank you. I've had a message from Mr. Westbrook while Mrs. Dewey's been giving evidence that he'll be here at 1 or shortly thereafter.
Okay, thank you. I think, given the time that we've reached and given what we need to get through today, I would suggest that we at least start Mr. Mackay's evidence, if he's happy with that, before lunch. If we can complete it in good time, that's fine. Otherwise, we may have to continue immediately after lunch. But if parties are happy, let's continue to press on. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Mackay. When you're ready, would you like to refer to your recognition?
Almost there. Am I?
You're on, yes.
Am I? Yes, right, okay. And for offers either. Right, okay. Right. Good morning, or should I say good afternoon. Perhaps I should introduce myself and my colleague Helen Todd from the Rambler, Scotland, and I come from the Scottish Rights of Way and Access Society. We are here together because we, in response to requests by the reporters, decided that it would be best to present joint evidence, and indeed we have done this before, as it happens at the Many inquiry some time ago. If I could say that this document, my recognition, is divided into two parts, as is indeed our inquiry report. It's the first part attempts to address the planning issues as relate to the environment in terms of the consent. In other words, we're looking also not just at Coul, but on a wider front down this coast, and that's something that other witnesses have not attempted to do, because evidently for the nature conservation witnesses the problem here is related to the site itself. But we want to think it's important to take a broader approach. In terms of our purposes, we are both recreation bodies with a slightly different slant, and that's reflected in our different type names and what we do all day. I need not go into that just now. I should say that my colleague Helen Todd is the campaigns and policy manager for the Rambler, Scotland. I appear as volunteer on behalf of the Scottish Rights of Way and Access Society. I should say my own background is that I was a geologist, and I found myself working back in Scotland, eventually with Scottish Natural Heritage, but I'm now retired, and I think the number of years of retirement I've had are sufficient to detach me from any sense of being a part of that former system. I want to just skip over, I think because we're in a bit of a hurry, the first part of my evidence, or our evidence here, which concerns the planning type issues. And then I'll focus and read more directly from the second part of this evidence. The first part is really about, in a sense, the issues of consent. The second part is more about the implications for public access were consent to be granted. If I skip very quickly over this, what I called, in a sense, the wider view of Coul, and seeing it down the coast against the other beach sites from here down to the Dornoch Firth, we had identified quite clearly in our look around and our assessment generally that Coul has some special qualities and character. It's different from the other big dune systems, which are more flat and undulating. It's a dune system with a formal dune frontage. It's a system which is highly natural in its character and qualities, and that makes it distinctive on this sector of the coast. I appreciate that Morachmore, in a sense, has some of these qualities, but of course Morachmore is not a beach site that is generally accessible to the public. So the issues that we looked at here was, one, the high level of naturalness in the Coul site in relation to its vegetation cover, the question of its linkage visually in terms of landscape to the Loch Fleet Basin, and also both a physical linkage and I think a visual linkage, as I said. At Coul also there has been limited intervention close to or affecting the coastal edge. All of you will have seen the degree of change along the frontal beach system, which has arisen from fairly high wave storms in recent years. So there's been much more physical armouring of the coast, and much more sort of civil engineering type activities as well, including gabions. That leaves, in a sense, Coul as a rather outstanding beach in terms of being relatively unmodified. There's also a special dynamic at Coul, I think, in terms of it being natural. It's changing seasonal patterns of vegetation down to the physical impact and visual seen when the tide goes in and out at the Narrows. If I summarise this in paragraph 5, would be to say, in taking a broader view across the area, we said in our inquiry report that Coul, along with its setting in the Fleet Basin, was of more than local significance for its natural beauty, this being also closely related to the high nature conservation significance of the site. In other words, it has a high natural heritage value. By natural heritage, I'm here bringing together nature and landscape. We think that this broader view of this site and its wider setting is important in assessing this case. I go on in my recognition to say a little more about this in detail, but I was going to jump over that and come to the section headed Public Access Arrangements. We were aware, of course, that in looking at public access, and I should say that when we decided that we ought to try and appear and have an influence on this case, we had not been much involved in the application as it went to Highland Council. We had both been objectors, but it was only in a sense as the case evolved that we began to appreciate there were some significant issues here for public access. And if I start to read some of this, and explain some of what I've just said, in paragraph 7 onwards, in our inquiry report, we expressed concerns over proposed actions by the applicant to manage visitors, to reduce disturbance to overwintering birds by using signs that would be directive in their wording. Where this approach to have problems, the further suggestion was that action might be considered to secure that sensitive parts of the links have their access rights removed, or indeed in some other way the public deterred from entering. We reacted against this approach on the basis that this is not how arrangements to promote responsible behaviour are intended to operate. Where problems arise, advice comes from the National Access Forum, which sets out a gradient of intervention from local on-the-ground management, leading to more positive general guidance on the need to take care, and only then to a more directive approach. All this assumes that the initial call for this kind of action is justified, and that there will be reasonable evidence both on the need and on the outcomes that might arise from taking such action. It looks as if this is a response, not our response, but the applicant's response to a perceived threat, seemingly done in a rush towards precautionary action. Say that the development might lead to more people coming onto the links other than for golf, when we are at present some distance from that prospect. We are clear that precautionary action of this kind could be non-compliant with the purposes of the access legislation. Hence our reference to a recent case called the Drumlin case, as judgment in the appeal court. Drumlin, I should explain, being a case within the Loch Lomond National Park, where access had been restricted by the owner of a small estate. If I go on now to paragraph 9, concern has been raised over disturbance to birds for recreation, which is not a straightforward topic. Some species are more at risk, others less so. In some cases, the issues are more seasonal. In some circumstances, rarities might be present. The causes of downward trends, and we're talking here about general downward trends, in some in populations are diverse and of widespread concern. But the big problems here are not about recreational disturbance. Scotland has many extensive open country sites designated at the European level, where numbers of visitors can be quite high. And we said that both of our organisations are sensitive to the need to ensure that the wildlife we all value and enjoy does thrive. Hence our recognition of the issue of disturbance, for which we have the following thoughts on the way forward. First, action of this kind must be proportionate, recognising the needs of both the fauna and of people to have the opportunity to enjoy the spectacle. Approaches to helping people enjoy this kind of special setting do need guidance, and this has to be done with sensitivity, beginning with a learning and engaging approach. And that is how advice from the National Access Forum is pitched. We can secure best compliance by engaging people in a positive and helpful manner, and these arrangements need to be developed through a consensus of the interests. We are also at risk of rushing ahead unduly and need some reflection and better information on both birds and people. That's in terms of the disturbance issue. There will be a given that consent emerges for the scheme, if consent emerges for the scheme, some quite disruptive action will arise from the construction works, and some quite uncertain and potentially significant implications for the local fauna. So let's not start, please, by blaming people. And still on the theme of acting proportionately, there is little in the way of hard evidence of there being a significant disturbance problem that we are aware of. Coul is distant from large urban populations, as in the south, and the heavy pressures this places on coastal settings and reserves. Coul is a special and not atypical northern setting, lightly visited but very highly valued, and in need of a sensitive management approach that also has regard to the public right to be on the land. I think I'll close at that point and leave out para 10, which is a rather more technical paragraph about issues of consent and its relationship to national policies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mackay. Ms. Wilson, can I get a sense of roughly how long you think you'll need for your questions to Mr. Mackay, just so we can fit that in with the lunch break?
I would think half an hour at the most, so it may not be that long.
Okay, well, let's continue then. Okay.
Might I ask if I'm speaking too loudly? I'm conscious that I have a biggish voice, and when that's magnified, it can hit the end of the room.
I think you've got the vote for approval from the back of the room there, I think.
Okay, fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mackay.
Good afternoon.
It's been a few years since we've come across each other
Yes, indeed.
at inquiry forums.
More than once.
I understand the points that you make in your evidence regarding the scenic quality of Coul links. The scenic quality of Coul links. When you make the comments that you do in your inquiry report, particularly, and in your recognition, that you feel that the visual effects will be more significant than predicted through the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment report, do you acknowledge that this is a form of development that will not involve built development of any kind within the Coul links SSSI?
Your last words were?
within the Coul links triple SI.
Triple SI. Yes, I accept the point that the critical area is the SSSI, and the SSSI does not extend all the way up to Embo Village, but it gets pretty close to it.
And equally, insofar as there is built infrastructure such as the clubhouse and the like, it's proposed to make use of existing structures that are currently on the site and somewhat run down.
I accept that the point that they are very run down. I hadn't actually walked along to look at the buildings at the time when I wrote this, but have been there since and recognised that. But I recognise also that there was a genuine commitment to use these buildings in a way, or redevelop them in ways which were sensitive to the setting. I was a bit, I may be wrong, I think in my inquiry report I said I wasn't aware of there being a design for the clubhouse, but I did latterly find that in the papers which went to, I think, Highland Council, a rather rectangular building. But on the other hand, there is a map which still has a circle on it which says site for the clubhouse. And I'm not quite sure what the connection is, whether that design and earlier design is supposed to fit into this circle or not.
Am I right to understand, though, from your evidence that those areas of the site that you regard as important for recreational purposes and walking purposes are the frontal path, or the path above the front dune, along the inside of the front dune, and also the core path, the old railway line?
No, I think we'd put more emphasis on the dune lands at the northern end, but the sites and the paths you mentioned are also important.
Okay. Having focused on those areas, you would accept that because there's no built infrastructure east of the railway line, that will minimise landscape and visual effects.
So
that will minimise landscape and visual effects within the part of the dune system that people currently access.
I do apologise. Perhaps my hearing.
I think it's perhaps the systems. Dr. Dargy found it easier if he switched his microphone off, because then you have an amplification system. I was putting it to you that the landscape and visual effects would be reduced within the part of the site that is used most for recreation by virtue of the built development being on the other side of the railway line, up by the existing farm buildings.
Yes, I accept that.
And you list the various qualities in different parts of your evidence that you describe as special qualities, and that's on, well, from paragraph 8 onwards of your inquiry report. Do you have that? You've already referred to the naturalness and physical diversity of the site and its location and proximity to the Lochfleet Basin and presumably the views over Dollar Firth. Do you accept that many people will seek to access the beach to enjoy the views around the Firth rather than accessing the golf course?
I think that's entirely so. I haven't been here in the summertime to see the flow or the pattern of flow coming from the Embo caravan site, and I would expect it in the height of the summer that's quite considerable.
I take it neither you or your colleague have done any survey to establish the nature of access that's taken over the site?
Correct.
Have you seen the plans produced by the applicants that show the current desire lines
I have.
And in terms of the nature conservation interests within the SSSI, do you accept that there has to be a balance struck between ensuring that those who want to make use of the site for recreation, in particular walking, at the current time, and in protecting the features of the SSSI has to be addressed?
Yes.
In your evidence, you cite the 1973 Countryside Commission report, Beaches of East Sutherland, and you've produced that, I think is RRSW1. Could you go to that, please? Would it be easier if you provided with a hard copy? Okay. We can provide you with a hard copy. If you'd like to turn to page 63, section 6.7, which is specific to Coul. Now, there's a general description of the Coul area between Embo and the mouth of Loch Fleet at the beginning of this section. And then if you turn on to page 67, see in the last paragraph, as at 1973, when this document was written, it's noted that Coul links are little used for recreation except by anglers and birdwatchers. Informal beach recreation is largely confined to the extreme south section of the beach complex adjacent to Embo. Both recreational activity and trampling damage are very strongly concentrated in this small area where physiographic and ecological interests are probably less than elsewhere. And then if you go over the page, 3 paragraphs down, there's reference to the links being relatively stable at that time. And the fact that the settlement of Embo is remote from the busier tourist areas. Do you see the sentence that says, thus the recreational attractiveness of Coul is less than at the neighbouring beaches, but the scenic interest is outstanding, not only locally but also regionally and probably nationally. And that's the point that you argue in your evidence to this inquiry, isn't it?
Well, going back to the earlier paragraph, we have to remember, of course, this report was written 40 years ago, and therefore the nature of use on the site would be quite different. The concentration that's mentioned in here relates largely to people coming out from the village of Embo, which has been there and hasn't changed all much over that period of time. I don't know when the caravan site started, so if we could make that point first. I find it difficult to answer your question, if I may, because I disagree here, because we do think that the beach is very attractive in terms of the way in which it sits in front of a normal dune frontage, and in fact, importantly, because it's backdropped by the hills to the north. So I think in terms of its recreational value, it is higher, and I think I would disagree with mildly disagree with the second point that you've raised there.
Is that under reference to the paragraph on page 67 that you're talking about? No, it was in the report. Page 67 of the report. No, that... The comments that you just made where you said, I mildly disagree with the second part of that. Are you referring to that paragraph?
You're asking me to agree with circumstances, of course, that I hadn't experienced at the time. And I think, but nonetheless, that looks like a reasonable reasonable observation by the surveyors of the beach report, given that tourism patterns have changed significantly and over that period of time, and notwithstanding that EMBO, in a sense, is a bit detached from that flow, there will have been considerable increase, largely because of the site, on the frontage of the site, because of the growth of the caravan site.
You're talking about use being made of the beach from the caravan site? And this development would not interfere with that access, would it?
It would not interfere with most of the access onto the beach, except for people walking down to the far end where summer limitations are proposed.
Well, I'll take you to the maps in due course. If you go to the other paragraph that I referred you to, which is the third paragraph on page 68. The offer of a paper copy is still open to you, Mr. McCann. The offer of a paper copy of the documents is open to you if you would find that easier. Okay, so have you got it? Now, I took you to the sentence that reads, thus the recreational attractiveness of Coul is less than at the neighbouring beaches, but the scientific interest is outstanding, not only locally, but also regionally and probably nationally. Looking at it from the point of view of recreational attractiveness and the points you make in terms of the landscape and the value of the landscape and the scenic beauty, it's your evidence in your inquiry report, is it not, that this particular area is of more than local importance. And one piece of evidence that you cite in relation to that is the content of this section, not necessarily just that paragraph, but this section of this report, and also the fact that in the 70s too, at the same time that this was written, the site area was included within a candidate national scenic area.
Yes, if I could begin with the first point in relation to the third paragraph. Of course, there is a preface to the words you're reading out, which relates to the Dornoch and Galsby beaches being better located in relation to the main tourist routeways. That's perhaps a simplistic view from the early 1970s, but I can well understand why they're saying that Coul, the recreational attractiveness is less than the neighbouring beaches, and I think that that's almost certain, I think, in terms of their expression here, in talking more about accessibility to the beach.
In terms of usage, which you seem to be questioning, would you agree that as neither Ramblers Scotland nor Scottish Rights of Way have done a survey as to the existing usage, the reporters are better placed, let me rephrase that, the reporters would be better to place weight on the evidence that they've got from a resident of Embo as to the usage made?
It's quite correct, of course, that we haven't had the opportunity or the time or indeed the financial resources to run a survey. But nonetheless, I have asked people who are perhaps knowledgeable or knowledgeable me in the area. And common sense suggests, of course, that the growth of the caravan site must have led to a significant level of use down the beach. Our impression of the use on the other routes you mentioned is that the usage is light-ish, but in terms of the limited number of times we've been on these routes, we rather think that the numbers may have been a little underestimated.
Well, we'll look at the plan with the desire line shortly. In terms of scenic quality, it's your position, I think, in evidence that it is of more than local value.
Indeed, and since I wrote these documents, I have been at the National Record Office in Scotland to look through the back papers from the former CCS survey for the National Scenic Area issue. That survey ran over about 2 years. It took a long time to go around Scotland and run by a small, tight team who reported back to an overseeing group of the senior management. And then eventually proposals were put in front of the Commission, formal proposals at their monthly meetings. There were 6, I think, of these formal papers. And looking through these papers, I found that Coul was one of 4 or 5 places which actually got to the board, as against a good number of other options which were considered but set aside at the officer level. So there was some uncertainty about this, and Coul, I shouldn't say Coul, I mean the Fleet Basin, stood relatively high in that survey in being one of 4 or 5 which raised questions that were considered at the board level.
But the fact of the matter is that it wasn't designated in 1973, and it hasn't, on the face of it, attracted similar attention since then for designation as a national scenic area.
It wasn't accepted, in part because there was a degree of uncertainty in the debate. It needs a little bit of explanation, but this debate about where were Scotland's most outstanding landscapes began with those places which had been already, in a sense, recognised as such, and that means the mainly places which are in the Highlands. And as one of my former colleagues used to perhaps unkindly say, judge more by, in a sense, height rather than necessarily intrinsic qualities. But these were places like Glencoe, obviously Glendavis, the Mummoors, and all the big mountain ranges, which are recognised as distinctively Scottish. It was a different matter when it came to sort of smaller, lower and coastal issues. And if you look at the National Scenic Area map, you'll see, perhaps surprisingly, that the coast is not as well represented as it should be.
But the fact of the matter is that it is not, has not been, and there's no suggestion that it's going to be designated as a national scenic area. And I think you not acknowledge that yourself in your evidence when you say that the relevant designation now is special landscape area.
Correct. It was set aside by the Commission's board, but recognised as having regional significance. I should say that I have personally been involved in 2 attempts in the past when working more at the end of the Countryside Commission and into Scottish natural heritage. There were at least 2 attempts to persuade the Scottish Government to look at the NSA series, but that had never been consented.
If you look at paragraph 8 of your inquiry report, paragraph 8 and the 5th bullet point, you say in terms that was in the past, but the basis for scenic designation has moved on to the SLA, increasingly labelled as a local designation. SLAs are protected through the development plan, aren't they? Could you have the figures from the environmental statement that deal with winter first of all, indication of current desire lines and summer access management. So they're CD 1.162 and CD 1.164. Yes. CD 1.162 and CD 1.164. They should both be figures like this. No, I think you're looking at CD 1.64. No, it's CD 1.162 and CD 1.164. Do you have the figure with the desire lines? Looking first of all at the desire line up on the foredune, the back of the foredune near Fairway 17, do you see that? Yes. It's the desire line, I think, up from the beach close to Embo, along part of the sand dune frontage, and then back down onto the beach. And I think we can see faintly, further towards the beach, faint lines, not coincident with the blue dashed line, but faint lines that look like a worn path as well. But this is something that can be seen best on site. Would you agree?
Yes, I've walked along it, along the top of the ridge.
But this gives the general indication as to the relationship with Embo and how people go along a part of that area and drop back down. And then there's also a desire line shown through the main north-south dune slack.
Yes, indeed.
And are you aware, Mr. Mackay, that that's a sensitive part of the site because of the sensitive nature of dune slack habitat?
It's certainly very visible in terms of this picture, which is obviously seasonal and showing a fair amount of slack as exists at the present around the dune.
And I think the question I was putting to you that is regarded as a sensitive habitat, dune slack?
I suspect it might be.
If you don't know, that's just say so. But I think you have acknowledged in your evidence that recreational access over this part of the SSSI may require management to ensure that sensitive habitats aren't trampled.
That's a different question in the sense that I'm not competent to answer about trampling on flora and fauna that might be regarded as sensitive. Birds are easier because they're more visible.
But in terms of the ramblers and your arguments in relation to right to roam, it's not an unlimited right to roam, is it? If you're in a nature conservation site, consideration has to be given to the natural heritage features that require protection.
I think that's generally the tenor of the access code, indeed, that people have to act reasonably and responsibly.
And I think that's something that your own organisation emphasised to its members, that when taking access on third-party land, consideration has to be given to responsible access.
Indeed, but I would also bear in mind that the rights of access as enacted are quite significant rights. They are an imposition on the land management, but there is an obligation on two sides of responsibility by the land manager as well as responsibility by the user.
And where they can come together is if there is a change of use of a site or development of land, undeveloped land, then whatever management system may be put in place might be more effective at striking that balance.
It might well be, but we've yet to see the detail, and what we've seen in the papers about the application and access has been enough to give us a degree of serious concern about the future.
Well, you would expect that a major developer would take legal advice as to whether or not the access plan complied with the law, would you not?
Yes, but I would expect them also to have consulted with the range of parties who are of an interest here.
Well, there's no reason, should consent be granted, that such consultation could not occur.
I'm concerned that by the approach taken so far, which has gone very quickly from signage going up, a surprise. Secondly, intimation in, I think, the document from Alba Economics that the staff who were on site at that time would be playing a role, almost acting as wardens, to a quick step onwards to threats of removal of access rights.
It's not my understanding that there's ever been a threat of removal of access rights.
There certainly are threats in the sense of limiting public access on the ground, and that can only be done in two ways: one by removal of access rights through certain proposals, or other mechanisms which can be used particularly through SNH.
Could you look at the other plan that I referred you to, CD 1.164, and that's the one showing summer access measures. CD 1.164. Have you seen this plan before? You have. So you're aware of the proposed strategy of developing a new circular access route. One that would draw those who wanted to make use of this area up the hill, away from the sensitive away from the sensitive areas where there's conservation interest. And that's not just simply to address issues related to trampling of sensitive species or habitats, but also to reduce disturbance to birds.
That is certainly the case set out in the paper from Alba Ecology in terms of their assessment of the what might be called the need to, in a sense, secure that the public, in a sense, are not intervening in the what the SNH might regard as both the stability, actually, and both the legal standing of the SSSI.
There are two aspects in relation to access, aren't there? There's on the one hand in the summer the SSSI breeding bird assemblage, and in the winter the overwintering SPA birds. So there's two potential effects from disturbance that have to be addressed.
Yes, I accept that there are different regimes at different times of the year.
And you would accept that given SSH's role, both in relation to management of SSSIs and in relation to assessment and advice on impacts in relation to SPAs, this has to be discussed in consultation with SNH, doesn't it, this plan?
It does indeed. If we had concerns on the map that I'm looking here and the prospects for the summer restrictions, it looks like a rather large, extensive area. It signals a big area that might be under exclusion and at the end of the beach used by people from the Embo caravan site.
Well, this is an alternative route intended to provide a walking resource and the opportunity for outdoor recreation. We've got a picnic area created. It's providing alternative access arrangements, but there's no proposal to restrict the core path through the site. Are you aware of that?
I am.
And the core path's an important feature, isn't it?
It is, though we have concerns about the degree to which it crosses so many fairways, and it's a point raised at the previous time this was considered by the Highland Council's access officer. We haven't had any response to that at all.
Well, Mr. Haspel has explained in his evidence. Mr. Haspel has explained in his evidence the way in which the fairways and holes have been designed so that there's clear visibility for those using the core paths.
Yes, I accept that. I've walked over golf courses quite a lot in the past, and one at home, and have not felt, in a sense, over-concerned about the threat problem, but many other people walking that route might feel a bit anxious about golf balls coming their way.
Have you walked through Dornoch Golf Course?
I have, but not recently, and except I walked along the Embo beach and went up onto the ground there and came back.
And it's the case, isn't it, that Dornoch Golf Club have effectively managed recreational access through the golf course?
Yes, that's in a sense been, if you like, an evolving procedure, given that public will have been walking along there a long time, and when golf at that time, in a sense, was relatively young as a sport. Here we're talking about a completely new development. And the numbers of crossings here are quite not insignificant, but I do acknowledge that the applicant has made a commitment to make it safe.
And walking through Dornoch Golf Course, which I've done on more than one occasion over the past month, it's quite clearly one can quite clearly understand that the use of paths through a golf course is not mutually exclusive from playing the game of golf over the same land or over the adjacent land, is it?
That's absolutely the case, indeed. many, and especially the rural and smaller golf courses, have had access on them for a long time. I think the concern here was, in a sense, the concentration of crossings and the uncertainty about how that was going to work. There are 7 crossings in a relatively short space.
Well, I would suggest to you that's a management issue, but as an organisation, are you not reassured that there is no blocking of access? There's no withdrawal of access?
I said that we welcomed that some effort had been made here, but there still is a question in our minds.
You make a number of comments about the importance of people...
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just wondering if there's still a number of questions to ask, whether this would be a good time to break for lunch. So I'm conscious that those that are supplying the lunch may have been distracted by our earlier optimistic estimate.
I'm dealing with the last issue, sir. So it's a matter for you. I don't mind breaking if you'd like to break.
Okay, if we're really closing in on the end, then let's carry on.
Through your evidence, Mr. Mackay, you make a number of references to the importance of being able, for members of society to be able to have outdoor recreation, both in terms of their mental and physical well-being. Do you accept that golfers are participating in outdoor recreation?
It is. It's also a sport. It's also in the sense that people are playing on a pitch, a managed pitch, which creates limitations for public access as set out in the code and in the Act itself.
And it's probable, is it not, given the way this course is intended to be designed, that more people will be able to enjoy outdoor recreation through this development and enjoy the scenic setting and the peacefulness of the area through the development.
I presume you're talking about the estimates of use over the years, anything from 20,000 golfers upwards. Well, it's a nice point there. I had contemplated the number of visitor days down at the caravan site. We've no way of estimating that, but there are a very large number of caravans, people coming during the week and probably walking several times along the beach. That figure might multiply upwards towards the figure you're considering for golf.
Well, I would suggest that people walking along the beach, whether from Dornoch or from Embo, their access won't be interfered with through the development of the golf course.
I accept in general that is the case, except for the point about summer restraint at the northern end.
What summer restraint do you believe will occur at the northern end? What summer restraint?
At that end, birds which require protection and which I'm not going to name because they're in one of the confidential annexes.
Well, the golf course doesn't go close to the northern end. I think you're talking about where there's the Loch Fleet estuary and there's already a path along there, isn't there?
No, I was talking about the area hatched in yellow on the map that you just presented us with.
The shaded yellow area that you're talking about. Yes. Well, that is an area that is intended to put up signage, and that has been at the request of SNH. to protect birds.
Well, I understand that, and I am conscious that these are birds that are not there every year, and that protection might not be required. But the question the yellow area does signal to any, I suppose, any reader that there's an area here where access will not exist. And
Well, what I would suggest to you is that the access is not restricted because of the development. The access is restricted because of nature conservation interests, where there's the opportunity to do that through the development.
Well, I'm bound to say it would be consequential on the development in respect of the applicant, given consent, will be taking over nature conservation management on the site.
Yes, but surely it must be a good thing if SNH consider that there has to be some management in that area and there'll be direct benefits to protected birds. That's a benefit for nature conservation, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I wouldn't deny that at all. But all in what we've written, in particularly at the end of our recognition, is the need for a sense of balance as to how this is to be done. At the moment, we, in a sense, haven't seen the evidence at all for the need for restraint, nor indeed whether that restraint would itself be effective.
I don't intend to cross-examine on the views expressed about the Land Reform Act. I'll deal with those in closing submission. So that concludes the cross-examination.
Okay, wouldn't mind putting your microphone off now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. Unless there's anything you need to say in response, obviously, if you were being led by your own advocate, you'd have the opportunity of re-examination at this point.
There is one point I would come back to, which was raised more than once, which is the circular walk being offered on the west side of the development. I've been on it. I've looked at it 3 times now, and I have walked bits of it now. It's my impression of it has improved by the 3rd time, not least because the first occasion was in an almost dark November afternoon. But nonetheless, it's not what I would call an inspiring opportunity for a walk. I think it might well be quite well used by locals more than visitors.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. Thank you. Just before we break for lunch, Ms. Wilson, is there a need to recall Mr. Huspel, in your view?
I don't think so, sir. It was more to have him available in case Mr. Mackay wanted to ask him any questions. But I'm not making any motion to recall him.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you very much. Let's have a slightly longer break. I think we'd like the opportunity to have a look at the condition schedule, which has been tabled this morning. So we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Mr. Westbrook. Ms. Wilson, when you're ready, can we have your questions, please? That will limit the number of questions, I imagine.
I'm being looked after. Good afternoon, Mr. Westbrook. I think you'll need to sit closer to your microphone and just leave it on. Can you hear me okay?
Just about.
and let me know if you have any difficulty. In your inquiry report, you give us your background, and in paragraph 1.3, you say that you have unrivaled experience in the UK of socio-economic impact analysis over more than 40 years, having graduated in 1971. And do you accept that experience within the particular area of economic activity is of importance in relation to the type of economic impact assessment work that has been carried out for this project?
Well, it is, but most of the impacts here is Gulf tourism, and tourism is one of the main areas I've worked in. Again, I've probably done more tourism impact studies in that 40 years than anybody else.
You work for the Highlands and Islands enterprise, is that right?
I do contracts for them.
How much of the works that you do for public bodies are related to public sector funding of projects? A lot of them are public sector funded projects, but the impact analysis is the same really whether there's public funding in there or not, or what level of public funding it is. You're basically looking at the impacts, and then the public body then usually will then relate the amount of money they've been asked to put in to those impacts. So the impact study is the same whether it's public sector or private sector. Mr. Westwood, you're going to have to speak a lot slower.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes. So shall I repeat that? Yes, impact studies are basically the same whether there's public sector money going into them or not. The question then for the public body is how those impacts relate to the amount of money that they've been asked to put in or they're considering putting in.
In this particular case, the investment is inward investment from two American developers, and it's a private funded development. There is no public sector funding.
Well, I don't know whether there might be public sector funding. I checked with Highlands Enterprise, and I think there might or might not be public funding coming in.
Well, there is the evidence before the inquiry is that this is a private funded development without any...
If the developers have said...
Mr. Westwood.
Yeah, sorry.
We have to do this in an ordered way, otherwise
sorry.
It's impossible for the reporters to take notes.
Sure.
I asked the question and then you answered
Right,
it. Fine. The evidence before the inquiry is that this is a private funded development with no public sector funding. Now, will you accept that?
If the developers have said that they're not going to be applying for any public sector funding, then we can take that at face value, if they've said that.
And when you've approached your overall assessment of benefits or negative effects, if there are any, have you assumed that there would be public sector funding?
It hasn't made any difference. There's nothing in my report that would have been different with or without public sector funding. It's totally independent of that.
I would suggest to you that one of the main differences between your impact assessment and that carried out by Mr. Blackett is that you take what he referred to as evidence as a static approach. In other words, you consider the development taking place and that nothing changes in the markets.
No, not at all. As I said yesterday, when I'm doing an impact study of this type, or anybody is doing it, and you're trying to produce the most robust impact study you can, you will always have a business plan to work to. In other words, the developer will have already made projections about what the market's going to be, what the market breakdown is going to be, what the growth is going to be, how much staff are going to get paid. Now, from the... Sorry. Okay. So from the bigger report, it would appear that they didn't have that degree of business planning. There's no evidence in their reports that it is based on the kind of developers' business plan figures that you would normally have. In other words, they've made estimates of a lot of things that if a business plan in full had been produced, they wouldn't have had to make estimates.
That's a different point altogether. I'm not talking about the assumptions used in the impact assessment at the moment. What I'm talking about is the assumption or the approach that you take, for instance, by way of example, to displacement. Your approach to displacement essentially assumes that nothing changes externally in the markets.
No, not at all. Sorry.
As a consequence of this development. And what I mean by that is that you don't, for instance, allow for the possibility that should Coul Links course be built, other clusters of golf clubs will react to that. If they think that they need to improve what they have on offer as a product in order to compete, then they will do, won't they?
Well, it depends whether you're looking at local impacts, regional impacts, or Scotland impacts. I mean, as I said yesterday, and as is very clear from the figures, the big difference between my report and Biggers is national impacts, and local clusters don't make any difference at the national level in that respect. But I do assume, as I've said, that there will be growth in the likes of Brora and Golspie because of the clustering to compensate for the loss of trade, because Coul will be the natural number 2 to Dornoch in this area, whereas currently the natural number 2 might be Brora or Golspie. So they will lose trade because of Coul coming in and being the number 2, but because of the clustering, that would be compensated by people staying in the area and also going to Brora or Golspie. I mean, Brora figures they recently produced showed that Brora got 6,500 visiting rounds last year, which is very good. Now, if Coul is there, they will take a lot of Broras of those customers, but the question then is compensating for that through the clustering. So I've made assumptions about all of that.
Well, when you say it's a problem nationally, are you referring to displacement from other centres such as Fife?
Yes, if Sutherland or even either Highland or this southeast Sutherland part of Highland, if they become more of a choice for, let's say, American people or people from the UK than other parts of Scotland, then there's displacement from Scotland. The point is that people, if you're American and you're coming to Scotland for the first time, your choice is where you go. So if Coul is promoted with Dornoch and it's seen as an attractive place to come, yes, there'll be people who come here instead of other clusters. And Nathan was making that point yesterday.
Well, there are two different aspects of this, aren't there? On the one hand, there's the question of whether or not you're attracting wholly new tourists or visitors, as they're referred to, from America, who wouldn't otherwise come without the combination of Coul Links and Dornoch and the cluster. So that's one aspect as to whether or not you need to compensate, because in fact you're just growing the market. You're growing the visitors and therefore growing the global golf tourism markets. So you're not displacing because you're adding.
I've assumed that's 1 in 10, and Bigger also assumed that's 1 in 10 in year 1. But they then increased that to 33% by year 10, which I think is totally implausible. The people who I've spoken to, and some people who responded early on to Tom Dargy in giving their views, my 10% is actually at the top end of what most people think. And I've spoken to a number of people as well who play golf, and they think that even 10% is a lot. You know, in other words, Scotland's got so many golf courses that are really good. You make your decision to come to Scotland, you know how long that's going to be. The fact that Coul is there isn't going to make much difference, but it might make a difference when you're choosing which sub-area you come to.
Could you keep your answer short to the question that I ask? You referred there to figures or information you've been given by Dr. Dargy. What information did you have from Dr. Dargy that you used in your report or in your assessment?
Tom emailed me a couple of inputs that people had made to him about the project. I took account of those. I took account as well of a number of people that I spoke to, people very much involved in golf in the Highlands, which is my normal approach. Yeah.
When you say you got inputs, I'm interested in what information you use, because that's a feature of your impact assessment, that you don't attribute sources to your assumptions. That's a criticism made of you by Mr. Blackett, isn't it?
Well, a lot of people that I spoke to wouldn't want to be attributed. They said, this is off the record, or they were telling me about Castle Stewart off the record, for example. All of that helps me a lot, and that's normal. I mean, in all the impact studies I produce, I'm getting inputs from people who wouldn't want to be quoted, and that's how I try and get high-quality reports.
Well, there's a difference between how you do your work for a client and produce a report and how you produce evidence to an inquiry. The purpose of a public examination such as this is transparency. And you're essentially here to assist the reporters. It's very difficult for the applicants to cross-examine your evidence if your sources aren't disclosed. So if you could just first of all answer this particular specific question. Mr. Blackett makes a particular criticism of your work that you don't give sources for assumptions that you make. That's correct, isn't it?
If I'd written a 50-page report, if I'd been financed to produce a 50-page report and I'd been asked to put all the references in and I'd had a budget of £20,000, yes, so that I could have done that. But I wasn't asked to do that. I was asked to use my experience and knowledge to produce a report that, in a way, was showing why the bigger report was so way out of line.
So did you reach the conclusion that the bigger report was out of line, or that you questioned or didn't understand some of the assumptions used in the bigger report before you then did your research?
Well, as I've said in my actual reports, I first of all looked at the bigger report and saw that the figures were way out. So I then looked at it in the way that I would look at it. And it happened, and it came out after, that the figure I had, for example, for Scotland impacts was about the same as it would have been just on a sense check of figures. Their figure of near 700 FTEs on a sense check was more like 100, and my figures came out just under 100. So, that reassured me that although my analysis hadn't been entirely comprehensive, but again, a lot of that was because there was no business plan, that it was in the right ballpark, and Biggers was nowhere near in the right ballpark.
In your opinion?
Well, yes, of course. Yeah.
So you would have to accept then that Mr. Blackett's criticism that he has not been able to check the basis of your assumptions is fair.
Well, some of the points that he made where he was questioning my assumptions were likes of how many jobs are created per £1,000 of tourist spend. These are standard assumptions that many, many economists use, and Bigger didn't seem to understand them because they didn't use them. And then they say, well, I haven't quoted my sources, but I'm purely using standard figures.
Well, when you don't quote your sources, it's not possible to check if you are using standard figures.
But they should know. If they're used to doing this sort of work, they should know.
Finished. Rather than claiming that Mr. Blackett should have known what figures you were using, can we focus on the approach you took? You didn't make clear what assumptions you were using. That is true. And you're acknowledging that, albeit that you say that they should have known. Separately, the site-specific data or other input data, as you refer to it, that was provided to you by Dr. Dargy, we don't have. You relied upon it, and we can't see whether or not it would have been challenged, that information, as an input.
But that's no different from me talking to people about it.
It is the same principle. You've done your own investigation. You've not disclosed what information you based your own assumptions upon.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not how I do my work. I was asked to do an impact study of this project in the normal way, which is what I've done. And I always use my other experience. I always talk to people, and that's why people employ me.
Was it explained to you that if you're relying upon information when carrying out an economic impact assessment and providing expert evidence, that in the public inquiry process you needed to produce the information you were relying upon? Was that explained to you?
No.
When you say that you collected information from other golf courses and off-the-record discussions, we don't know the nature of the information that you were provided by golf courses, do we?
No. It's all to do with judgment. It's all to do with asking people about things that then improve your judgment when you're making these assumptions.
We didn't know until you were giving evidence yesterday the nature of the golf courses you were speaking to. Were they small local courses? Were they courses that attracted people across the region? Were they courses that attracted people nationally? We can't check that kind of information.
In terms of the most recent discussions I've had with people, these are people who I've spoken to at NAN, but who have got, for a variety of reasons, information about other courses, partly because NAN work with other courses to attract visitors, but also because I'm an economist, I'm talking about these kinds of things to people all the time. So over the last 20 years, I've accumulated a lot of knowledge of golfing patterns just through talking to people. I understand about Dornoch. I know why Dornoch is so popular.
Well, I would suggest that talking to people 20 years ago about golf courses and the golf tourism market would be outdated information.
Well, I'm just saying...
I'm speaking.
Just saying over that period.
I haven't finished my question. Speaking to people over 20 years ago and using information from conversations over 20 years ago would wrongly influence you as to the current state of the golf tourism market, wouldn't it?
I mean, one of the things that I've come to understand is how the golf tourism market has changed, because 40 years ago at Nairn, for example, most of our visitors were from the Glasgow area. Now there's a very high proportion from the US, but increasingly people from other countries as well. Now this has all evolved over that period, and the discussions I've had with people, and I talk to Americans in the bar about why they come and that kind of thing. So I've got a very good understanding over a period of time. It's not 20 years ago, it's a continuing understanding of golf tourism. And I don't detect that in the bigger report.
Well, Mr. Blackett is acting for a partnership that want to develop a golf course. They have a golf course manager who's involved in the recent Castle Stewart construction and operation after its opening. They have the other half of the development partnership, Mike Kaiser, has a track record of producing golf courses. You heard Mr. Good's evidence as to the people that he's spoken to in America who know these people, who know their track record, who know what happens when they construct a course. You've not had access to that information in the way that Mr. Blackett and Mr. Good have. Isn't that correct?
Well, I haven't, no.
And just take by way of example the anecdotal evidence that you gave yesterday at Castle Stewart. I think you were suggesting that Castle Stewart was allowing 4 balls on tee times during the week or other times, and you speculated that that was because they had. You speculated that that was because they had spare availability.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
They had spare availability.
Yes.
Tee times. That's your belief.
Well, why would they do that otherwise?
What was it, £64 you quoted as a...
No, £200 for 4 people.
So £50
Yeah.
for 4 people?
No,
sorry, per person?
£50 each, that's right.
Yes.
And their normal is 210.
Well, I'm advised by Mr. Haspel, who has been involved in that course right up until he left Castle Stewart, to join the present applicants, that the reason that there were tickets being sold at £64, he tells me, per person, is that it was a planning condition for Castle Stewart that they had to make tea times available for locals at reduced prices, a certain number per week. Are you unaware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but if you look at the annual number of rounds that Castle Stewart get, you can see that there's plenty of availability. I go to Castle Stewart, go there for a walk, and I can see how many people play. There's lots of availability.
This is a clear example, Mr. Westbrook, as to how you've had chats with people, how you've taken account of information known to you locally, and you've assumed that it's because there's not demand for that course. But in fact, a planning condition requiring that tea time should be made available for local people is a different explanation that you were unaware of.
Well, that's fine, but if you're a course and you're not full, you'll find ways of attracting people. I mean, if you look at, for example, at Goldsby's menu of options for different prices, different times of year, and so on, they have to try hard to fill as many of the tea times as they can. And any course would do that. Coul will do that if it has to.
Well, your evidence that there's a lot of availability at Castle Stewart doesn't fit with numbers being 15,000 rounds per annum when the course in 2011, after the course had opened.
Well, if you work out the months that they're open and the number of rounds possible in a day, you can work out that 15,000 is a lot of availability still left.
And also, in terms of the 4 balls that are allowed at discounted prices, they're limited, excuse me, they're limited to 2 4 balls per day. So that would suggest that that would suggest that Castle Stewart is not seeking to pull in more players or needing to pull in more visitors, wouldn't it?
Well, commercially, what they'll want to do is get their full price, obviously. So if somebody like myself and a friend want to play there, it's in their interest if we pay full price. But because over the year they want to maximise the amount of money, they will also bring in discounts. They mix the two, and any commercial developer would do that.
Do you accept that for a course such as Castle Stewart, 14,000 rounds per year was achieved in 2011, the year that the course opened, and that it's now risen to more than 19,000 rounds per year? Do you accept that that is a course that's doing very well in UK and Scottish terms, in terms of the number of rounds?
In terms of the number of rounds, well, if it's as it's a non-members course, I think I'm right in saying, then even at that level, there'll still be plenty of availability. I mean, I don't know whether the commercial situation of Castle Stewart has come up this week, but it's an issue.
But as far as the economic impact assessment is concerned,
Sorry?
so far as the economic impact assessment is concerned, the question isn't simply whether there's availability on a course or whether it could accommodate more rounds. The question for the purposes of the economic assessment carried out by Bigger Economics is whether or not the assumptions made as to the likely level of rounds at opening and going through to year 10 is a conservative estimate or an unreasonable estimate. That's the issue, isn't it?
No, the issue is how they've worked out displacement. They've assumed that a third of the people by year 10 will be new visitors to Scotland, and they've also assumed that a third of the people by year 10 will be extending their stay in Scotland by 1 day. And for reasons that I've given, both of those are unrealistic and don't match reality. But, of course, as a sense check, the figure that Bigger then come up with of nearly 700 in Scotland is miles too high. As I've said, if I just on a sense check, it would be about 100.
Could you look, please, at the Bigger report, APP 6.1?
Is this the revised one?
Yes.
So, no. Did you say APP?
Yes.
Is this the precognition or the inquiry report or the updated report?
It's the updated January 2019 report.
Right. Have I got, yeah, and what paragraph number?
4.29.
4.29. Yep. Yep. 429, yes. Uh-huh.
And in this section, Mr. Blackett discusses in some detail the assumptions made about that underpin his conclusions on displacement.
Yeah.
And he looks at trends in different places. And as you can see in paragraph 4.27, he says the analysis of year 10 is based on 20,000 rounds played at Coul links.
Yeah.
And then he explains what the split is of that.
That's what I said just now. Yeah.
And then if you look over the page at 4.29, he discusses the trends at Royal Dornoch. So that is an example or clear evidence of trends at Royal Dornoch. Well, now, taking this approach to what I've just been discussing with you in relation to Castle Stewart, the question is not whether there is availability. The question is whether or not there is a trend that can be seen at courses within the locality that supports the assumption that has been made by Mr. Blackett as to the number of visitors that would be achieved in year 1, year 5 and year 10.
Well, the difference between when you're projecting something like this at this stage, there's not a huge difference between 15,000 and 20,000. It's all so difficult. The key is not that number. The key is these 3 bullet points that you mentioned about a third being Coul customers and a third being extenders. Whether you're looking at 15,000 or 20,000 visitors makes very little difference makes very little difference when you compare it. These are the key assumptions. These are the reasons that their Scotland impact is nearly 700 when on my calculation it's not even 100. It's not to do with the 15,000 or 20,000 at all. It's this third assumption that's driving it.
If you look at what's said in 428, or look at Mr. Blackett's reasoning, whilst the total level of displacement from other courses would be similar to year 1 at just less than 7,000, 20,000 times a third, rounds at Coul links, the dynamics of the market will have changed so that the additional golf tourists attracted by Coul links will play an estimated 25,700 rounds on other courses. The net effect for other courses would be therefore an increase of around 19,000 rounds, as illustrated in figure 4.2. The net effect of this would be to add around 45,000 rounds to the total of golf tourism rounds played in Scotland. So what he is essentially saying is that he doesn't consider that displacement from other Scottish courses is a significant issue at any level because you're growing the market.
But that growth in their figures comes from their assumption that a third of the people who play at Coul links on a particular day wouldn't have otherwise come to Scotland, and that a third of those people on that day have extended their stay in Scotland because of that. Now, as I said yesterday, both of those assumptions are miles out of line. Well, and that's why they've got these numbers.
The difficulty, though, is that you say they're miles out, but you don't give us the source information that you use upon which you say that your figures...
Yeah. But that sense check, that if you use their assumption that you would get some impacts, tourism impacts, not course impacts, but tourism impacts in Scotland of over 600, it's totally unrealistic if the total impact of all golf tourism in Scotland is 3,000. You know, one course couldn't possibly be 600, and 100 is about the sense check level. Now, I've seen nothing from Bigger in response to that shows that. They mistakenly, in their second reports, compare that figure of 600 with a Scotland total of 20,000, which is all golf impact, not golf tourism. What they haven't done is defend their conclusion, in effect, that out of 3,000 jobs generated by golf tourism in Scotland, an extra 600 would come about through Coul, when Coul is one of 50 or so good courses in Scotland. It's just not going to be that.
The reason that you find it impossible to accept or implausible is because you don't understand the difference in the golf tourism product that the applicants are offering and seeking to introduce into the Scottish market. All my assumptions are that this course will achieve its aspirations in terms of quality, and there's always a question mark about that. But if it does, then it's comparable to dozens of other really good, brilliant links courses in Scotland. One course. Now, what difference is one course going to make to that product that Scotland has got? That's the reality check. That's your reality check.
Yes, and why wouldn't it be?
Mr. Westbrook,
yeah?
This is a structured examination. You're not here to lecture.
I'm explaining
what I'm putting to you is that the reason you think it is way out of kilter, and the reason you think just a simple reality check, not that it's clear what your reality check is based upon, but the reason that you think that is implausible is because you do not have a proper understanding of the nature of the golf product that is being introduced into the market. You just treat it as being equivalent and no different to anything that's already in existence, don't you?
Well, when you look at new courses that have come into Scotland, like the front course, for example, over at Meaney, and others that have been improved or marketed, Loch Lomond Golf Course came along thinking it was going to be a world beater. It's not new that someone introduces a new course and tries to promote it as much as they can. You know, everyone does that. But the reality check is against, and the numbers bring that out. You know, the implausible size of the impacts bring that out. So in other words, anybody who's going to come up with a figure like that, firstly, to me, they don't understand the Scottish golf market, and secondly, they're exaggerating.
Does it occur to you that you may not understand what is being proposed here, what's different about what's being proposed here? Does that occur to you as a possibility?
I've assumed that this will be a top-class golf course in an area that is near Royal Dornoch, which is one of the top world-rated courses. I've assumed that in the figures that I've come up with for local and highland impacts. Now, those figures are high. I mean, they might not be quite as high as Biggers, but they're going to be very difficult to achieve in terms of the available labour force for tourism. But the Scotland impact is the one that is so different between the two of our figures. And even what Graham Blackett was saying yesterday about why people would come here rather than somewhere else in Scotland is the key to it. How many people who are looking to come to Scotland for golf, whether it's from America or south of England, are going to be influenced by one new course? You know.
Well, it's not one new course. That's not the evidence of Mr. Good, and it's not the evidence of Mr. Blackett, but it's just one new course. Had you heard, or did you recognise the name Mike Kaiser when you wrote your inquiry report?
Well, in the sense that I had read the background material, then I had, yeah.
What background material?
The other reports.
But had you heard of Mike Kaiser's name before you wrote your inquiry report?
Well, when I wrote my inquiry report, I had all the other data, I had all the other reports.
If you could just leave me to ask my questions, please.
Yes, yes, through reading the other reports, yes.
Right, which reports?
Well, for example, the original bigger one.
Could you speak more slowly, please, Mr. Westbrook?
The original bigger one.
The 2016 report.
Yes, I mean, when I was reading that report, I'd seen various reports, but that was one of them, yeah.
Well, if we just get that, wait till I get the number, please. That's CD 1.64.
Right, okay.
Right, just with one finger.
Right. What power are we looking for?
I don't know, she hasn't said yet.
So what power we're looking for in this?
All right.
No, powers. Mike Kaiser. Yeah.
So I take it this is the report you're referring to.
This one, yeah. Mike Kaiser, subheading on paragraph 5.1 of the original bigger report. Quite a lot about Mike Kaiser and his courses.
Could you just wait, please? This is the report that you had when you wrote your inquiry report, was it? Sorry? This is the report that was available to you when you wrote your inquiry report.
This was one of the reports that was available to me, yeah.
Now, did you recognize the name of Mike Kaiser?
Before I read
this report, yes.
Before I read the bigger report, did I recognize the name? No.
And did you do any research of your own after you read it? I think you're referring to section 5, aren't you?
5, yeah. Quite a lot there.
Sorry?
There's quite a lot there.
So you didn't do any research of your own?
No.
And did you know of the golf course architects Coul Crenshaw?
Again, only from what I've read from other reports.
What other reports were they that you identified Coul Crenshaw as the golf architects? Is it all that is said in 5.1?
Sorry?
Is it all that's said in 5.1? 2 of the courses at Bandon Dunes and 1 of the courses at Cabot Links were designed by the leading golf course architects Bill Coul and Ben Crenshaw, the same team responsible for designing Coul Links.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what I took from what I read in Bigger's report was that the people who were involved in developing the course had a good reputation, and but the most important thing was the confidence that that would produce a very good course, and my assumptions assume that.
Well, it's not just about a very good course. It's about how they're viewed within the industry, isn't it?
It's about what, sorry?
How they're viewed within the industry.
Well, it depends what you call the industry. I mean,
the golfing industry.
The industry, or do you mean the golfing public?
No, not just the golfing public, tour operators, commentators, journalists,
Well, what we're talking about here, if there are 20,000 visitors to Coul Links by year 10, if there are, and a third of them are, or 33% of them are new visitors to Scotland, that's almost 7,000 people every year. That's an enormous number by any stretch of the imagination in terms of promotion. And when you consider the fact that Scotland gets so many visitors already, the chances of 7,000 of those being new visitors to Scotland because of Mike Kaiser and the designer, the point being that by the time a few years have gone by, what matters is not who designs courses, it's where it sits in the kind of top 10s or top 20s that people look at. It's getting into that is going to be important. First year or two, maybe, but by the time you get to year 5 or year 10, it's all going to depend on reputation, whether your course is featured on television and all of these things, whether people who come back from previous visits recommend it, etc. It's not to do with this initial branding.
Well, we know that that's how you've approached matters, but did you have any more information about the Kaiser, Coul, Crenshaw formula other than what is contained in Section 5 of this report?
I haven't seen anything, but I couldn't envisage possibly seeing anything that would indicate that almost 7,000 people a year would come to Scotland because of this course, who wouldn't have otherwise come to Scotland. Because most of the people who, a high proportion of the people who are going to be interested in Coul Links.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt here.
Yeah.
I think in your anxiety to help the inquiry, it's firstly difficult to note because of the amount of material you're producing, but also if you would be able to focus more tightly on the question, then it would be easier for Ms. Wilson to go through the sequence.
Sure.
So sometimes the questions are relatively straightforward. And if you just confine it to the terms of the question, there will be an opportunity later to expand if necessary. And Mr. Campbell will have the opportunity to ask you further questions to bring out other related points.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you do any research of your own into whether there was a particular effect as described in Mr. Good's evidence, the Kaiser effect or the Kaiser-Coul-Crenshaw effect?
No.
So when you wrote your report, you'd read what was stated in Section 5 and how the applicant was presenting the significance of this connection. And in between writing your report and receiving the updated bigger report and separately the new Aventia Consulting report, which explained in greater detail the Kaiser-Coul-Crenshaw formula, did you do any further research?
Did I do any further research? No.
So you're not in a position in any way to contradict the evidence of either Mr. Good or Mr. Blackett?
What I'm contradicting is
I haven't finished. You're not in a position to contradict the evidence of Mr. Good or Mr. Blackett as to what the Kaiser effect is and how they expect it will operate in the American golf market, what effect it will have on Americans and what effect it will have in terms of persuading them to travel to Scotland to play that course. Are you?
As I said in my introduction to my report, I took my own approach to what I considered the factors were behind these different things that matter, like new visits to Scotland, extended stays and so on, and sense checking that against national surveys, it came up very close.
Well, an obvious example of the limitations of your approach was when you were giving your evidence yesterday and were discussing extended stays. The example you gave was somebody travelling from the south of England and going up to the north of Scotland and maybe deciding to stay another night. That's not the same concept discussed by Mr. Blackett and Mr. Good when they're discussing Americans making a decision before they come to Scotland that they will come for longer. so that they can play Coul Links together with Dornoch. They'll maybe do a 2-centre trip instead of a 1-centre trip. That's a very different effect than you were discussing than the south of England golfer coming up to the north of Scotland.
What I read was that typically people from America would come over on a Saturday and maybe go back the following Saturday. And these packages that are arranged in America for people to come over are of a set length. You can't suddenly say, I'm going to stay an extra day, either before you come or while you're here.
Nobody's suddenly deciding anything. That demonstrates your lack of understanding. That they may decide to come for longer than a week. They may decide, because there are enough courses, good quality courses in Scotland, that they want to do a 2-centre trip and extend it to 10 days.
Well, a lot of people who come for a week will be 2-centre.
Well, 2-centre trip is definitely a possibility, but they might decide that they want to stay 10 days or 2 weeks.
Sure.
And when you say that it's just inconceivable that you would have an extra 7,000 players, an extra 7,000 visitors from America is not inconceivable when you put that in the context of 25 million golfers in America.
But these are new people we're talking about. There's a lot of Americans who come already. And the biggest market for Coul Links will be Americans who already come to Scotland. There's lots of them.
Well, that's the major difference between you, Mr. Good, and Mr. Blackett. From the investigation that they've done, they are very comfortable with the assumption that they will be new visitors to Scotland. Not existing visitors, but new visitors.
There'll be some, I've assumed 1,500.
You understand that they have an evidence-based approach to this, to their assumptions.
What I've looked at since doesn't convince me at all that that number would be that high. They've spoken to some people and they've given certain answers, but that's nowhere near, wouldn't anywhere near convince me that that's suddenly going to mean 7,000 new visitors a year.
They've just spoken to some people. I think you're in the position who is sitting and giving evidence having just spoken to undisclosed people. If you look at section 5 of Mr. Good's report, that's APP 6.2. Sorry, APP 6.2. It's a page entitled The Mike Kaiser Effect.
Yeah.
And we see in paragraph 5.11, it's noted that Mr. Kaiser's first golf course was the Dunes Club, New Buffalo in Michigan. He currently owns 12 courses, including Bandon, Dunes, Oregon, Sand Valley, Wisconsin, Cabot, Nova Scotia, all of which are discussed in more detail below. Now, it was put to Mr. Good yesterday in cross-examination that Mr. Kaiser's course had only one top ranking, and then a separate figure was put for Coul Crenshaw. Was that information that you provided to Mr. Campbell?
Sorry?
Was that information that you provided to Mr. Campbell?
Sorry, no.
That only one of Mr. Kaiser's courses?
No.
It wasn't?
No.
We read here, in any event, in 5.12, 6 of his 12 courses rank among the top 100 in the world, and one is in the top 10. So, in the evidence, it was clear that that proposition was wrong. You're not in a position to contradict that statement that 6 of his 12 courses rank among the top 100 in the world, and one is in the top 10. No?
No, I mean, that's fine. That kind of thinking underpins my assumptions.
And also, separately, The Coul-Crenshaw partnership with different investors and developers has 2 other courses in the top 100. Shankin Bay, that's S-H-A-N-Q-I-N. Shankin Bay, I'm told. And another one called Carrot Cliffs, which is number 9.
My assumptions are based on the fact that this course could achieve something like the top 20 or 30 in the world on that Golf Digest thing. That would be consistent with the sort of analysis I've done.
We then find in the rest of that page a summary of how the Bandon Dunes was an instant success. And then over the page 10, there's a heading, Industry Interviews. Do you have that?
I've got page 10 here. What are you looking at?
Paragraph 528 is where Industry Interviews starts.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And as is recorded there, Mr. Good had a telephone discussion with him, and he's said to be the Golf Advisor's editor-at-large and host of Golf Advisor round-trip travel series on the Connected Golf Channel. And his whole background is set out there. In 533, it said that Mr. Janella considers that Coul links would represent a seismic shift in golf. At the moment, for golf trips to Scotland and Ireland, he would recommend that his viewers do the St Andrew cluster first, then go to Ireland. With Coul links built, he would change that recommendation to St Andrews first, then Dornoch, with Ireland now third on the list. So it's clear from that, isn't it, that he sees this as a very significant change in the offer within Scotland.
Yes, and I don't agree with that because of all the other clusters elsewhere in Scotland, not just clusters but individual courses like Glen Eagles that are big attractors in their own right. And to think that Coul links coming along was going to make that big a difference is to me just implausible.
Jerry Todd, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of the Golf Digest, was interviewed as well. He has much more information than you about the American golfing market, doesn't he? Because it is the American golfing market that we're discussing in the context of this significant number of visitors being attracted. So he has more information than you. You'd have to accept that.
From that end, yeah. I mean, I probably understand it better from this end.
And then there's the founder and chairman of Havisham and Baker, the only American-based company to be voted Tour Operator of the Year by members of Golf Tourism. He's better placed than you to know how the American golf tourist would operate. Isn't that right?
I mean, if particular people say that new people will come over, it'd be interesting to put that in numbers.
That wasn't the question. He's better placed than you to understand how the American golf tourist would react to this course.
Well, how many American golf tourists are there, and how similar are they all to each other?
Could you just answer the question? He is better placed than you to know how the American golf tourists will react and respond to the offer of this course. Isn't he?
Yes.
Whereas in contrast to these individuals who were interviewed by Mr. Good, who know the industry well, who know the American tourist, you rely upon chats in a bar with American tourists. Chats in the bar with an American golfer, undisclosed. inputs from Dr. Dargy, undisclosed, other inputs, undisclosed. The applicant set out clearly the evidence base upon which these assumptions are made, and you have set out no evidence base whatsoever for challenging those assumptions.
I'm talking about Bigger's assumptions, not the applicant's.
Well, you know what I meant.
No, because it's two different things.
You can take it that the comments that I made relate to the Bigger assumptions.
Bigger
You have set out no evidence at all for challenging those assumptions and using different assumptions.
They haven't shown how. I mean, if we take that assumption about a third of the visitors to Coul Links by year 10 and 45% in year 1 being extended stayers, there's no evidence in their report that builds that up.
Well, I'll come to the question of extended stays in a moment. If you could just answer the question. You have not produced any evidence to support the use of your assumptions. It's just your judgment based upon chats with people.
But my judgment coincides with the sense check.
Now, in relation to the extended overnight stayers, one of the issues that you challenge is the availability of hotel accommodation, and suggest that to you that means it's unlikely that that could be achieved in this area.
That's not the reason I've said that that isn't the right figure.
I didn't say the figure. I said one of the reasons that you challenge whether or not the reliance placed on extended stayers is reasonable is because you say there's not the hotel accommodation.
No, I'm talking about Scotland, not this local area. That assumption that I'm challenging, that a third are extended stays, is in Scotland, not in this local area. I accept that there will be a number of extended stays in this area. In fact, I've assumed that.
Could you look at section 6, please, of your report?
So is this my inquiry report? Yep. Mm-hmm.
These are key factors in relation to potential impacts in the local area.
These are local area impacts, yeah.
Which is what I was talking to you about. And you say in 6.3, as noted in paragraph 5.4 above, there is limited availability of high-quality serviced accommodation in the local area, for which there is much demand in the summer other than for golfers. And Coul Links golfing visitors would often stay in or close to Inverness. And then you list the hotel provision that would be expected to be used. But one hotel that you miss out, which is a substantial amount of accommodation, is the Dornoch Hotel, isn't it?
Probably because of the scale and profile of the hotels. I mean, this was looking at the high-end people. Obviously, they're not all going to be high-end, and a lot of them will stay in a lot of other places.
Were you aware of the evidence that's been produced to the inquiry that that hotel was recently purchased?
I mean, if we're still talking about extended stays, this isn't anything to do with extended stays in Scotland, which is what we were talking about. We're now talking about the local area, and I'm not disputing extended stays in the local area. I'm not disputing that there will be a lot of stays in the local area. That's why I've got 80 job impacts, because there'll be stays in the local area. I'm not disputing that.
So are you confirming that so far as your evidence to the inquiry is concerned, you're not arguing that there isn't adequate hotel accommodation?
What will happen is that these high-end people, if they're coming over from America, and that's not the only market we're talking about, but if we're talking about high-end people coming from America, they'll book well in advance and they will get the hotel accommodation that they want. If those hotels that they're staying at then become full, someone else won't be able to stay in them. So the additionality is restricted by that. So somebody, not even a golfer, who might have stayed in one of these hotels, because they're full, they will then have to go somewhere else. So it's that overall market effect which is important.
But this is another area where you take a very static approach to your analysis. You don't look ahead and consider how the market would change in response to that. One way that the market would change in response to that is the way that it has already started to change, with a purchaser coming in, acquiring the Dornoch Hotel with an eye to the future because of the Coul Links proposal, and intending to do a refurbishment of the hotel to meet that market demand from the golf course.
Yeah, I mean, I have assumed that there is going to be that kind of development. But as I say, I don't see accommodating these. I mean, the average number of visitors per day is going to be about 100. If it's 15,000 a year or even 20,000 a year, it's going to be about 100. Some of those are not going to stay overnight. Some of them are going to be going home anyway. Some are going to be staying in Inverness. So let's say 50 might want accommodation. And the local area we're talking about isn't just Dornoch, it's that wider area. Yeah, those 50 people will be able to get the bed spaces they want.
These factors that you have in this section are all what you would suggest, well, course impacts, caddy impacts. You seem to be suggesting that there are restrictions, that there wouldn't be enough caddies in the local area.
My assumption is optimistic in terms of finding the caddies. I mean, most courses, I would imagine, are like Nairn, where the caddies tend to be members. Either it's young people who are members who are keen on golf, or it's older people, might even be retired, who are caddying. It's more difficult to find caddies on courses that haven't got members, especially if you're out as far out of the way as Coul. My impression would be that if you're going to find the number of caddies that is assumed, you might have to get people transported in from a much wider area. But I have actually assumed that you will find them. I have assumed that. I haven't said that there won't be those caddies. I'm just saying it will be difficult to find them.
Are you aware of the evidence from Neil Hampton, who's the course manager at Dornoch, general manager at Dornoch, in relation to the provision of caddies and how they managed to secure caddies for this height of the season? Have you read his recognition? He gave evidence to the inquiry.
I think I saw that. Did I see that? But I'm not questioning caddies. Caddies are in my impact.
It's not uncommon, is it, for economists not to agree each other's assumptions or to debate assumptions?
It's not unusual. Yes, it's not unusual.
I know that was a dull negative.
Normally economists have got business plans to work to. I keep coming back to that, and it's so important. We don't have a business plan. Bigger didn't have a business plan.
Well, I know that that's your position.
We're all in the dark.
Whether or not the assumptions are reasonable assumptions or not depends upon the evidence that's produced to underpin those assumptions, doesn't it?
Yes, and I didn't think that the evidence in Bigger's report did underpin their assumptions, but the figures that came out were totally unrealistic, so that reinforces it.
Well, in your reasoning it does, but I'm suggesting to you that there was evidence that you weren't aware of or took into account, and I'm not going to go back over the relevance of the Mike Kaiser effect. You used the KPMG report to suggest that your sense check using that report told you that the figures were unrealistic because it gave you a figure of 30% growth. I think that was using the figure of 2,100 employment.
I said that might have gone up to 3,000.
I'm sorry?
I said that 2,100 might have gone up to 3,000.
I'm not hearing you.
Sorry, I said that 2,100 could have gone up by now to 3,000.
Yes. But hopefully we don't need to go to the table because the reporters did look at it earlier. Do you want me to go back to it, Sarah, or are you aware of what I'm referring to? Yeah. There is a separate figure, total employment across all the categories of economic activity associated with golf tourism, that is 20,000.
No, not golf tourism.
No, I know not golf tourism. I said all categories of economic activity.
Sure, that's 600 or so golf courses in Scotland employing people.
And the figure is 20,000?
Yes, that's about right.
Which is about 3% if you were to use the bigger figures.
That's not the comparison I'm making. The
I know it's
comparison
not.
I'm making is golf tourism. That is my comparison, not total golf. My comparison is only golf tourism.
I know that's your comparison, which
That's my
gives you the
comparison.
figure of 30,000. Mr. Blackett, on the other hand, considers that the ripple effect from this development is wider than that, not least because there's no on-site accommodation provision or other facilities. That's a disagreement between you.
No, I've got all that ripple effect as well.
Well, there's a disagreement between you as to whether or not that justifies using the total employment figure as opposed to just golf tourism.
You would never compare golf tourism figure with a total employment figure. They're two totally different things. The employment in, I haven't got the exact figure, but from when I looked at the KPMG report, the employment that was related to just golf courses, in other words, ignoring golf tourism, was something like 12,000.
Well,
And that's only being increased by 20.
That's a material difference of opinion between you. And I think we'll just leave it at that. Thank you, sir. That concludes cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, your questions, please.
Mr. Westbrook, you talked several times about reality checking and sense checking your predictions, and that led you, with my learned friend Miss Wilson, into a conversation about sources and backup, and the allegation that's levelled at you is perhaps lack of transparency and that you haven't disclosed the names of your sources and so on. So, first of all, explain to me again, please, what's the fundamental basis for your reality check? Having done your research, looked at Mr. Blackett's report, the original report, read around the subject, looked at published reports, which you told us about, how do you approach the business of sense checking or reality checking what you might conclude?
Well, the original sense check in terms of the Scotland total took me 20 minutes because it's all there in the bigger report. They themselves show how they got to their 600 plus job impacts in Scotland. They don't say FTEs, but whether they're FTEs or jobs, the figure's there, and also the KPMG figure was in their report. So that reality check didn't take me long, and I could see straight away that the way they'd gone about it was wrong, or in my view. So that's why I produced a separate report. I didn't produce, as I've said in my introduction, I didn't produce a report that was a critique of figures. I produced a report that looked at the impacts in a way that I thought made sense.
Help me with the relationship between a 20,000 figure and a 7,000 figure, which you described in other disparaging terms.
Which 20,000 is this?
Well, this is the 20. As I understand, well, I need you to explain it to me. I mustn't ask you leading questions, but you talked about a figure of in reference to Mr. Blackett's report, which you were shown in the KPMG report.
Yeah.
Sorry, in the KPMG report, you were shown a figure of 20,000 visitors.
That's jobs.
20,000 jobs.
KPMG report is 20,000 jobs related to golf in Scotland.
Yeah.
That includes all the employment at all the golf courses. It includes stuff that people buy from the golf courses, and it includes tournaments that people come to watch. Right. So that's the 20,000. When you limit within that 20,000 the number of jobs that relate to golf tourism, people staying overnight, money they spend overnight and during the day on a whole range of things away from the golf course, the KPMG figure was 2,100 jobs, which I said might now be 3,000. So that's the reality check against the 600 plus that Spiga had for off-course impact.
Okay, let's come to the 600 in a minute. But so the grand total, if you like, is 20,000. The off-course number of jobs, 2,100, which you think might have risen to 3,000.
Yep.
Now, biggest proposition is what in relation to 600 jobs flowing from the development of Coul? Is that what's the proposition?
What Bigger is saying is something like 680 jobs altogether, including the on-course jobs. So when you strip out the on-course jobs, what you've got left is what is called golf tourism.
What is called?
Golf tourism.
Yes.
And I mean, if you define it that way, but that is over 600.
And you think that is realistic or not realistic?
Well, as I said, the reality check gives 100. My analysis gives about 80.
Well, just explain to me how we get to these figures, will you? We start with Mr. Black at 600.
Well, I didn't start with that because I could see it was wrong, so I started again, if you like.
How could you see it was wrong? Perhaps that's what I'm asking you.
Well, it was wrong because what you're saying is that because of these people playing at Coul Links, on any day, let's say there were 600 people in Scotland employed because of that. Now, that immediately raises the question, how could it be anything like that?
Are we talking about 600 people employed or 600 people newly employed?
No, we're talking about full-time equivalent. So if you're talking about seasonal jobs, you're actually talking about 1,200 people. Right. So what Bigger's report effectively says that because of these 15 to 20,000 people who are playing at Coul Links, and on any one day that's about 100, they're saying that there are 600 jobs in Scotland on that day, or 1,200 if it's seasonal jobs, because of those people playing on that course. Now, that doesn't sense check to me.
So putting it another way, the development of a new course, perhaps over time, is going to generate 600 new jobs or 1,200 FTEs. Is that right?
Well, 600 FTEs.
Sorry, 600
jobs.
FTEs.
That's what effectively the Bigger report says, whereas my calculations in Scotland are more like 100. And as I say, if you take all the existing top-class golf courses in Scotland, plus St Andrews, and do the kind of quick analysis of what that might mean for one new course, it would be about 100, at most, actually.
About 100?
Yeah.
Is that an empirical number that you've drawn from experience or judgment? Or
no, it's a ratio that comes from that 3,000 total. So if you split that 3,000 total up, some of them are attributable to St Andrews.
Go slowly now, go slowly.
Sorry.
Split the 3,000 up.
Yes. What I did for sense checking was...
Just keep an eye on Mr. Bryan's pen, okay?
What I did was to split that 3,000 up into how many might be due to St Andrews, which everyone would accept as the biggest draw, by far the biggest draw in Scotland, and all the other top-class courses in Scotland that we've already got. So I assumed that if you took the top 20, they would each have a share of that impact, and then all of the smaller ones between them also have a share. So that reality check gives approximately 100 full-time equivalents of golf tourism for a top-class new course.
And that's making an assumption that the aspirations of the developer are successfully delivered.
Yes, and it includes the Kaiser effect, if you like.
Yeah. Well, turning to that now, the Kaiser effect, you said you'd not heard of Mike Kaiser before you read Mr. Blackett's report. Is that correct?
That's right. I mean, my guess would be that most people in the UK haven't heard of him.
Right. Well, never mind your guess about that. I'm talking about you.
Yeah.
You'd not heard of him.
No.
You'd heard of Mr. Coul, had you? Mr. Bill Coul?
No.
You'd not heard of him. Have you heard of Ben Crenshaw?
Yes.
How have you heard of him?
Because he was a golfer.
Yeah. And what did he do? He won the Open, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably more than once. We've not had the benefit of Mr. Coul here. Would you have found listening to Mr. Coul beneficial? See what his aspirations are?
Well, looking at the way that the experience of the people behind this course, where it's based, that gives me confidence that there's a high likelihood that this Coul Links course will be top class. Mm-hmm. That's what matters.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you said in answer to a question from my learned friend, but she didn't follow it up. When talking about Kaiser and Coul and the sort of celebrity around golf course designs, listing in the Golf Digest top 30, top 100 and so on. You said in answer, if I have you noted correctly, that kind of thinking underpins my assumption. And I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that.
Well, the fact that on my estimate, 15,000 people will come this far north to play golf in Scotland when they've got so many other options. Why are they going to do that? They'll only do it if that course has got a very high reputation. Now, of course, the fact that it's near Dornoch is a big help as well, because people are already coming to Dornoch, and it would be a natural second choice for them.
Yeah.
If they come to Dornoch.
You're a golfer, are you?
Mm-hmm.
For some years.
Mm-hmm.
You've told us how you went about your work and how you talked to people, about the industry. How did you go about gaining confidence that the sources you were talking to were sources you could rely on?
Well, the people that I spoke to specifically about this who've got a wider experience because of their personal situation, jobs that they've been in, things they've been involved in. Because I'm tying it in with this particular study, then I'm asking them the kind of questions that relate to that. Other discussions are more general. They're helping to give me the background that I've got in what drives golf in this part of Scotland.
So what were you looking for? What drives golf? What do you mean by what drives golf?
Well, for example, when I speak to the professional and other people at Nairn about the trends in American golf playing in Nairn, for example, I was told that the main reason that numbers went up over a particular period was Tom Watson, the famous American golfer, publicising Royal Dornoch, and the fact that at the increase, people were now coming to Royal Dornoch and they were calling in at Nairn on their way, if you like. So that's the kind of understanding that I've picked up over the years, and these things change. I think it's useful when you're asked to do something like this to have that background knowledge.
So is this a discriminating audience of golfers, or are they simply led by the nose by the fashions of the latest celebrity?
Well, to answer that question, Sir, I'm objecting to detail being led at this point in the proceedings as to what information was available. It's not been produced, it's not been disclosed, and it shouldn't be given to the inquiry for the first time in re-examination.
Well, I'm not asking about sources now. That's done.
The question was about what...
I accept that, but...
If I speak to somebody who
please.
actually... Sorry. No. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah.
Absolutely accept the objection. I'm not asking about sources. About the kind of thinking that you said underpins your assumptions in your report. And part of that thinking is what my learned friend and her clients have called the Kaiser effect, the effect of celebrity of some sort. What is this American golfing audience like? Do they follow fashions, or do they make their own minds up about where they want to?
Well, Nathan Good yesterday was talking about people who are ready market, if you like, because of the Kaiser effect. Now, in as far as there is an element of that, which I have assumed, that will come early on. Once the course has been there for 5 years or even less, what will matter then is how good it really is, what its reputation is, where it is in the different... I mean, it's not just Golf Digest that's got top 100. There's any number of league tables out there. And people look at that, and if you're in America, you're thinking, well, what courses are we going to play on? You'll be influenced by that. You'll be influenced by the packages that you're offered. If someone offers you a really good package, stay in Inverness, at the top hotel, go to these 4 different courses, then you might or might not take that package. There's such a range of ways that people actually come.
So golf tourism is marketed in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, it's my fault, I didn't note it down, but did you say to us that caddies and the recruitment of caddies, the payment of caddies, the employment of caddies is in your input?
I've got an assumption about caddy numbers, which is very, very close to figures.
And you say that, not that they, sorry, try it again. You do not say they're not obtainable, but they might be difficult to obtain.
Yes, and that applies to a lot of the tourism-related staff. It's an increasing problem throughout the Highlands and Islands. That I've shown, as I've said yesterday, about 80 full-time equivalent posts, which in terms of numbers of people could be 200 to 300. Everybody in the Highlands and Islands is finding recruitment difficult, and Brexit's going to make it worse. Lack of accommodation for people coming from outside to stay somewhere is going to get worse. So now I haven't, because of that, I haven't reduced my numbers. I haven't said that the actual local impact will be lower. What I am saying is that the number that I have got could be difficult to achieve in practice, and that applies to caddies as well as to hotel staff, restaurant staff, shop staff.
Sorry, there's just one matter I'd like to check if I may have a second. Could you look at the updated Vigor report, please, APP 6.1?
What power was that, John?
That's
What?
That's the January 19 report.
Yeah, what power?
Paragraph 428, please.
420.
428, 427 and 28. I can find it on the
I've
screen.
lost it. Yeah.
Is it clear from 427 and 28 that Mr. Blackett's analysis of Year 10 assumptions based on 3 legs? One is additional players in Scotland, one is extenders, people staying longer, and 1/3 is people displaced from other golfing locations. Now, look at the numbers, please, in 428. He says total level of displacement would be similar to Year 1 at just less than 7,000, a third of 20,000. Dynamics of the market will have changed, so the additional golf tourists will play an estimated 25,700 rounds. The net effect for other courses would be, therefore, an increase of 19,000 rounds. Do you see how it gets to that?
Well, that's what goes with it, and it's the same way that I worked it out. For every new visitor to Scotland who plays at Coul Links, you also attribute the other courses in Scotland that they'll play on that visit. So I've done that, and they've done that. But their figures come out higher because of their assumptions about a third, whereas mine is a tenth.
Right. And then he says, as illustrated in Figure 4, the net effect of this would be to add 45,000 rounds to the total of golf tourism rounds. And I think I'm understanding that you don't disagree with that.
On their assumptions.
On their assumptions. Yeah. So this is simply a matter of arithmetic.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think I understand that now. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Westbrook. Okay. That really concludes the inquiry session, though we'll now need to rearrange the tables to have the final session, which will be a hopefully short hearing session on planning conditions. So I think we'll break now for a quarter of an hour and resume at 3:45. Thank you. The process, as I've said, is just to go through the schedule, and I'm hoping we all have the same table, which is on A3. It contains 6 columns. We're going to take as read the material that's in the column and only query those aspects that we're unsure of. And so what I propose to do is to go quite rapidly through the conditions and pause when we find something that we need further clarification of. That's not to stop any of you as we go through saying, halt, I want to say something on condition 3. I should say at the outset, do we all know each other? I think Mr. Finlay, welcome back. So does everybody else know everybody else? So the gentleman sitting next to Mr. Ferguson. So it's,
is David Mackay from SNH.
Oh, yes.
Who has been referred to in dispatches.
Right. Okay. So let's start then with, appropriately, with condition 1. Or I should say, can you make sure that any of your contributions are made via the mic? Because we're making sure this is actually being webcast, not for the pictures, but for the audio. This will actually help our note-taking. If there are any fine points made, we won't have to laboriously write them out if we know that they're being recorded. So we'll need to make sure everybody's speaking into the microphone and that the microphone's fully armed. Yeah, condition 1, Mr. Lidwell, you had a point on that.
Yes, so we noted the difference. So the applicant and, in the latest version, the applicant and the council are content. We had noticed that the Conservation Coalition had queried whether reference to development proceeding entirely in accordance with the environmental statement was precise enough, and certainly I think I can't remember which circular it is, but my recollection is that the standing advice from Scottish Government is that that would rarely ever provide enough certainty, and that it's best practice when there are particular aspects of an environmental statement that have to be controlled through a condition or through a consent, that those are brought out in more detail rather than a more generic reference to the environmental statement, which I think has led to concerns in the past, and this kind of conversation that I certainly have had at wind farm inquiries. So I guess I would put that maybe to the applicant or to the council first in terms of that proposition that's been put by the coalition that it wouldn't be precise enough.
So we have considered the suggestion by the coalition. I think their suggestion was in relation to actually specifying the particular documents, but this was seen as an overarching condition, and we have a suite of other conditions which really underpin that, picking out particular areas such as the schedule of mitigation. Certainly feel that there is sufficient specification in the condition as it's worded, particularly when having regard to the other documents and the conditions, and the fact that there has been a full sweep of current extant application documents and draft plans provided.
So perhaps if I put it another way then, if the development has to proceed in accordance with the approved plans, which I guess ministers would list in their decision notice, and with all the detail to be resolved through the discharging of the other conditions, could we just take out the reference to the environmental statement? Because my understanding is the problem is that there will often be lots and lots of drawings in environmental statements. Some of them will be conflicting, not all of them will be there to control a consent, and it can lead to problems later down the line in terms of establishing whether or not a condition needs to be discharged. So that's perhaps I'm worrying unduly over this, but that's just my understanding of why the standard guidance is to try and avoid wording it exactly the way it's been worded here.
we wouldn't have any difficulty if you wanted to remove the reference to the ES itself.
Has the Council got a view on this, Mr. Findlay?
Well, certainly, I mean, I understand your concern, but as a matter of law, in our submission, it would be a lawful condition, and there's certainly been several cases which have suggested that. So the second point is that I think, certainly from the Highland Council's position, it's important that it's tied in to the environmental statement, this type of overarching condition does achieve that and make sure that for want of any better word, there's no slippage between the environmental statement and what is in fact approved. So it's not something we're particularly concerned with, but for those reasons, I think on balance we prefer it remained in.
Okay, so in the light of the fact that it contains provisions to the environmental statement, the application itself, and to the conditions attached to the consent, then presumably if the conditions supersede anything in the environmental statement, then that's taken care of. Is that?
That's how it would be interpreted.
The next issue we'd highlighted was the contamination condition, and that's so we're down to we're in condition 2, and the concern that the condition should deal with the risk of contamination from fertiliser and nutrient enrichment. Now, I think the position on that was that that's better handled by a separate specific condition, and Highland Council are happy with the idea of a standalone. Is that right? So any SNH happy with it to be dealt with in that manner?
Yes, the only reason we mentioned irrigation in this context was because there wasn't a condition which dealt specifically with that issue, but we are perfectly content for this to be separated out.
So that separate condition that's later in the schedule, is it? Or is it dealt with at the same point?
There's a condition, or certainly the schedule of mitigation introduces the UK tag mitigation, which is condition, I think, 23.
Right, so we'll come to that later then. We had nothing on 3 or 4 or 5. These are all fairly routine conditions on any development of this nature. Or 6, the travel plan. 7, the traffic and access management plan. 8, on the storage of refuse. On 9, the issue seemed to have been the need to insert a reference on the impact on breeding and wintering birds, and that's now been taken care of, has it? Is that now resolved, or is there still an outstanding issue here?
Thank you, sir. We did have one further issue, which was to do with breeding moths and the impacts upon them from the lighting suggested. And therefore we'd like to request that after breeding and wintering birds, the breeding moths were added in at that point. And so I should say that the additional comments that we'll be making this afternoon, we have got a tracked change version of those and 2 hard copies if it's helpful to provide yourselves with one, and also with the applicant, or we can email them later.
I think my worry is that we've got too many versions running today, and that we might be better just to stick to the script in front of us unless anyone else thinks differently.
I agree.
what about the idea that's being put forward then on breeding moth?
Well, the yes doesn't predict any significant effects, and I think we've probably gone further than we need to on impacts on breeding and wintering birds. The problem with moths is there are literally hundreds of different species, and to ensure that there wasn't an impact on any of them, I think would be almost impossible to determine.
Any thoughts on that from the Coalition's point of view?
Thank you, sir. There are a limited number of specific species that we would like to suggest. Of course, we're not suggesting every single moth, but it's particularly, again, just recognising the invertebrate assemblage within the Ramsar information sheets as listed.
So is your intention then that the condition would actually name the species involved?
It was more just consideration to breeding moths, but we would also suggest consultation as well as SNH would be with RSPB Scotland and also Butterfly Conservation Scotland. And the intention would be we would advise at that point, and the idea would be to minimise any impacts through the detailed design.
Okay, perhaps the best thing to do as far as the schedule is concerned is if the parties are happy, that could be appended to the closing submission on behalf of the Coalition, and then that would still give the applicant their opportunity to respond if anything leapt out that hadn't been properly aired this afternoon. Can we just leave that there unless there's anything else to discuss for now?
I think just as a general point, I think we're probably going to face this request for additional consultation with various groups within the Coalition or the Coalition itself, and our view is we have, I think in every case where it's been requested, added either SEPA or SNH as a consultee along with the Council, and it would become extremely unwieldy if consultation also had to be undertaken by the Council. I'm sure they can speak for themselves, but it would certainly add considerable delays to the process if we started introducing additional consultees above and beyond the statutories.
What is the Council's take on that point, please?
Well, it would be unusual to add the RSPB. We're not saying as a required consultee. There may be circumstances where we would consult with them. Our preference would be to limit it as it is at present, but we're content ultimately, obviously, to leave the matter to you as to whether there's sufficient justification in this case or any other case, because the same point comes in a number of conditions, to add the RSPB as a consultee.
Would SNH consider in those circumstances consulting the specialist organisations?
As a matter of routine, SNH would consult its in-house specialists, but it doesn't and wouldn't consult external third parties.
If I could just add, sir, I appreciate the comments that have been made. I think part of our concerns is having been heavily involved in this process and tried to make sure that we've considered every detail. The further details that will be provided during the various plans that are referred to. And can I just add that we are not suggesting that we are consulted on every single aspect, just the key ones which we will come on to. We would be incredibly keen to have that opportunity to see the further detail and input into it. And we, of course, can undertake to do that as quickly as possible and not delay the process. So if we were consulted at the same time as SNH, we would make sure that any comments were fed back within that same time period and therefore not delay.
Okay, I think I've got the positions on that. It may be something that the parties want to return to in closing submissions if they think there's an important difference between them. So, there was an issue, was there, on the ramp? That's condition 10.
I think it was simply the coalition had made the comment that there wasn't a clause requiring it to be implemented in accordance with the approved details, but I think that's been addressed in the most recent version, that the revised version from the applicant, and the council was content with that. I think that was the position. Have I got that right?
Yeah, yes, that's right. So that's it's in the second last column, implementation obligation.
Yep, number 10, yeah.
There are some quite strong words in 10. The ramp shall manage public access, and although missing here, and the implication of the sentence is, and shall reduce disturbance to waterfowl. That's a pretty demanding statement. There's two issues here. One, to what degree do they have to operate to shall reduce? And the second is, the general point, with apologies to be making this late because of this, is that we would like to see in here a reference to compliance with or in line with the Part 1 of the Land Reform Scotland Act 2003.
Okay, any response to that? Do you mind switching your microphone off, Mr. Mackay? Thanks. Any reaction to that either from the council first and then the applicant maybe?
Well, I think the words that Mr. Mackay refers to are setting the objective of a plan, the details of which are to be approved. So it's setting a stringent objective, but it seems to us to be appropriate. And as far as the statutory provision referred to, there's no need to duplicate that in this plan. If there's a requirement, it will be a requirement whether it's referred to or not.
Sorry, so you're saying then that there's no need to refer to a requirement of the Land Reform Act because if that provision applies anyway, it doesn't need to be the subject of a planning condition. It
would be unnecessary duplication. A bit like referring to health and safety legislation.
Mr. Thompson, any thoughts from the applicant's side?
I would agree with the council on that. The plan has already been developed against that backdrop, and it's referred to in the plan as far as I'm aware. I don't think there's any necessity for it to be added into the condition.
Are you reassured, Mr. Mackay?
Well, it's not been referred. You're implying that, in a sense, the 2003 Act was, in a sense, embedded in the existing plan. That was not our opinion that had been done so.
If it helps, it's on page 7. It relates to the rights and responsibilities in relation to golf courses, and it sets out the obligations and refers to the 2003 Act.
Sorry, page 7 of what?
Of CD 1.5, which is the version 6 of the ramp that's referred to in the condition. That's on which the more detailed version coming forward for approval will be based.
Okay, can we leave that for now? We've noted down the point. Would you mind switching the microphone off? Sorry to badger you, but that makes sure that everybody else can be heard. So We've got nothing to say on the...
Sir,
sorry.
There is one
Yeah.
additional SNH point in relation to condition 10.
Yeah.
The condition refers to reducing disturbance to waterfowl in relation to the SPA and Ramsar sites. We think this should refer to birds in general and be expanded out to include the SSSI.
Sorry, you're going to have to help me there. What would it say instead?
So at the moment, the reference is reduced disturbance to waterfowl. We would suggest replacing waterfowl with birds. And then after the reference to the SPA and Ramsar site, add and Lochfleet SSSI.
Does that sound reasonable?
No, the condition was previously based on the consultation response of the 25th of May from SNH, which was not as broad as all birds, and that was the basis for the scope of the condition.
So you're not happy with the amendment that's being proposed?
No, I don't think it's justified. I don't think there's any significant effects that need to be addressed that could be pointed to.
There are two issues there. Firstly, it's not intended to refer to all birds. It's birds within it's referring to birds in relation to the SSSI. So the two changes would go together. And the second point is in SNH's consultation response of 25th of May 2018. At paragraph J, there is reference to breeding birds within the SSSI. That's on page 6 of the consultation response. And there's a specific reference to reduction of disturbance to SSSI breeding birds within key areas of the SSSI.
Okay, we can look that up at our leisure and see what to do about that. Thank you. So, tree protection plan. Sorry, there's something from the Coul.
Just an additional point. A key issue for us is that the RAMP section 3.3 refers to independent ornithologists undertaking bird monitoring, and that's for breeding and non-breeding birds. And given your comments earlier about sort of key aspects being drawn into conditions, I think this is really important in terms of ensuring the success of the RAMP. So we'd kindly request that that specific requirement is included as a condition.
So the condition is very explicit that it's to be developed on the basis of version 6, which is before the inquiry. So that we need to draw out anything further.
What you're saying is that version 6 includes that requirement, and therefore you don't need to be explicit in the condition. Is that your position?
Yes, and a number of the conditions are drafted in a similar way, where they're based on the most recent versions of the plans that have been launched.
Just a further comment on that, absolutely, we had spotted that, but it talks about shall develop the RAMP. That doesn't give us enough clarity that everything that is in the RAMP currently would stay in that RAMP, and that's why we're making this suggestion.
Okay, I've got your points. Thank you. Are we okay to move on from there? Next condition, 11, we've got no questions on. number 12, where we're talking about the compensatory planting plan, there we get into a discussion on the detail of translocation proposals. But here the applicant's suggesting an individual condition to deal with translocation. So I'm assuming that people are happy to deal with that at that stage. Okay. Did we have something on the question of condition 13 and the, well, actually shown as 14, the right-hand column, and the coastal retreat plan? Do you have a point on that?
So the previous position was that the Conservation Coalition's concern was that any changes to the course layout from as a result of a coastal retreat plan could have an effect on designated areas and might subsequently need planning, also need planning permission as a result of that, or anyway need planning permission. But I think in the most recent version suggested by the council, they have suggested in bold in the bottom right hand, bottom of the right hand column of the page, additional wording which simply says that for the avoidance of doubt, any changes which need planning permission would need to get planning permission in effect. So I guess our question was whether the applicant and also the comments the applicant had in that, but also the coalition as well, this latest version suggested by the council.
Our view was that it wasn't required to put in wording that any change or any alternative required planning permission or required to be the subject of an application. I mean, it would be a matter of law whether it was something which was within the ambit of the permission or not. I think it would depend on the materiality, obviously, of the change that was proposed. But the additional wording sort of presupposes that any change is going to trigger a requirement.
So, are you saying then that the applicant would be happy with a form of words which required further approval for any change, and then it would be a matter for the council to determine whether or not that change required a separate planning permission or could be dealt with under terms of a condition?
Yes, I think that would be an appropriate way to deal with it.
Any thoughts from the council's point of view, Mr. Finlay?
Content with that approach.
So that's really reverting to the condition that we had before the council's latest version in effect. Is that would be right? Coalition get a point to make on it?
We just had a point to make in terms of the reason, which at the moment just refers to impacts on the SSSI, but we wanted to clarify that that should refer to the Ramsar site, SPA and SSSI, because obviously all three sites could be impacted.
It's really just quite happy to include reference to the Ramsar because it's the protected feature under Ramsar and SSSI.
You missed SPA from that, was that?
No, that was deliberate. Because it's really to protect the dunes.
Sorry, but it's the birds' usage of the birds of the dunes that we'd be interested in. Obviously, that the habitats do form part of that designated site, even if they're not a designated feature. It's the bird use of those areas.
there is one suggested refinement to the arrangement we discussed about the planning authority deciding whether or not changes would require a further planning application. And no doubt the planning authority's consideration will centre on whether or not the changes are material in a planning sense. And we would suggest that the planning authority consults with SNH before coming to a view on materiality. And the reason for that is that changes which on the face of it may be relatively minor given the sensitivity of the habitats we have discussed and the importance of micrositing, for example, the Council's decision could best be informed by SNH.
You have no objection to that?
It would seem to make sense in those circumstances to consult SNH at the earliest point anyway. And so if that consultation extended to SNH commenting that because of the impact on the interests that they're concerned with, that they felt it might require a separate planning permit, should be better to know then than later, I imagine.
There isn't a difficulty with that. The SNH are already down as a consultee in the first part of the condition in relation to the approval of the retreat plan. Anyway.
That's good, thank you. On 14, there was this question that seems to be still current, which is the issue of expanding the condition relating to the breeding bird protection plan to include wintering birds. Where are we up to on that suggestion then?
So it might be worth us clarifying. That relates back to our comments on, I think it was number 10, in relation to the ramp. So I think if our issues in relation to the ramp would be addressed in terms of including monitoring for birds, then we wouldn't need anything additional here.
Does that work the other way, that if it was here, you wouldn't need to be in 10?
Yeah, definitely. And I think just worth clarifying, it's just those two conditions in particular where RSPB Scotland would be interested in being consulted. So number 10 and 14, the breeding bird plan and the ramp.
Okay, I think we've got positions on that condition. Thank you. And on 15, we turn to the environmental management plan. And the penultimate column says there appears to be broad agreement on the wording. And again, we're talking here about separate conditions dealing with the Fonseca seedfly habitat and the PhD study. So I'm assuming that people are happy with dealing with them under those specific conditions. Yeah, good. So I think we've got nothing on the construction environmental management plan. That's 16. Now there seems to be a second 16. And that relates to the pre-commencement meeting. Okay, so I think we're okay on that one. Is that now deemed to be a standard procedure in these cases? Is that fairly routine, that process? Then we've got the positions of the parties on the public art condition. I don't think we need any more clarification on that. Access and parking, no controversy there, I think, or nothing that we can't resolve. Likewise, the design of bridges. When we come to condition 20, we're dealing with the use of the core paths. And there's the intention there that golfers shall give way to walkers, riders, cyclists on the core path. Just intrigued how that would actually be implemented and enforced.
Lack of response is not encouraging.
Perhaps I might... Sorry. See, this is an area, it's a fine bit of detail of implementation, but it's quite significant to the users. And I didn't hear anything voiced being said in either SNH or the Council, who have a statutory role there. And it's a matter of concern with some of the responses from the voluntary sector. And I think that we want to, this is an area we would like to give some thought to have it being consulted.
So you'd like to be consulted?
Yes, indeed.
You'd like to be consulted what, on the terms of the condition that we're discussing just now, or? What about the enforceability of that condition, first of all, and whether, I suppose, that would be more a matter for notices rather than a condition that seeks to control the activity of visiting golfers?
So we have several options available to us. First and foremost, when the starter sets the golfer off on his round, he gives them instruction on what to expect, and the core path will be instructed as they have right of way. You can put it on the scorecard that they carry with them all the time, and we can also put up discrete signage just to remind anybody that walkers have right of way, or riders, or whatever else it might be. But I would say I'm quite happy to consult with Mr. Mackay and keep him in the loop, not a problem.
Does the Council have any thoughts on that condition? Because it would fall upon yourselves to enforce.
Well, I imagine enforcement would be by making sure the club required that, or the operator required that that rule be observed, and they have a number of ability at their disposal to do that, some of which have just been discussed. I think the absence of such a condition would lead to concern. So we consider it's an appropriate one to have, and it will be enforceable. If the applicant doesn't ensure it occurs, it can be enforced against the applicant. You wouldn't consider enforcing against the particular people non-complying with it, you'd be enforcing it against the operation of the club.
If there is a concern regarding enforceability, then it could be amended to require the installation and maintenance of signage, making that message clear. And that could be in addition to the other measures that the club could take.
Okay, thank you for that. So then we come to 21, which is signs. We've got nothing more to say on that.
Sir,
yeah.
Just a brief observation on the signage condition. It's that the condition itself is perfectly fine, but as an observation that there isn't a condition dealing specifically with the closed season, albeit it's agreed by all parties and it's well understood that there will be a closed season. Might it be appropriate for there to be a specific condition setting out the closed season rather than the detail living indirectly through other documents?
Yes, interesting point that. Mr. Thompson, is that something you thought of, or indeed has the Council thought of that as one of the basic provisions of any consent?
We'd be content with that.
What about the applicant, Mr. Thompson?
Well, it's dealt with indirectly, certainly in terms of the condition and greenkeeping operations. I think it's in the recreational access management plan. If you just give me a second, I'll check. Yes, it's certainly touched on page 12 of the CD 1.5.
Would there be any objection to making it more explicit in the conditions attached to the consent?
Not if it didn't cut across the freedom to undertake sort of, sort of minor greenkeeping, which is touched on in one of the later conditions.
It might be, if this is something that hasn't been raised up until now, then it might be something that you could refine in closing submissions, so that nothing is sprung on any of the parties that they can't fulfil.
Mr. Ferguson, when you talk about close season, the point was about not so much about greenkeeping as I think we understood it. You're talking about making it plain that the consent doesn't allow golf to be played between December and March. That's the point.
Indeed, it's not a new suggestion. It's simply making explicit and direct what is already set out in other documents, including it's referred to indirectly in condition 21, which we are just about to leapfrog.
So, but on that basis, there's no consent?
None.
So we've got nothing on 22 on wastewater strategy. I think there might have been something on 23, which was schedule of mitigation.
Yes, so on this one, the council had come up with a reworded condition. So we thought we would start from that and see if there were any, if there was any dissent from that being the basis of the condition now.
No difficulty from the applicant's point of view. The schedule of mitigation does cover the construction phase in the main, but also some operational phase elements, so we'd be quite happy with that.
Everyone else happy with that?
So this is the condition which deals with both the application of fertiliser and would also be the natural home for a provision dealing with irrigation and the quality of irrigation water, and this is related to the SEPA correspondence which was submitted this morning. So the schedule of mitigation as it stands doesn't make any provision for irrigation because the applicant's working assumption had been that the licence, the SEPA car licence, would address those issues. So that at a minimum the schedule of mitigation is deficient as it doesn't deal with irrigation. A second and related issue is that the schedule of mitigation at the moment refers to the UK tag threshold values, and whether or not those values are appropriate for this particular development on this particular site has of course been the subject of disputed evidence. And SNH's position is that rather than the UK tag figures, the appropriate figure would be the figure specified in the Davy document, which is SNH 41.
Right, yes, I'll obviously ask the applicant back on that point. What does strike me on this is that it's not a matter we're going to be able to resolve this afternoon, because we're talking about two different approaches, the same thing, and we're also talking about information or correspondence that we've only just received. So it may be something which, again, will have to be dealt with in closing submissions. It may be that parties will have to give their each give their version of what they think the conditions should contain based on their understanding of the legal position. But anyway, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, sir. I think it does have to be a product of the closing submissions, because Mr. Ferguson indicated that it had been the subject of dispute, and certainly Professor Angus makes reference to the Davy document, the Environmental Agency document, but he was unable to support the justification for it and didn't argue in his evidence for the application of it, but observed that there were lower values used. And then, of course, as you know, sirs, it was debated at great length with Dr. Darger yesterday as to whether it was appropriate, and no value was established as a suitable value to substitute for the UK tag one. So I think it will have to depend upon the analysis of the evidence as to where we get to as the suitable condition. And separately, I would suggest that it's not for SNH to say what levels should be used, given that SEPA has already given formal advice. That would have to be, any further discussion or any proposal to change values would have to be done in consultation with SEPA, given that they've already made clear their position that they want to make use of the UK tag threshold values.
If we in the end recommended the condition dealing with this, would just speculating, would one way of approaching it be to have the schedule of mitigation cover this issue, but to not for us to advise ministers that they take a view on what that level is, but the condition would say that there is a level which is to be agreed through the discharge of the condition. That would be the planning authority that would determine that in consultation with SNH and SEPA. I know we've heard a lot of evidence about this, but I just wonder, without saying we're going to do it, would that be an option that might work for the parties?
So it might work, and we could address that in our closing submission as to whether we support that approach.
I'm happy to take other views on it just now, or else we could leave that to be addressed in closing submission.
SNH would be content to convert the condition into a suspensive condition, and for the detail both in relation to the threshold values, the monitoring regime, and also the additional arrangements which will need to be added in relation to irrigation water. So all of that can be picked up in a plan.
Okay, unless there's, well, I don't know if the Council's got a view in this, that's perhaps something then that, unless there's any other views on it, you could expand on that in terms of your closing submissions if you had more to say in the wording of such a condition, and then the applicant could respond to that. We could deal with it that way.
The only thing that brings to mind is, we'll no doubt come on to closing submissions, but it would be useful for the Council to have others' closing submissions, for them to be able to comment on it if they wish to. They may not wish to, and then the applicants have the final word, obviously. But to have that, so that if SNH are proposing conditions, we have a chance to see that.
Yeah, let's come back to the sequence of closing submissions later. It could get complicated.
So I think similar considerations apply to Condition 23 deals primarily with construction. I think the schedule of mitigation comes back in at Condition 25 to do with the operational phase of the development. So I think the same approach to both stages would be appropriate. We would suggest that Highland Council can consult with SNH as part of that application for approval of the detail required under the suspensive condition or conditions.
Okay, can we just have a look at 24 for a moment? And this is the temporary construction compound. And the condition in the column third from the right talks about the schedule dated the 15th of February. That's 2018. Now, we understood that the position of the compound had been changed and wonder whether that's the right reference.
No, sir, that's the position as it was, rather than as Mr Haspel indicated it would be at the steading. So the condition could be changed to refer to a plan provided for the new position, more formal plan. That could be supplied to the council. And then we could tie it into the schedule of mitigation in respect of the other elements rather than just the siting, because the schedule of mitigation covers other matters about how it's operated. So just apply them to a different site.
Is the council okay with that idea?
Yes. Could I just a minor point, please, in relation to that. I don't have a map or indication of what the shift is, but I just would like to confirm that the right-of-way through the site would be maintained.
Yes, I'm sure that can be confirmed, but perhaps Mr Thompson, you could just, or one of your team could just confirm for the benefit of Mr Mackay where the compound would now be sited.
I'll pass on to Mr Haspel.
The compound at the moment obviously is on the same side of the railway track as was before, so it's actually included in the ramp. We're just moving the compound a little bit further towards the farm. So yes, the access will still be granted. There is a section in the ramp which says there may be temporary diversions, but that's all.
Technically, it wasn't the railway line I was thinking about. It was about the right-of-way, which comes up behind, through the steadings and behind the I think just behind the house. So if you're offering a reassurance that the right-of-way will be kept open, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, we don't intend to stop any right-of-way unless it's for a construction operation whereby we'll guide people around it.
Okay, then we've got another condition, if we move on to 25, which is dealing with the schedule of mitigation. And I see the council is looking for clarification on the scenarios that would result in the schedule of mitigation being altered by other conditions. Is that something you can give them, Mr Thompson?
Well, I think we've probably just touched on one potential matter, condition 24, where if we were complying precisely with the schedule of mitigation, then the location of the construction compound would be in its original site. But the suggestion just on any alteration was really just to provide some sort of flexibility. I'm not sure that there may be other parties of a view, but it may be possible just to combine conditions 23 and 25 and require compliance with the schedule of mitigation.
The council will be happy with that?
Yes.
Yes, number 26. This is the one that refers to greenkeeping operations on holes 10 to 18. And the coalition are suggesting a plan be provided, that on the basis, presumably, that it's possible that the numbers could change. And the council is agreeing that that would be helpful. The applicant happy with that idea?
Yeah, yes, sir. I was going to suggest we could make that the course layout master plan. It's got the numbers on it already, and that's the one that's in CD 1.109. CD 1.109.
Does that sound okay?
We've got an additional comment on this condition as well. I mean, we welcome the intention here with regarding to the greenkeeping operations, but our position is we don't consider this to be effective to minimise impacts on species such as widgeon, and that's because our understanding is widgeon are likely to use the dune slacks during the high tide when they're unable to feed on intertidal areas, and so our preference would be for a condition relating to the times of the tides in relation to widgeon. And we've got evidence from one of our consultation responses, CD 3.7, and that relates to the location of widgeon at holes 7, 11, 3 and 16. And I think it's something Dr. Wright covered in the evidence in quite some detail.
Right, I'm trying to envisage what the condition would say in relation to the tides.
It would be about avoiding basically use of those areas during the high tides for those specific holes.
Any thoughts from the applicant's point of view on that suggestion?
The condition was drafted to respond to concerns that had been expressed by SNH. It was a condition they were looking for, but the Recreation and Access Management Plan already specifies that within the period 1st of December to 31st of March, the intention would be that the works would be undertaken around low tide wherever possible. I think that's as far as the applicants can go.
I think we'd be happy with a reference to, as far as possible to high tides.
So you're broadly happy with what's being suggested, are you?
As long as it would be part of the conditions, rather than just buried into the Recreation Access Management Plan.
Okay, I think I've got the party's views on that. Then we come to the condition 27 and the pre-construction surveys. There are suggestions there by SNH. Perhaps you can explain what SNH are looking for here.
The first issue is the requirement for BAT surveys, which I think is now covered in condition 4. And SNH are happy for that to be covered either in this condition or separately. The one stipulation we would recommend in relation to the BAT surveys is that when construction commences, the BAT surveys at that point are no more than 12 months old, to ensure that the most up-to-date position is established. second SNH issue was we suggested and offered indeed that the methodology for the various studies should be subject to prior consultation. It's not a major issue for SNH. It may help ensure that the studies conform to best practice, but we're not insisting on that.
Any thoughts on either of those proposals, Mr. Thompson?
No difficulty with the VAT surveys being current. There's already a degree of specification in Condition 4, but if that could be added in, there's no problem. Our view, we don't have a strong view on the methodology. We don't think it's necessary, so happy to leave it to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, let's move then to the additional conditions or the separate conditions proposed by the applicant. First one relating to the Coul Links site management plan. Is there any comments on that?
Thank you, sir. Just to mention this again, we'd be very grateful for the opportunity to be consulted on the draft plan before it's finalised, and would undertake to get our comments back in the same time period as SNH were given. We do have two other comments which I'll quickly run through. The first is there's a reference to the existing Lock Fleet SSI site management statement. We were wondering whether it might be possible to add in after that and any relevant updates, recognising that that document can be updated and changed according to SNH's review. And then very much linked to that and welcoming the reference to the SSI, just as a point of clarity, we thought it might be helpful to change favourable conservation status for the SSI to favourable condition, because of the units within the SSI being assessed against that phrase. And as you will have heard, unfavourable, favourable, declining, and etc., etc. And the final point, I'm afraid, is still in the same sentence. We wish for consideration to also be given to the site management plan to contribute towards the favourable conservation status for the Dornoch Firth and Lock Fleet SPA and Ramsar sites. Again, just to take account of all three designations rather than just the SSI. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, the last point, where would that go in the condition?
So the current drafting that we would like to suggest is the SMP shall be largely based around the relevant sections of the existing Lock Fleet SSI site management statement, open brackets, and any relevant updates, close brackets, and shall aim to achieve favourable condition, crossing out the next two words, for the Coul Links part of the Lock Fleet SSI and contributing towards the favourable conservation status of the Dornoch Firth and Lock Fleet SPA and Ramsar site.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thompson, any reaction to that?
So the main issue that the applicants would have is the suggestion that this SMP would require to be carried out in consultation with RSPB?
I'm afraid we were suggesting the whole coalition for this one. But
well, definitely there's an objection to that. because that would involve 3 separate parties. Seven parties. And that would be unworkable and inappropriate.
What about the other suggestions?
I don't have a problem with the other suggestions, sir.
One of the problems, just elaborating, one of the problems with dealing with the coalition in that respect would be whether it still exists in that form and who would be consulted, and the practicalities of trying to get the input from 7 different bodies.
If I may, sir, RSPB Scotland could very much be the point of contact and could gather any other further comments. So we would take responsibility for not only gathering any other comments, but also getting back within the agreed time frame.
There was one further suggestion we were going to make in terms of the areas of management, and that was to add in a bullet point addressing creation of bare patches of sand, just within the bullet point list.
So the bullet point would say what?
Creation of bare patches of sand.
That find favour on this side of the House, as it were? Yeah. Okay. I think I've noted down the other points on that condition.
So we do have a query regarding the second last bullet point under the condition, which refers to the potential for shoreweed translocation. SNH would regard shoreweed as part of the dune slack habitat, and there is no live proposal for translocation of dune slack habitat. So we are simply asking for clarification of whether this remains a current proposal or whether this particular element has been superseded.
So this is very specific. It's not general shoreweed translocation. That species is under the footprint in one location, which I'm sure you'll be aware of from site visit, and the approach to the green on the 13th hole. And the applicant's intention would be to seek to translocate it rather than it being lost through the golf course construction. This isn't intended to cover a general proposal to do more widespread shoreweed translocation.
Right, I suppose because it refers to those locations directly impacted by the golf course, it might have inferred that there was more than one.
It could be made more specific, sir, with reference to hole number 13. With maybe just to translocation from the location at hole 13.
Does that clarify the matter, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, that's a very helpful clarification.
Okay, we've got nothing on condition 16, unless the parties do. This is the shooting of wildfowl. Yeah, I'm obviously here not talking about necessarily the merits of imposing that condition. We're thinking of, in the event that a condition was imposed, what should it say?
We just had a minor wording suggestion just where it says currently at the moment, but it secures mitigation. I think it was Dr. Cosgrove made it clear in his evidence that it wasn't in fact mitigation. So whether we could suggest changing that to secures a measure to which the applicant is committed.
So that's not part of the condition, that's just context at the top of the call.
Okay.
You happy with that? Yeah. Okay.
So we appear to have leapfrogged the condition dealing with the translocation plan, which I've lost track of the numbering, but it's numbered as number 10 in, I think, the applicant's additional conditions.
Yes, apologies. Yes, translocation plan, that's number 10. You had something on that, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, 3 points. The first point is SNH is concerned and expressed through its evidence concern regarding the existing draft translocation plan. The condition requires a further plan to be based on the existing plan, but SNH consider the existing plan to be deficient in various respects. Our suggestion to address those deficiencies is that the condition be reworked such that the updated plan would obviously incorporate some of the material from the existing draft plan, but the updated version would conform to both the SIEM 2018 guidance, which is document APP 3.4, and would also be in accordance with the Anderson document, which set out the best practice guidance for habitat translocation, and that's AP 1.5 or SNH 90.
Does that seem a reasonable change to the condition, Mr. Thompson?
Sir, I think probably the best way to deal with this would be through closing submissions, and the applicants will obviously receive the submissions from SNH, and if they could set out a form of wording, then we could certainly respond to that.
That seems a good way forward.
It does. The other points SNH had was that the condition as drafted at the moment doesn't deal specifically with post-translocation monitoring and reporting. I think it was agreed by most parties that it would be useful for both the site and other developments in the future if the results were consolidated and reported on.
Yeah, there's certainly no issue with that.
The third element was that, unless I'm missing it, there doesn't seem to be a second limb to the condition requiring the approved translocation plan to be implemented. I'm sure that's just a drafting glitch. And one final point, which may be related to this condition, or it may actually be covered by condition 25. During evidence, there was discussion about a number of both construction and management techniques, not all of which are set out in the detail. So, for example, there was discussion about the path construction being done by way of dune grass turf. There was a discussion about a restriction or a prohibition on the use of plastic matting for paths to avoid exacerbating the barrier or edge effect. There was discussion about arrangements to educate golfers about the environmental sensitivities of the site and with a view to avoiding trampling. There was a discussion, I think, about encouraging the golfers and caddies to enter the rough at 90 degrees. So it's not clear whether those additional arrangements are captured in the existing material, and if not, I think it would be appropriate to find a home for them, either in the translocation plan or in the schedule of mitigation, which is condition 23 and 25 for construction and operational phases.
Where do you think that would be? Well, firstly, do you think it's appropriate that that be captured in the conditions, and if so, where?
It does seem to stray into matters of sort of golf course management rather than planning conditions. But I think probably the best way to address the requirements again is if SNH wanted to provide an indication of those matters which they feel should be the subject of conditions, then we can respond to that. Because there is a lot of material on the management of the golf course already within the application documents.
So I suppose if it is part of the applicant's evidence that these particular practices are going to be employed, and that's one of the reasons why the bodies on our left don't need to be concerned about the environmental implications, and it would seem logical to have a tie-up in planning conditions to those would be my first thought, but I'll let you ponder that. And presumably you're happy with the addition, as Mr. Ferguson's saying, of a need to implement the contents of the plan, yeah. So, was there anything to be said on the subject of the condition relating to shooting of wildfowl? If not, let's move on to the Fonseca seed fly habitat condition. And the council says comments should be sought from SNH. So what do SNH think about this condition?
We are content with both this condition and the following condition relating to the study. Although I understand from discussions which we had earlier this afternoon that the Coalition have a number of observations.
Before we ask the Coalition, so you're happy both with the habitat condition and also the study condition?
Yes.
So yes, would someone from the Coalition like to give us their position?
Thank you, sir. I'll try and keep this very, very short, bearing in mind the time. We particularly welcomed the applicant's offer of having a PhD carried out, but of course we recognise the length of time and understand the need to get the layout finalised, and therefore do appreciate why the PhD has been somewhat downgraded to a study, taking both conditions at once. Again, just trying to keep this short. we did want to suggest that the PhD was still achieved, but that there was an initial stage where I think it's bullet, a small Roman numeral 1, the identification of plant species as both food source and larval hosts, with the addition of other important habitats, as well as a baseline population where the outcomes for that initial research stage. That information and data could then feed into the habitat retention plan that is the first condition slightly higher up that's referenced, so that that plan is based on further survey work and further consideration of the needs of the species.
So, excuse me, get your microphone if you would.
Sorry.
So your concern is to ensure that the study is done at an early stage, so it's fed into the plans which are implemented as part of the development. Is that the position of the coalition on this?
Yes, and if I may add, if the PhD could then be achieved, we would like to suggest what the second part of the study for that PhD would cover. But again, just focusing on the initial research, the initial stages, which would then provide further information for the applicant who understandably would wish to finalise the layout and, if at all possible, avoid key areas for the Fonseca seed fly. If I may just quickly cover, I can do this, the second part of the PhD would then include the further bullet points which the applicant has helpfully put in, including consideration of survey work at other sites. And we had a suggestion relating to one of the documents before the inquiry of Gibbs 2013, which is in Mr. McAdam's references, and his recommendations for further survey areas for the Fonseca seed fly. So again, just to give a slightly more limited scope to the second part, not suggesting that every possible habitat across Scotland was considered, but Dr. Gibbs made recommendations as to where other areas it could be found that should be investigated. So just adding a little bit of detail, but welcoming the further parts of that study as already in the conditions. Thank you.
So any reaction to those two suggestions, Mr. Thompson?
The coalition appears to believe that the study should inform the layout, and that the layout would only be capable of finalisation after the study had reported, which could be some time after it was commenced. But the layout before you is already predicated upon the existence of the seed fly. So it takes into account the information as it's known at the moment. And what's being suggested is that no work would commence until the study was complete, and those studies would commence or be undertaken on sites other than the Coul link site itself. So we could be talking about a delay to a site start for years. And we would certainly resist that. The condition on the seed fly habitat provides, I think, adequate mitigation, and that's the one that has been prepared really in conjunction with SNH. And then the study was additional to that, and that was going to feed, depending on the results, that actually feeds back into the site management plan, which will be a living document, and therefore the results will inform ongoing management of the course, but it won't delay a site start or operations. I think that's much more, as I say, proportionate, and again, endorsed by SNH.
So what's SNH's take on this condition?
SNH is content with the first condition, which does require a further plan to be prepared and agreed, but we don't, we are not recommending that that particular document be informed by the wider study. We would, however, support the Coalition's suggestion that the study relate to the areas set out in the Gibbs report, because the current condition 33, Roman numeral 3, it refers to survey other potentially suitable coastal habitats. It doesn't set out a scope, and I think the Gibbs report provides a useful specification for that.
Just before you come back on that, the suggestion, Mr. Thompson, that the condition relating to the PhD study is too broad, and it'd be better to tie it back to the recommendations of Gibbs.
Yes, I think that's one we would have to take away and take instructions, just because of the number of sites identified in Gibbs.
Sorry, you wanted to come back on the previous point.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to be very clear about what we were recommending, and I'm just concerned that I wasn't clear enough and there's a misunderstanding. So I was not for one moment suggesting that all 5 of the separate parts within the second condition needed to be achieved before that habitat retention plan could be finalised. And the helpful recognition within, it says 18 here, from second seed fly habitat, the helpful recognition within that condition as currently drafted, that further information should be taken into account. And that the habitat retention plan should highlight areas to be retained as part of the golf course development and the further involvement of SNH and the council. So it was really just the first part of the research and the study, both in terms of the baseline population within Coul links and also the types of plants that the seed fly is reliant on, that I was suggesting should be the initial stages. And I say again that we welcome the further parts of the study that have been set out in the second condition. We are not for one moment suggesting that all of that needs to be achieved until a later stage, but we would welcome we welcome the applicant's offer of a PhD.
Okay, it's clearly not something we're going to be able to resolve this afternoon, but what I would suggest on this and on similar issues is if the Coalition could draft their version of condition which they think they could support, with obviously reason for departing from the one that's before us today, and that would then allow the applicant the opportunity to give their response in their closing submission. Sorry, would you mind switching the microphone up? Thanks. Yeah. Okay, anything else to be said on that from the Council's point of view, or are we content just to leave it that at the moment? So we then move on to the Ecological Clerk of Works, and that seems to be a very standard condition, unless anyone has something to say on that. What's not standard is the local training and employment condition. Any comments on that, or indeed on the local procurement strategy? Or should we just take those away and consider them? These are these matters that the Council would be content to deal with by condition?
Yes, they're not usual conditions. There's scope for argument as to their relevance, but on balance, Councillor, accept they are proper legal conditions to impose. What weight you give to them will be another factor for you.
If I could just add that they really relate to the evidence of Nathan Good in terms of trying to lock in some of the benefits and make sure there is inclusive growth as a result of the development. So condition 21 and 22 really relate to his inquiry report.
Okay, thank you. So we've already dealt with the Fonseca seed fly study, so I think we've got to the end of the list that's been circulated, unless I've turned over a page again. Is there any other matter that the parties think we should have covered by a condition that's not contained in the list? I've missed one.
It's serious incident reporting, and this is another condition proposed by the applicant, but the council's response is that their preference is, which I think you referred to earlier, Mr Finlay, that this would instead be covered by health and safety legislation and therefore not required. So, if there's any further response to add from the applicant, or do we just take that away and consider it?
It really reflects the sort of Scottish Government condition which is attached to EIA developments, normally wind farm developments, but we're not particularly precious. Thought it might provide additional comfort. It deals with health, safety and environmental obligations, sort of self-reporting or self-policing.
Okay, does that complete the condition session then? Sorry, Mr Campbell, was anything of yours? No. In which case, before we start closing the inquiry, we need to discuss or reaffirm what we agreed in terms of the closing submission. What we would be anxious about is adding additional steps that might delay the whole process. So in discussing the programme, we need to bear in mind that any additional steps equals further delay. But I need to first remind myself what sequence was agreed at the outset.
I think what you proposed at the outset was 2 weeks for the other parties, and thereafter the applicant had 2 weeks to consider the other parties' closing submission. With that being the applicant's deadline.
What about trying to insert the councils in between, if that was a difficulty? If we gave the council 3 weeks and then the applicants 4 weeks?
Certainly, we'd be grateful for that. I mean, any further comments we had would simply relate to conditions, so it's not as though that there's going to be anything in principle that we're going to raise.
I don't think so. It'll take long to insert any response from the council's submissions.
Right, I'm sure that won't be taken the wrong way.
I didn't mean that in a dismissive way. More to do with the role that's been played by the council.
Indeed so, yeah, absolutely. Anything else that we need to discuss before we close the proceedings?
So can I just check the date? You said 2 weeks. Originally I noted down the 8th of April, so I just wanted to check with the 2 weeks would be from obviously Monday. That would make the 8th, so we're all on the same page.
Just check our calendar.
It would greatly help me if I could
I would support the suggestion that the first date be the 8th.
Okay, so that would mean the 8th, the 15th. So it would be 8th for all the parties except the council, who would be the 15th, and the applicant, the 22nd. Does that seem reasonable?
So it means that everybody can have this weekend off.
Does sound an alluring possibility, yes.
What's left on it?
Okay, well, it just remains me really, for me, on both of our behalves, to thank you all very much for your contributions to the inquiry, and I would include those who have come to observe the inquiry as well. We've all had to be patient at times. It's been a long process, and everybody's been unfailingly good-natured throughout, which has been a great assistance to us. So thank you all, and thank you also to those responsible for the hall and the accommodation, which has been first rate. I'm sure everybody agrees with that.
So can I claim the privilege of age, and thank you on behalf of my colleagues. I'm sure they can all speak for themselves, but I am the oldest. We've sat here for a month under the gaze of Andrew Carnegie, who of course was famous for making statements about wealth and poverty. What's not so well known about Andrew Carnegie, of course you know he lived locally, is that he said, as I become older, I care less about what men say, I just watch what they do. And that has a resonance for what we've been doing for the last month. Thanks to your calm guiding hands, the inquiry has been conducted, I think, in an exemplary fashion. Nobody's lost her temper or got out of control. I'd like to, as a rather local member, recall that when we first came to Clashmore, we had some apprehensions about this hall, not only because of the temperature, but because of the acoustics. What I've concealed from you is that at the age of 4, I sang a Christmas carol from that stage. And that was the reason for my apprehension. But on behalf of the local objectors, who are in a sense your hosts, could I thank you both very much, and Mullin and friends, for their exemplary courtesy. But could I also thank Mr. and Mrs. Thompson and Mr. and Mrs. Taylor for making the lunches, for looking after us all so well. They have ensured that we have all remained at fighting weight for a month. And Mr. Thompson, too, for providing the internet, which, as those of you who may know the Highlands know, is not always an easy matter. So I'm most grateful. We are most grateful, and I'm sure you are as well, too. Mr. Thompson, I don't know if he's still here, but if he is, thank him very much. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll now close the inquiry. Thank you.